are ready to get our race underway. The green flag waves at Sebring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so only 7 wide into turn 1. And there's a big moment and contact. Out wide, he's going to try and get the cutback straight up the inside.
Since 1950, endurance racing has graced this airport circuit in the middle of Florida. And today we go virtual racing for the 500 miles of Sebring, which is the penultimate round of the Le Mans Virtual. Season 2 making its efforts towards the 5th and final round of our championship, the 3rd running of the Le Mans 24-hour Virtual. We've been in Bahrain, we've been in Monza, Spa-Francorchamps. This 500-mile race will be the shortest of our full season calendar and a real precursor for what is to come in the middle of January. My name is Ben Cosenjuris, welcome along, good morning, and I'll be joined as always by Lewis McGlade and Chris McCarthy to guide you through what is expected to be around a 4-hour encounter. 4 hours, though, around Sebring is like 8 hours around Bahrain because it is such a brutal circuit, Chris.
Yeah, it really is. We saw that in qualifying yesterday. Just riding on board with the drivers for the 1 lap, even half a lap, you could just see how much they were having to fight with the cars, and it made for a real spectacle. So having to take that on now over 500 miles is going to be a real test for them.
A test because also with our 2 classes, LMP and GTE, we get traffic quite quickly in the race. The GT cars stay together at the start of that race, and that first moment where LMP catches the back of the GT field around a circuit like this, which is so sinuous, basically, it's going to be a real fascinating moment. Yeah,
there's always been great shots when you've watched World Endurance over the years, and I think we had it in our first season last year as well, coming down the Allman Straight where we just have LMP cars to one side and GT cars to the other side, and it looks like we've just started the race, so I expect to see something similar again. But as the race goes on, it's such a narrow circuit, Sebring, as you'll see if you haven't watched a race round here before. That's when it gets very challenging. It's
an event where we have plenty of real-world drivers joining for the first time for our Le Mans Virtual because they are using this as a practice session for the 24 hours to see how Le Mans Virtual works for them. So lots of famous faces from the real world joining us. And if you are new, thanks to the likes of Max Verstappen competing today, this is how Le Mans Virtual works.
The Le Mans Virtual Series will be run on the R-Factor 2 platform and includes a 40-car field, which will be increased to more than 50 for the series finale. Each race features multi-class racing between Le Mans prototype and GTE cars. There will be driver changes, dynamic weather and day-to-night transitions. The calendar will begin in the Middle East for the 8 hours of Bahrain at the Bahrain International Circuit before we head to the Temple of Speed for the 4 hours of Monza in October. A visit to the Ardennes Forest in November for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and then we go stateside for the 500 miles of Sebring in December to round out the year. The 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual will close the season with a January finale. Each team roster comprises of 4 drivers, with 3 being required to participate in each race. Teams must field 1 FIA-graded driver in their lineup in at least one of the events. Each driver will need to meet minimum and maximum driver times, and teams will work to create their own setups to optimize performance and strategy. Full simulation includes fuel usage and tyre wear, so strategy will be the key to success. Mechanical failures such as engine and brake failure can and will play a part, with aero damage caused by collisions affecting the car's performance, but can be repaired in the pit stops. The race director and stewards will oversee on-track action and will apply penalties if necessary. The prize pool is $250,000 across the series, half of which will be separated between the series itself and half will be awarded for the 24 hours finale. It will be split equally between both categories, and the top 10 finishers receive prize money according to their position in the series standings.
And we have works teams from the likes of BMW and Porsche and Ferrari and Mercedes entering this virtual encounter. It is always fantastic to see how they get on, but it's ultimately those seasoned virtual teams that come to the fore, and Redline are really the ones to beat this year. Yeah,
they put in a fantastic performance throughout the season so far, have been hugely consistent. Not only that, but they were the winners here in the GTE class last year. So they're going to be ones to watch. They may not have been the quickest over one lap yesterday, but they came incredibly close, didn't they, after a really good qualifying session. And yeah, they're going to be definitely ones to watch today. Especially here at Sebring, you almost have to rip up the form book from qualifying, because the car needs to be so different setup from what you have for a race condition. We saw in qualifying yesterday, Chris, the way they were getting the cars to turn and rotate would wear the tyres out in about a lap. Yeah, and that's a different approach they're going to have to take today, but that's what we see in Le Mans Virtual all the time. That's the challenge they take from doing that. But BMW were a team who did that. Team Redline were a team who did that great at Spa last time out and went and took the victory, and so did the Mercedes team coming to the fore. James Baldwin led the car home to get them their first ever win, so it was a real fantastic race. You mentioned Spa. Let's take a look and find out what happened.
Round 3 of the Le Mans Virtual Series 2022 at the awesome Spa-Francorchamps. Our packed field got away, headed by Porsche co-ander and Josh Rogers. The Porsches, the fastest car in wet qualifying. Would they be the fastest cars in the race? BMW's Kevin Siggy was the pole man in the GTE field. But Porsche and Ferrari, who had been out-qualified by the BMWs, were soon hard at it in the middle of the top 10. Lots of close racing action, as always, between our two classes of cars and in the classes themselves, as everybody jockeyed for position. There wasn't always quite as much room as had been hoped. Battle for second place, number 2 Team Redline car, along with the number 1, taking the battle to the Porsches in the middle of the race. Number 5 Team Williams car with a disconnect. Romain Grosjean making his first appearance of the season in his R8G number 18 car, having great fun in the middle of the race. And Team Satellite's Aston Martin battling for a podium at the midway spot. Max Verstappen also making his seasonal debut for Team Redline, the number 1 car, helping them into race-leading contention. As the hours clicked down, it was still all up for grabs, and it looked as though Porsche had the pace to outrun everybody at the front of the field, where the GTE class battles were getting tighter and tighter. In the end, though, fuel economy paid off for AMG Petronas. They claimed victory. There was a battle at the end. Porsche denied a podium by Erhan Yayovsky, and Kevin Siggy, the man to take BMW across the line to win in GTE. AMG Team Petronas claiming victory overall. The GTE win going to Team Redline's BMW. It was a combination of speed, experience and fuel economy that triumphed at Spa.
And it was then the BMW taking the GTE honours and looking strong throughout the whole weekend. Ferrari not looking strong, Chris, but here, so far in qualifying, Ferrari seems to be the car to have in GTE. Yeah, they've looked really, really quick, haven't they? It seems, as we go through a season in endurance racing, as you know from World Endurance Championship, some cars are going to go better at some circuits and some going to go better here. And when it's your turn that your car is going to be performing well, you have to take advantage of that. And so far, the Ferrari seem to be doing that. But the BMWs were giving them a good run for their money yesterday. Well, let's take a look now at the 3.7-mile Sebring circuit, which is up behind us on our big screen. And it is a real challenge, but a graphic like this really doesn't explain just how much of a challenge this circuit is. Turns 1 and 2 very, very fast. You've got about 15 different surfaces to deal with. That's the main thing about Sebring. An old airfield, the tarmac, it becomes concrete at certain points. There's lots of different types of tarmac, and really, in terms of overtaking and big braking zones, there's only 2 places, hairpin and tower. Yeah, so you've got to take advantage of those places, particularly in the early laps when you get it. But the thing I love most about Sebring is the sequence of corners, particularly when we get towards Le Mans, and it's you've got to be 3 corners ahead of yourself. If you make one mistake, then it costs you throughout 3 different corners. The car is very rarely on the ground all the time, bouncing around. Wonder how much that's going to affect our selection of Goodyear tyres for today, and what, with such a short race, will be the optimum strategy. Because it is fascinating, these Le Mans virtual races. Strategies don't always seem to just go one direction. Teams try and do different things.
No, and Alpine were the team in the prototype category last time out that went the alternative strategy and were the ones chasing all the time on the soft tyres. Didn't quite pay off for them on this occasion, but will we see them do something like that again? We're expecting the LMPs to use the mediums and double stint their tyres, and in GTEs we're expecting mediums and single stint. So most likely those medium tyres are what we're expecting, but like Alpine did last time, we might see some people play the alternate strategy.
And if you've got that information from Lewis McGlade, then certainly the last time I was here, it was completely wrong. So.
Well, every time it's wrong.
Yeah, okay,
we need a new person to go and search for. They just give him the wrong information, he gives it to me, and then I'm the one that looks like a fool, basically. So there you go.
We had a very, very entertaining qualifying session yesterday evening, both in GTE and LMP. Less than half a tenth of separating our top 3 competitors. This is what happened.
Off to sunny Florida then, and of course to the Sebring International Raceway as qualifying would begin, starting with the GTE category, and it was looking very strong in the early stages for the Ferraris. On board with Kevin Siggy, was wrestling his way round in a lethargic BMW M8, struggling a little bit with the sunset bend. Across the line, it was only good enough for 5th at the end of his first time lap. Simrano, SF Velas and R8G Esports locking out the top 3 before the 71 of Team Redline would move its way up the order. Kasper Stoltz out of the final corner, looking pretty strong in the session, but only good enough for 3rd place at the end of that lap. Charlie Collins looking very strong for the Porsche Proton Commander car. Meanwhile, towards the end of the session, it was all about this man here, the number 26, Christian Mulgera, behind the wheel of the Sim Maranello Ferrari, taking pole position in dominant fashion, feeling very comfortable in the Ferrari at the moment, and the qualifying session would give him 0.02 of a second over the R8G Esports and BMW Team Redlines in 2nd and 3rd. Of course, R8G Esports with a 10th-place grid penalty will drop further down the order. The LMP qualifying session would begin, again 20 minutes back onto the clock, and a bit of a kerfuffle at the end of the pit lane, and a few teams would be given drive-through penalties in the session, being the 1, the 20 and the 63 that we're looking at here of the race winners at Spa, the AMG Team Petronas esports car. Marcel Chinchik was absolutely flying in the session, as was his teammate in the number 18, Ozil Dirham, looking very, very fast around Sebring. But Jeffrey Rietveld was moving up towards the end of the session, up onto the front row of the grid before Marcel Chinchik would put in a barnstorming effort to come across the line, but he was closely followed by Josh Rogers. One of the last lap times in the session, big snaps of oversteer coming through sunset across the line. It would be good enough for 2nd for Josh Rogers. However, the pole time would go to R8G, but once again 10th-place grid penalties for the 8 and the 18 would drop them down the order, giving the pole position over to the Porsche Commander team. A few further down the order being Williams Esports, maybe a little bit out of position. Same with Alpine, had a few struggles with traffic in that qualifying session. Team Fortilla also in 14th position. A super qualifying session ready for a great race.
Just a little snapshot there of our pole position car, looking incredibly snappy, looking incredibly difficult to drive, Chris.
Yeah.
And yet, still, that seemed to be the fastest way. Josh Rogers getting the, not necessarily claiming the pole position, but inheriting the pole position.
Yeah, best of the rest out there, but only just. It was very, very close session. As you said, though, that last bend, that sunset bend, it's such a tricky corner. So many different approaches you can take, and you'll see that when all the laps are put together, that it looks like 3 different racing lines that are being taken, and then ultimately they all come together out of the corner. But yeah, it was a very aggressive attack for the drivers, and we're about to see that merging lap here now in the GT category.
Yeah, in some parts of the circuit, they are all on the same bit of tarmac. They're all the most professional racing drivers in the world, and therefore they take the most efficient racing line. But there are places around here where the BMW is on a very different line to the 2 Ferraris behind, and you can see Kevin Siggy with that advantage already in the first sector all through the session. That was where the BMW was strong. It would lose time throughout the rest of the session.
Yeah, it was gaining about 1.5 tenths, as you can see there, throughout that first sector, and every time Kevin Siggy would have to go and take advantage of that as we now come into the braking zone, now into the hairpin. You can see again gaining a little bit more time. So at this stage, BMW Team Redline are on for pole position, but the Ferraris in the 2nd sector now start to come into their own, as you can see.
Yeah, Simsa quite late on the brakes into the first of the big braking zones. R8G later on the brakes in the 2nd, but of course fast in, slow out, and vice versa. So sometimes being earlier on the brakes helps you, and we see that with the momentum carried by the BMW onto the Ullmann straight at the back straight. He carried too much And effectively, that punishes you all the way until you get to the next braking zone. They're within hundredths of a second here. BMW slightly behind. Gains a little bit coming into the first part of Le Mans. Look how he gains so much into the last part here, carries more momentum onto the straight, but ultimately then the power down from the Ferraris, a slightly rough exit from R8G probably meant that they lost a tenth or two there. BMW behind by a car length, but by the time they get to the braking zone at sunset.
Yeah, and now you're about to see the 3 different approaches. Watch the BMW Team Redline car go there. Up, it looks like it's physically actually going up the inside of the 2 cars, but that's going to cost it just a little bit of time on the exit.
Fast in, slow out. Sim Maranello taking the pole position in the 26. R8G basically on the same piece of tarmac. Wonder how much he got cost by going into the inside there and moving over to the right-hand side quite early in the BMW.
I mean, I don't think it would have cost him pole position. I think it would maybe only a fraction, 100th or 2 of a second, but I don't think it would have cost him a position.
Kevin Siggy lining up with Enzo Benito and Rudy Van Buren in that BMW. It's going to be great to see, as our championship leaders, just how they get on. Redline, as always, posting fantastic entries, and Luke Browning is their pro driver in the 2 car, but Max Verstappen is their pro driver in the 1 car. He only needs to do 1 round as a pro driver before Le Mans. He's chosen, as the F1 season is done, to come and join us at Sebring.
Yeah, no, but he did, of course. We saw him out at Spa. He had a bit of a spin there coming up through Eau Rouge. He'll be looking to make amends here, I think, because that spin didn't really do the team any favours. So I think he's going to be really determined now to get out there and help the team go and get a win before going into the 24-hour.
And I don't know if you saw, but he was actually asked about the Le Mans Virtual in the FIA Formula 1 press conference on the Thursday before the event.
I heard about this, yeah.
And he said, I don't want to talk about it, because he was so embarrassed for his Redline team. It means so much to him, Redline. Yeah,
I mean, it cost them the win, ultimately. So, and Max Verstappen, as we know, is a winner. He's broken the record for the amount of wins in a season this year. 2 times world champion. You know, he doesn't want to settle for second place, whether it be Formula 1 or Le Mans Virtual. So yeah, he's going to be very, very determined out there, and that's going to make a great watch. But he's not the only good pro driver we have out there. We have some brilliant names like Romain Grosjean is back. Bijska Visser, we also welcome to the championship as well. So it's going to be absolutely fantastic.
Fantastic lineup here for our penultimate round of Le Mans Virtual, and a fantastic build as we grow the real-world field of the Le Mans 24 Hours and WEC. More and more manufacturers joining, some of them starting in sim racing here and then joining next year in WEC. It is also the centenary of the Le Mans 24 Hours, if you didn't know. I'm quite excited already for June. June was the time for our very first Le Mans Virtual in lockdown, but then we moved to the start of January, and that is where we will have our 24-hour race. It feels right, doesn't it, almost, to start the year with Le Mans Virtual now. It's settled into its natural home the second week in January. Yeah, and there's, I think, a couple of the teams maybe going to bring some new liveries to that as well to launch a couple of things. Yes, tease us with some new liveries. So, yeah, it feels right to kick off the endurance season with the biggest endurance race in esports. I think that's a great way to kick off a racing season, isn't it? I don't know if it's just the biggest endurance race. I think it's the biggest race in endurance in sim racing. It has always been that. It has always been so because it was such a huge product in the very first iteration, and it's carried that momentum through, and you can see that by the interest from manufacturers and from real-world pros. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see just from the lineup we have here, and that's only going to be amplified when we get to the 24-hour with more teams and even more drivers. So, yeah, to have that biggest race with the biggest names in the pro world and the esports world all together to do a big 24-hour race at the best circuit, yeah, what a way to start the year. I want to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors who make this happen, whether it be Goodyear over my shoulder or Total Energies over my other shoulder, and of course our hardware partner, Thrustmaster. We are building up for the 500 miles of Sebring. The very first ever WEC race held at Sebring back in 2012, but of course the very first ever 12-hour race held back in 1951. The circuit was opened on New Year's Day, 1950, and they did a 6-hour race to celebrate that. 14 months later, they did the very first 12 hours, and we've been doing endurance racing around this airport circuit ever since. It is an absolutely amazing historical venue that I think because us Europeans are so arrogant about our motorsport, we sometimes forget just how amazing Sebring features in the world of endurance.
Yeah, it's such a party atmosphere there as well, isn't it? When the World Endurance Championship goes to kick off its season there, you have such a brilliant atmosphere, both on and off the circuit, and it's a real challenge for the drivers as well. So I think it's a real driver's circuit. So yeah, I think it goes down very well with them. Yeah,
the temptation, I suppose, at some point was to resurface what was the runways and eliminate the concrete blocks that you can see so clearly on our simulated version of the circuit. And of course, when you go there for real life, that's what creates such a big challenge. They do say that the 12 hours of Sebring is fantastic preparation for the 24 hours of Le Mans, because it's the same kind of endurance on man and machine.
Yeah, it might not be the same distance, but as you said, it puts the cars through their paces, and it certainly puts the drivers through their paces as well. Yes, our drivers might not be on those concrete blocks physically, but as you can see from the snaps of overseer Josh Rogers has, they're going to certainly be feeling it, and mentally this is going to be a real challenge for them.
Of course, there's a massive show that the Americans put on whenever there's a motor race. You've got Daytona 500 only a couple of hours away in Florida as well, and you go the other direction and you've got St. Petersburg where the IndyCar start their season. Homestead's about 3 hours down the road. Florida is an amazing place to go racing. America is an amazing place to go motor racing, a very special atmosphere, and of course the build-up is all part of it. And some live pictures from Sebring as we get our anthem from America.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting that gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free? And the home of the brave.
Series Virtual on the paved concrete blocks of the Sebring International Raceway in Florida. The virtual version, 500 miles, which should be around 4 hours. A real challenge for our full grid of LMP and GTE cars, and a very, very interesting grid with Porsche Commander on the pole and the #1 Team Redline car alongside them. Behind them, Porsche's second car, better placed in the championship alongside Petronas's 63. Then we have the Le Mans virtual winners from the first edition, the 53, and alongside them, the second of the Redline cars.
Next up is the Panis Racing team, and second in the championship, Floyd Van Wilburst. And rounding out the top 10, we have Williams Esports. 9th is their best result so far this season, and then the next of the Van Wilburst cars. Coming after that, after their 10th-place grid drop, is RHG Esports. And lining up alongside them, the driver who did qualify on pole, Yassi Falocci.
Team Fordzilla works car for Nuno Pinto and Alpine alongside them. Rory McDuff will start in 14th position. Then we have the second of the RHG cars, relegated down to 15th with Matthias Besch, the pro driver, starting. RH Vector Esports, the first of their cars, in 16th position. Arnage and Brabham start on row 9.
Then we have the Rocket Simsport car coming after that. It's been a tough season for them so far. GR Vector Esport will be alongside them. Next along after that, we come now to row 11, Pescarolo Esport Monaco and the SEM 9 Axel team, starting from 21st place on the inside. And on row 12, rounding out the prototype field, we have ARC Bratislava and the Mexico Racing team.
In the GTE category, it's Ferrari on the pole position with Sim Maranello alongside the Works BMW team Redline 71. Then we have the Works Ferrari in 3rd position and the first of the Porsches, Proton Coanda 77 in 28th position. BMW team BS Competition and Simsa on row 3 of the GTE field.
On row number 4, D-Station, who got their best result of 7th last time. Alongside them, Proton Coanda Esports. No top 10s for them so far this season. Can they change that? Then we have P1 Esports and Satellite Racing on their home race. And after that, after a 10-place grid drop, RHG Esport, and to the inside of them, second in the championship, Oracle Red Bull Racing with some work to do.
That row 6 is very strong, isn't it? We've got Pro Drives, Aston Martin on row 7, and Door Esports disappointed alongside them. And at the tail of the field, Mahler Racing Team and Inspeed in their Porsche. 40 cars, 20 rows, heading down to a tricky turn 1 and then a narrowing turn 2. It is always fascinating to see how these cars get through the first couple of laps, settle into a rhythm. It's a beautiful Floridian day, 25 degrees air, 29 degrees track, exactly what you would expect if you were heading out to Florida in December for a little hot Christmas. And we have Josh Rogers, the man that got the pole position, starting the car for Porsche.
Yeah, second consecutive pole, a podium for them so far this season. Now we look back to Sim Maranello, the first time we've seen them lined up at the front of the grid. But of course, after the grid drop, BMW Team Redline are now the team that lines up alongside them rather than that RHG car. It's going to be fascinating to see how they come through the field along with Oracle Red Bull Racing. But the Ferrari's going very well over a 1-lap pace. Let's see if that now transfers over the course of 134 laps.
Josh Rogers in the number 23. The number 1 is alongside them. Jeffrey Rietveld looks to be starting that car. And then we will have the Mercedes Works team behind them. Side by side through Sunset Bend. It'll happen plenty of times in the race. On this particular occasion, hitting the bumps you really don't want to hit. There's so many obstacles that we can't see as commentators, but places to avoid in race conditions. It looks like the spread of tyres are pretty even. We've got a rear wing missing. Is that Rocket at the back of the field with no rear wing before the start of the race? The cars fan out over the start and finishing line, and we go into turn 1, and I think Redline has lost a position there going through turn 1 as we start. 134 laps. The spinning Rocket car with no rear wing is going to be another difficult thing for the GTE field to avoid as they head towards the start and finishing line. Porsche 1-2 at the head of the LMP1 field. GTE now is go.
Here we go, Sim Maranello to the inside of the circuit, BMW team red line to the outside. Are we going to see that BMW car attacking the Ferrari round the outside as we get underway for 134 laps? In fact, the BMW, the championship leaders, are under attack from the Ferraris down the inside. I think that's the SF Velas car. 3 wide they go in towards that second corner, and BS Competition there charging through in the blue and white colours to come through to second place. What a start from them.
71's got to be so careful here not to get completely bullied off the circuit. Very aggressive start from BS Competition, and it looks like they might get themselves up to second position. They're on the wrong part of the circuit going into the second braking zone as we focus our attention back to the head of the LMP field. There is BS Competition losing a spot to SF Velas, so they dropped to third, but most crucially there, BMW is just not getting up to speed for Redline. They're down to 5th position.
BS Competition is not the lead BMW we expected. A fantastic start from 5th place on the grid. They were briefly in 2nd place. They're now staring at the back of that SF Velas car. Sim Maranello have been giving a bit of breathing space as we now jump on board with the Proton Coanda car running in 4th place. P1 Esport have made a good start as well. They're up to 6th place from P9 on the grid, so they've just gone past D Station, and that's one of the other Porsches charging up the order.
I see that the GTE start is under investigation, so maybe some jump starting. If you get on the throttle and start overtaking people before the line, then you might incur a penalty, and there certainly feels as though there's a couple of cars that have got the jump on others there in the GTE category. Presumably the LMP category field start is also under investigation, with Rocket losing their rear wing before they even got to the line.
Yeah, bit of a strange incident, that one, wasn't it? It all seemed to bunch up as they got to the line, as BS Competition runs slightly wide through Sunset Bend, or is this just one of the 12 different racing lines that can be taken through there? In fact, they have run wide, and that looks like Proton Coanda now, Ben, are on the attack. They're side by side going down towards turn 1.
Yeah, but they're on the outside, aren't they? So Charlie Collins is going to have a real struggle to go round the outside into turn 1. He sticks at it, though. He sticks around the outside. Now the opportunity for BS Competition just to run them out a little bit wide. Doesn't, though. They stay side by side through turns 2 and into 3. That's where the BMW now has the inside line and holds the position for the moment. He needs to settle himself down, though. And there is Rocket in the pits, and presumably, is that out of the race already?
Well, we didn't really see it up on the jacks or anything like that, so we'll have to wait and see if there's the Rocket Sim Sport car emerges. It might just be a little bit of a lengthy delay. Just looking to the white outer rims up to the tyres are the soft tyres, so we can see the BS Competition car is on that. We're expecting many of the GT cars to run the softer tyres and single stint those ones. Let's find out what happened then, Ben, at the start.
On board.
Oh.
So that's Mexico.
That's the Pescarolo, wasn't it, behind?
And Pescarolo directly behind. So they're going to have a decent amount of damage there on the front end of the car, because you need a hefty hit to dislodge that rear wing.
Yeah. Pescarolo were found themselves going straight into the back of the car, but
Rocket heading back out, though. That's good news. They're a lap down, but they're not bailing out of this quite yet. This will become a test session for them.
Yep, still a long way to go in the race, but as you said, they've lost a huge chunk of time, and a difficult season for Rocket Sim Sport continues. It's not been a great season for them at all, and sadly they now have to turn their attention solely to the 24-hour race.
Back to the LMP field. Here is the number 8 pole claiming car, not pole starting car, relegated 10 positions after a breach of Article 17 of the Code of Conduct after the last race. So RHG as a team dropping 10 positions on every single one of their cars. Work to do for both the GTE car and the LMP car, because they were so fast in qualifying.
Yeah, they put in an absolutely fantastic performance, did RHG, but now some work to do. They've got the 2 Van Wall Burst cars ahead of them, the 444 car being the first of them, the 2 Porsches leading the way, and they might be able to play a bit of a strategy game with being first and second. There's ProDrive. It's not been a, considering they're coming off the back of 2 second-place finishes, ProDrive yet to get going in this race. They're behind the US team Satellite Racing, battling over 12th place. So the 2 Aston Martins down in 12th and 13th, with the lead Aston being D Station up in 7th.
Do get the feeling, though, that ProDrive Fire do end up gaining throughout the race.
Play the long game.
Yeah, their strategy always seems to work out. Whether that helps them on a shorter race distance, such as this 4-hour race, I'm not so sure. But ultimately, as you say, down there in 13th position in class, and it's Jochimsen who is aboard the 95 right now. Looks like he's got pace over the satellite Aston ahead, with Cynic, piloting that car. On the medium tyre is that at first Aston Martin, the second on the soft white-walled tyre. So a little bit of a strategic difference going on in our GTE category. Didn't look as though anyone was trying anything different, certainly at the head of the LMP field. No,
not at all. It's something we expected as we now look back at the Pro Drive car. You can see it looks very close. A little bit further up, BS competition under a bit of pressure as the two Ferraris seem to be streaking clear out front, but this is the battle between the two Astons for 12th place. Our Pro Drive going to start making a bit of ground here up and towards sunset. No, they stick behind for the time being. Project One, the car behind, in 14th place. There you can see the GTE class now streaking across, and we've yet to see Oracle Red Bull make a huge bit of ground there. Still there in 10th place, so either they're playing the long game or they just don't have the pace they've had throughout the rest of the season this time.
Now remind me, GTE cars tend to go about 90 minutes before their pit stop?
To the hour.
To the hour?
Yeah, so we're expecting them to do 2:33 lap stints and 2:34 lap stints.
So they do have to actually do a little bit of conservation to get themselves correctly to the stint. In
the 34s, yeah, they'll have to do some fuel saving in that.
Okay, so there is the possibility of some strategic differences, as we can see there, from satellite racing, running the medium tyre, maybe trying to go a little bit longer than the rest on the soft tyres, and then you've got to get some information as to whether those soft tyres can do the complete stint in these conditions.
Yeah, we did expect GTEs to use either mediums and single stint or softs as well, so you can try and do either or. I guess they're going to find out in this first stint whether those softs can go the full distance comfortably, and if they can do, then Satellite will start to realise that they've maybe chosen the wrong option here on the medium tyres.
Unless they're going to try and double stint them, but that seems like it's pretty tough.
No, I mean, going 2 hours would be a long way to go on a set of tyres, especially round Sebring, as Pro Drive throw it down the inside there.
Side by side through the Le Mans. It's one of the wider parts of the circuit here, and actually going side by side like this is going to really, really compromise them. But behind is the door competition P1 Porsche, isn't it?
Yeah. With
Krippner now picking up the slipstream on the inside. No room for Satellite to shut the door, so Satellite going to lose 2 positions here. Krippner actually fading out of it at the end of the straight.
Yeah, just backing off there. InSpeed doing a good job to hold on to this battle. Mahler round out the field currently in the BMW. So this 5-way battle going on towards the rear end of the GTE field.
Now, will the 95 start to scamper away? Risto Capit is the next car ahead of him, the 888 R8G machine. And actually, none of the R8G cars, whether it be in LMP or in the GT category, have made up much space over where they should have started. Remember, they should have all been right at the sharp end of the field. Looks like a good battle actually going on just ahead.
Well, the number 8 seems to have got past the 444, but now could be lining up a move on the number 4. That's more in the that's in the prototype category. Number 8 has gone past the 444. And is now looking to line up a move on the number 4, so that's more in the prototype category.
Here is the Mexico team, and they have a drive-through penalty for causing a collision at the race start. So it seems as though, let's have a quick look at the replay. They're hanging back here, trying to get the jump on the rest of the field, get the throttle down, and actually just time that slightly wrong, don't they? So had they hung back even further, they might have carried loads of more momentum onto the straight. It was a sensible and clever idea there, but unfortunately didn't quite work for them, and ultimately pushed them into the Pescarolo, which pushed them into the Rocket. And Pescarolo coming away with rear and front end contact but seemingly carried on without a pit stop. And Rocket ending up with the bad end of the stick there and having to replace their rear wing.
Yeah, they spun before they got to turn 1 because of that damage, didn't they? And no surprise to see that happen. And yeah, a real shame for all 3 of the teams, really.
Josh Rogers checking out at the head of the LMP field. 3 seconds to the good over Mitchell Dion.
There must have been some sort of mistake there, surely, because it seems to have gone up last time we checked in with it. But maybe it is just Josh Rogers getting his
Josh
foot
Rogers
down.
doing Josh Rogers things.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, best lap of the race so far. 0.6 of a second faster than anybody else in the field.
Wow.
Josh Rogers doing Josh Rogers things. The 2-time world champion on a different platform. Rogers, one of the very best in the world of sim racing. I feel as though over the last couple of years, Josh Rogers has fallen maybe a little bit behind the likes of James Baldwin, who's really become an absolute celebrity. Drive-through penalty also for the 777 car. He's gone through the pits without stopping.
All right, well, that's a weird one. He's saw him go into the pit lane.
Oh, we got traffic already.
There we go.
Here comes the spicy bit. Rogers giving himself a little bit of advantage just before hitting the traffic, and maybe that's why he turned the wick up, just to make sure he could catch the traffic in a different point to the rest of the field. He's already lost over 0.6 of a second just by hitting that traffic, but now the guys behind have to try and get through as well. Really hard to follow here, whilst they all carve their way through the traffic around the sinuous and narrow parts of this Sebring circuit. The gap.
Yeah, look at Red Bull trying to make a move as well. So 3 wide there before the double left.
Red Bull going around the outside of Kawanda 88. They managed to make that stick, and now the 888 RHG car trying to do the same thing. Is there an opportunity? I'm not sure there is, and they need to be watching their mirrors as well. Tricky moments for GTE.
Yeah, here we can see just getting that extra bit of toe there. A red line before going round the Kawanda car, or the P1 Esport car, and now coming into Sunset Bend, and the gap to the 20 car has certainly come down, but I think Josh Rogers got his way through the traffic better than anyone else there. His gap is 3.4 seconds at the head of the field, so he's certainly done very well. This is a battle going on between Oracle Red Bull Racing and the 888 car, which was originally due to start on the this Proton car, sorry, which was hasn't had the best of seasons so far, so could do with a good result this time.
Did we just see him hit the wall going into turn 1?
I think it was
I think he just tried to make the circuit wider than it is.
Well, I'd like to see it again if so. That was I didn't really catch that one.
Just a little nudge. We'll keep an eye to make sure there's not too much more tomfoolery here as the rest of the LMP field try and go around the outside of our GT Porsches. And of course the outside becomes the inside so quickly, doesn't it? Very, very tricky moments. Just edge of your seat, clenching buttocks moments, isn't it? This first time when the GT field is so close together. It gets easier as the laps draw on, because the field then spreads out, and there's more spaces for the LMP cars to slot into. But on this first round of lappery, after just 8 laps, it just seems like there's nowhere for the LMP cars to go. Big mistake there from the 888 car, wide, and that's instantly allowed the 888 onto its tail.
Yeah, here's Fordzilla running in 12th place, Nuno Pinto in the car, and now we are side by side. And that is the 888 trying to get past the 88, and that is going to be a change of position.
Yeah, because he's been off the line for about 3 or 4 corners, that Porsche, and he's just not been able to get back onto it. He's going to lose another position here to the Pro Drive Aston Martin. Just needs to gather his thoughts, and ultimately this will be a frustrating lap for Charlie Collins. Yeah,
you can see just being squeezed there slightly. The Pro Drive car wants all the space it can get before going into Sunset Bend, and as you said, a difficult lap for Charlie Collins.
Yeah,
and,
it's not Charlie Collins, it's Kevin Van Duren.
Kevin Van Duren, and the satellite car is the next one just behind as well, so it could get even worse.
Charlie Collins has actually made his way up into 3rd positions. So on that last lap, getting ahead of the BS competition car.
Okay, we're going to see him hit the wall, I think. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, just a slight nudge.
Little kiss.
I think that might have been slightly due to the fact of all the prototypes coming down the inside as well, maybe just to trying to avoid any contact as well. Maybe just a slight distraction for the Proton Coanda car. Now just wants to try and get going again and try and get some places back as we approach 10 laps completed. In terms of pit stops, the prototypes we're expecting at around 22-23 laps.
Oh, another big slide from that 88 car. It's got a bit of damage, so I'm not sure that's all from the kiss of the wall. I think it's possibly been a little bit more strife than that on that front right corner. Definitely doesn't look as it was intended at the start of this race. And now getting under the rear wing of the Aston Martin, gathering its thoughts and trying to get back up through the field, because, as I said just a second ago, Charlie Collins now up to third in the sister Proton Coanda Porsche, ahead of the BS competition BMW that's still there and thereabouts, very, very close. But BMW was the cork in the bottle.
I think we can see now in the tow making its way down the Ullman Straight. It's got a lot closer out front as well, hasn't it? SF Velas are definitely in the traffic whilst they're being the prototypes coming past. They have brought the gap down to Sim Maranello to just 7.5 tenths.
Now that's why the 88 car's had damage. He's been attacking the rear end of a Ferrari.
I think that was.
No, I don't know how much. Obviously, cosmetically, that's quite big damage. But in terms of, if you were comparing that to the real world, that wouldn't be a massive, like, mechanical problem with the car. I don't know how much they would feel that damage on our Factor 2, which is our platform that we are using for the Le Mans Virtual, have done since the very beginning.
And here we can see battle for 5th place on screen, battle for 6th place directly on screen, but just ahead is the AMG Williams car and Team Redline in our picture. And just behind that, we have Panis Racing in 7th place. So 5th, 6th and 7th there. We'll rejoin that shortly.
Look at this. This is BS competition losing the place. In fact, they've already lost a position in traffic to the 77. Now getting it back from Charlie Collins, side-by-side contact.
Nice.
So moving himself back up into 3rd position. But since that happened, Charlie Collins has got himself back ahead again. So that has changed hands twice for that 3rd position. A good little battle going on, and there's still only 0.3 of a second between the Porsche and the BMW, with the 2 Ferraris at the head of our field, with 0.8 of a second between those 2.
Yeah, it's now just 0.6 of a second. So SF Velas, the factory car, closing in on the customer team. Sim Maranello, first pole position for them, yet to get a podium, so could be on to potentially get their best result. And Proton Coanda in 3rd place are being caught here by that the BS competition car. That's a good little scrap going on between those two. We did see a replay of a change, but as Ben said, they have swapped back round again, but they are only split by 2 or 3/10 of a second. So 2 good battles going on in GTE, and there are several more going on in prototype as well. We have another good one right here in GTE, which we're watching on screen.
Here is that 3rd position battle then, with the 77 and the 89 machine. So Charlie Collins in the 77 and Ibrahim Khan in the BS competition BMW, the best of the BMWs after a good start from them and a poor start from the Redline machine. The Redline machine is over a second down. There it is in the backer shot from BS. So it felt as though the BS car was a little bit slower on those early laps, but ultimately not a huge amount more. And now that the Proton car is ahead, the gap between them and the 2 Ferraris ahead is coming down, and Ibrahim Khan is holding on to Charlie Collins. So obviously Collins happier to be leading this little gaggle, but then maybe is the Redline car catching the 2 of them as well?
It's been quiet, hasn't it, the Redline car? I think there has just been a change behind. Simsa Esports are coming through the field quite nicely as well. And Simsa Esports, after I think a difficult start to the race, are now back to where they started in 6th. They've just got past P1 Esport. But you can see, look at the gap behind. The top 5 have really streaked clear. In fact, they've lost that place again.
Oh, they've pushed Red Bull onto the grass and bouncing all over the grass. It's not the place you want to be. That's an unfortunate time to start watching Simsa and then go down the inside and bully their way past the triple 11 for 6th position. So it really is a fiery fight. Good spot there, Chris. Schindler in the 66, Busk in the triple 1, and Kasdorp is in the 99. And Kasdorp having a very lucky moment. This is the sole Red Bull entry down the inside of the 11 and getting himself up into 7th position there.
Yeah, remember Red Bull are 2nd in the championship. They started P11 and that's going to move them up to P7 now. So they are coming through the order, but look at the gap between 5th and 6th in GTE. 8 seconds. So a long gap there between 2 sets, and you can see this gaggle of cars, pretty much the rest of the field after the top 5 is all together.
But look at the gap that's just ebbing and flowing between these two. Over the line, Simsa had, what, 1.5 seconds advantage. Patrick Schindler was clear ahead. And now Yuri Kasdorp under his rear wing once more. He's going to have to look in his rear view mirror because he's got Busk and Risto Capit has joined the party in the R8G machine. Looking to the inside, going to make a move on the triple 1, just out of shot, I think. Yes, no, side by side, kissy. Cameraman, stop, don't pan. Oh, you've panned. I want to see what's happening behind.
Yeah, good little side by side there.
He has got through.
Them. Yes, he has. So R8G are through.
He has got through with the elbows out, and remember, this is a car that was within a couple of hundredths of a second of pole position and should have started up right at the sharp end with Risto Capit setting that time.
Yep, winners from round 2 at Monza after taking pole position there, and it looked like they could have been on to potentially go and add to that.
Well, he made a mistake, he went offline, he lost the rear end, and the momentum killed, and suddenly the triple 1 back under the rear wing once more. Can he carry the momentum through Le Mans? Will want to, because he's now got ProDrive and that second Proton Coanda car joining the party. The Ferrari has good straight line speed though, as we saw in that lap comparison with the BMW. You
can see down the...
Look at the gap now. Gap's massive to the Red Bull car ahead, just from that simple little mistake.
See how much you can lose just in one mistake there. I thought he was giving us, was he giving us a wave? Mistake up it there. There we go.
Elbow cramp, I reckon that is.
Thought he knew we were watching him for a second.
I'd love to see these shots inside the rig rooms of some of our drivers.
Behind is going to kick off this, isn't it? See, ProDrive, I think, are about to make another move here on P1 Esport. Or are they about to be passed? Because on board with Proton, they look like they're getting fired up to make a move as well.
It does seem as though, you know, a big slide or an offline moment costs you so much in GTE around here. And it takes you a couple of corners, as we saw with the number 88. It takes you a couple of corners to get yourself back into the rhythm and back onto the racing line. Especially when those LMP cars come through. It seems really hard for these guys to get back up to that consistent momentum that we know sim drivers are so good at.
Yeah, I think you need to get to the Ullman Straight or something like that just to take a breath again, because it's a track that just doesn't give you a break at all, does it? You need to constantly be setting yourself up for the next corner, as you can see as we're riding on board here. You can already coming through a corner there. Now we have to get set up, take a bit of curb through there. So it is a track that, yeah, if you get past in one corner, you can find yourself losing 2 more places very easily. And here come Mexico Racing Team, and now they're going to add to this fight as well.
Luckily, just on their own right now, having presumably done their penalty.
Yeah.
They are the lone LMP car to cut through the field, which, at least for the spotters for these GTE cars, you just say, don't worry, there's only one coming through for the moment. The rest of them will be with you in a few moments' time. We saw lap 8, didn't we, that the first of the lapperies began, so expect the next 2 laps for LMP the LMP cars to come through for a second time. Here is the LMP cars. We've got Porsche 1-2. 5 seconds is the gap. Then half a second between our second and third position cars, with the number 1 red line in third position. And then the 2 AMG cars, with now Proton up the inside of the 111 Porsche.
Yeah, you can see a good move there from the Aston Martin, and that moves it up into 9th place. So the ProDrive car, which, as we suspected, always seems to go better over the racing distance. 2 second-place finishes in a row for ProDrive, and now they're just slowly starting to come through the order, and that is now P9 for them. But I tell you what, the battle for second overall could start to kick off soon. It is getting very close. Team Redline might start to get on the attack shortly, as here comes Proton, the 88. Proton down the inside of P1 Esport as well. Once you lose one place, you tend to lose another, and then you have to be the one to get back on the attack again. It's absolutely brutal race out there in the midfield in GTE.
And interestingly, whilst we've got mostly pro sim drivers in this battle, Andreas Jochimsen is part of a 2 pro driver lineup in that ProDrive Fire Esports team, and Jochimsen runner-up in the Super GT category over in Japan, so that's where he's been doing a lot of his racing.
Nice.
Then an all-Danish lineup with Lassie back, their pro sim driver, but Super GT AM champion in 2019, and has been out there in Japan ever since, racing in Super GT.
Here we can see one of the other prototypes now coming through this part of the field as well. AMG Williams Esports under attack from the second of the Team Redline cars as well in the prototype category. That battle for 5th, which we checked in on a little earlier, still continuing. That 3-way fight between the AMG Williams Team Redline and Panis Racing car as well.
I'm going to correct myself.
Okay.
There's a Danish Super GT Championship, so he was doing that, obviously being Danish rather than Japanese.
Okay.
Correction. But also has done lots and lots of sim racing across different platforms as well.
Oh, well, you were almost right. Super GT.
I said Super GT.
Said Super GT.
But then I said Japan.
Oh, well.
That's okay.
I would have said the same thing.
I didn't even know that there was a Super GT.
I didn't know either. I thought there was only one. There we go. Yeah, you learn something new every day.
Josh Rogers is our guide around this Sebring circuit. 5 seconds to the good. We'll be sharing this car with, well, he's not actually sharing with his good friend Archan Guven. Guven's in the 20 machine. The 23 is Lauren Heinrich with their pro driver and Matt Backham. They'll be in their facility in Germany. As we saw yesterday, Mitch de Jong looks as though he's there as well, unless he's decided to deck out his garage as a look-alike with the purple floor. These days, less and less of the purple Coanda branding and more of the Works Porsche branding. The relationship growing and growing between Coanda and Porsche. Josh Rogers effectively therefore a Works driver for Porsche.
Well, here we see the battle between Team Redline and Panis Racing over 6th place. It's been a good race for Panis Racing, it has to be said. They're going along very well so far. Best result at 9th for them this season, so this would be a personal best if they could hang on. This is a really good start to the race for them. There's still a long way to go, and they've got 2nd in the championship and the original pole sitter behind them, so it's not going to be easy for them at all, but this is a really positive start for Panis Racing.
And once again through the traffic, it's Florian Leberge who is in that Panis Racing car in 7th position, sharing that car with Quentin Vayet, and Joban Neutrit is their pro driver.
And Yasheet went for the alternative strategy there, so they've gone softs. Everyone else mediums. So that's an interesting one to see. We were told that medium would be medium and double stint is what we're likely going to see, but maybe Yasheet will soften single stint. Who knows?
Well, that would be a good pit stop to watch then, wouldn't it? Because if they don't change their tyre and think that they can do double stint on softs, then that would be great information for everybody else. This is a battle for 8th position between number 4 Van Wall Burst and the leading R8G, number 8 machine that was actually the fastest car in qualifying, desperately trying to find a way through. Simoncic versus Sinchik, squeezing into the braking zone. Oh, and being put onto the grass, Marcel Sinchik. And losing another position to the 444 car. That was a little bit of teammatery. What do we reckon, though? Too aggressive from Jani Simoncic. Didn't really give him very much room going into tower.
No, not at all. It looked like, I mean, it didn't look like there was much contact between them, but the result of it definitely was very harsh there for RHG. They lost a lot of time, didn't they? Oh, and so will Fordzilla with that spin. What's happened there? Has that happened whilst they were trying to get past some traffic, I wonder? That's a strange part of the circuit to end up facing the wrong way.
This is the tricky moments. The other car that actually is dropped off our timing screens is the 18, Matthias Besch, down to 21st position. Started in 15th. That car was up in the top 5 in qualifying, but Besch didn't qualify it. And Matthias Besch is one of the pro drivers, the real world drivers, alongside Romain Grosjean, but they are really at the tail end there, so I don't know whether they've suffered contact. And in fact, here we are, wide going through Sunset and opening the door on the inside there to one of the GR Vector machines and the returning Rocket Sport car, which is a lap down, or is he? Yes, he is a lap down.
Well, here we see Fordzilla coming into the pits then. So damage on that car, and they're going to have to come in. Stints are going to be about 22 laps, so I don't think we're going to be able to see them get to the end. Here we go then. Let's find out what happened to them.
Wow, just a little bit over-optimistic. Whoa! Oh, we did get hit.
That was the 888, I think, wasn't it, that hit it?
Yes.
Nowhere to go.
That's big. That's big news for the RHG Ferrari, because that will be big damage. You can't be flying into an LMP car like that and get away with it.
Yeah, last time round they did a 2:02 in comparison to a 2-minute flat for the Oracle Red Bull Racing car. Let's see what they do this time around. It was 2 seconds. They were right on the back of that Red Bull Racing car, and now they find themselves actually coming under attack from the ProDrive car. So ProDrive might benefit from this. Here they are, and where are ProDrive? They're going to be very shortly behind them. There they are in the black and purple colours, are the ProDrive in that Aston Martin. Well, they didn't come into the pit lane, so they the initial reaction from Risto Capit is that he can carry on here. Let's see if that will still be the case when he crosses the line next time. He goes into Sunset now. We jump on board with RHG, Matthias Besch, looking back at Rocket Simsport, who are out of sync. And across the line, and it looks like the RHG car is going to stay out on circuit.
Well, the Simsa Ferrari has been involved in 3 separate indiscretions out on circuit so far. You can't really blame them for the Fordzilla car trying to overtake on the grass, but ultimately I'm sure that that will appear in our protest forms as well, even if really there is nothing that they could have done. Simsa with warnings already from being slightly aggressive with their elbows. Here is Matthias Besch, as I said, at the tail of the LMP field now, sharing the car with Romain Grosjean, the owner of RHG, and their pro sim driver is Ulos Ozilodrom, I think you say, from Turkey.
I'll hand that one to you then, when it comes round to it.
Romain has been struggling quite a lot to get to grips with the Sebring circuit, and Matthias Besch here. Well, the two of them are on completely different racing lines, and actually they're not really racing each other, because Rocket are a whole lap down. So Besch is probably better off letting him through and going, how do you do this? How do you get around this circuit? Because clearly Matthias struggling with the pace.
Well, I tell you who is about to race each other. BMW Team Redline. We haven't really heard much from them, but it seems they have now closed down BS Competition, and likewise Proton Coanda have closed down SF Velas as well in GT.
Oh, Velas is wide. Velas very, very wide there as we cut to them.
It's about for second. So the chase has been complete, and Sim Maranello with that have a 2.7 lead, and that could be extended as these two look like they're about to go to wars. And in the background you can see BMW Team Redline now on the back of BS Competition, and we're 2 laps away from potentially seeing our first pit stops of this race.
ARC Bratislava is the LMP car that will be trying to get past these 2 GTE cars right now. They've got Thomas Enger as their pro driver. Yeah. Yes, he must be around 50 years old, I imagine now. Enger was in Formula 3000 back in the early 2000s.
Let's add a move there. That's Pro Drive fighting away with R8G, is it? Yes, side by side.
Yeah, so that's for 8th position at the moment.
On what is a bruised car, I think we can say.
Yeah, the pace of that Triple 8 then really
I think we're
dropping
about
off.
to see a move. Here we go. Is it going to be into the hairpin? Pro Drive lining this one up potentially. Not quite close enough just yet. Covered off by R8G.
I can see what you were like as a karting driver now. If you think there's a move happening there, you're a lunger.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. That's karting for you, though.
Full-on lunger.
That's what you were. You must have been like that as well, right?
I never did any lunging.
No?
That's why my knees are so... No. I was very, very polite.
Ah.
Very polite. Well, just didn't
After you.
I know, I just defended because I was never actually attacking. No fast enough to attack.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, it's fait accompli, really, isn't it? Because we know that Triple 8 Ferrari has damage, must be compromised, especially going down the straight with that hit. And so, really, the Aston Martin should easily be able to breeze through. This, though, a change.
This will be a move, even for you, Ben. This will be a move.
Yes, down the inside. The Porsche has the inside line, has better speed, claims the apex, and Charlie Collins moves himself up into 2nd position as we're halfway through the first stint of the GTE field. They'll be pitting at the end of the hour. And now Pro Drive finds himself on the outside line, which will be less easy to complete.
Switchback maybe coming up. Here we go. Down the inside. Have some of that. Look at that. Oh, dear. Pro Drive. Well, that one's going to be frowned upon, isn't it? And it's not done either of them any favours at all, because the 88 says thank you very much and gains 2 places and a lot of time with it.
I mean, block passes work if you're on a hairpin, not when you're going through a corner.
Yeah.
5th gear faster, sweeping right-hander.
Yeah, the corner went past them there, didn't it? Oh, dear.
Not necessarily the ideal situation, because they've lost a couple of seconds, haven't they?
No, you could see it coming from a mile off, couldn't you? It was an impatient move, I think, there from Pro Drive. Satellite, that's not a scheduled pit stop.
No.
They should be going to at least 33 laps, and their home race has not got off to a good start.
They are on the alternative strategy as well. They were on the medium tyres,
Yes,
so trying to go
yeah.
longer, presumably, not shorter. Well, that rather bizarre move.
What does Triple 8 do now next time we get to Sunset? Does it do the same thing and maybe go a little bit closer to the wall?
The difficulty is they're going to have to keep running.
P1 Esport will say, just return the favour for us, please, and I'll gain 2 places.
You know, ideally, Risto Capit's going to want to go into the pits and get that car fixed because he's losing seconds and seconds a lap. But
yeah,
ultimately,
right, yeah.
How could you do that with the strategy? You can't really, can you?
Pit stops going on as well. We've got Yas Heat on the alternative strategy in Brabham, Pescarolo and GR Vector. So first round of pit stops are taking place.
Oh, a little bit of traffic here inside the top 10. Lights are flashing. Still haven't worked out if the flashing lights really have the same effect in the virtual world to the real world.
Yeah, this has just been a change of position here as well. R8G, after losing after that little moment with the number 4 car, now got back past the 444 car.
So they got back past the 444 car.
Yes.
They've still got to try and get back up to Simoncic in the 4 car, which is where they were
and that's
10 minutes ago.
That's a battle we do want to watch when that happens.
Yeah. Although it all might change around, because with pit stops due for our LMP cars, then the variations on strategy begin.
I'll be interested to see our leaders in, actually. Josh Rogers has just entered the pit lane. It will be interesting to see what the gaps are when they return from it. Are we seeing some of the guys behind just go on be a little bit more conservative, or is Josh Rogers just absolutely nailing this as we look at Simsa versus Oracle Red Bull Racing?
23 in, but crucially the 20 not in. Here's what happened to Satellite and the reason why they were in the pits. So just trying to stay out of the way of GR Vector and... Oh.
For a second there, I thought they got shoved into the pit lane.
They nearly made it, didn't they?
Yeah.
I think I might have turned in. Just get right. Maybe I could spin into the pits. That'd be much better. So crucially, our leading LMP cars into the pits, apart from the 5 Williams Esports car and the 20 Porsche Coanda. Slightly different strategy from the 2 Coanda machines.
Now they need to do 4 22-lap stints and 2 23-lap stints. That's what we expect from the prototype categories, and maybe we're seeing Porsche Coanda get that 23-lap stint out the way first, or one of those out the way first.
Oh, Simpson tried to shut the door there, but there was a Red Bull Porsche on the inside of them, and so that is a change for position. Up to 6th spot then for Oracle Red Bull, and passing all of the LMP cars coming out of pit lane.
And it seems the gap between the 23 and the number 1 car is actually even bigger after their pit stops. It's gone up to 8.3 seconds, and Team Redline are actually under pressure from the 63 Mercedes. So Mercedes going very well in their first stint and through the first pit stop as their on-track leader comes in now.
Well, let's not forget that if you've saved a bit of fuel, then your pit stop is a little bit shorter, and you can close gaps by doing so. Here is the number 20 machine. No, that is not the number 20 machine. That's the 23 that is pitted. And Josh Rogers has stayed aboard that car. Mitch Dion is in pit lane. So let's see what happens. We would certainly expect for Josh Rogers to claim the lead back again, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
But where will the 23 car come out in relation to Redline and AMG? Was AMG the one that had a faster pit stop, or did Redline have a slow pit stop? The Coanda Porsche pit stop will tell us.
Yeah, so the gap was 6.5 seconds when they came into the pits. Let's see what happens now. It's already heading down the pit lane exit, is it? Here we go. So here comes Rogers, and there you can see to the left of screen. So the gap is going to be maybe even bigger.
Let's see what happens though for 2nd position. Where is Redline? Where is AMG? Nowhere to be seen. Okay, so the gaps are grown. It was a slow pit stop, therefore we can deduce from Team Redline, and they've fallen into the clutches of the AMG Petronas car. Bono Huis is driving that car. I think has been driving that car since the start.
Yes, he has. Yeah, he took the start. So Bono now chasing down the Team Redline car. The gap just over a second. There they are. We can see them on screen. Battle for 3rd place, and what a fantastic start to the race for Porsche Coanda. 1 and 2, a gap of over 6 seconds, so it was roughly a similar pit stop for the 23 and the 20, but slow pit stops, as you said, Ben, for the number 1 car, and a quick pit stop for the number 63.
We've only seen the Porsche Coanda cars, generally, the 2 of them, only once on the podium, haven't we?
Yeah, so I mean, after pole position, it didn't really work out for them, so this would be a fantastic result for them if they could go and take a 1-2 finish here, particularly as we're about to go into that 24-hour race. It would give them a chance to go and fight for the championship.
There's so much pressure on these guys. Yes, they are sim racers, but they've got such a close attachment to Porsche, with Porsche coming back to WEC and the Le Mans 24 Hours for the centenary year next year. There's a tension on them as sim drivers, on what they are doing in the Le Mans Virtual. Wouldn't it be amazing for Porsche on their return to the real world Le Mans to win the Le Mans Virtual at the start of the year? We're expecting to learn the livery of that hypercar through the Le Mans Virtual. That's the rumours, and so there'll be huge marketing attention on those guys. And whilst it hasn't been a great series for them, if they can get this one and build that momentum through Christmas into the new year, then that really, really would be quite a story. And it would really blur that line between real and virtual even more than the Le Mans Virtual Series already does.
Now it looks like we're about to see Panis Racing. We did mention earlier that holding on to a 7th place was going to be difficult because of these 2 teams, 2nd in the championship and the fastest car in qualifying. And I think that pressure could be about to get to them as we were about to go down to the hairpin there. It seemed Van Wilburst were looking to line up a move. This is the Marla car. It's been a difficult start to the race for them. They're trying to put in a move on P1 Esport, but Panis Racing under all sorts of pressure here. The Floyd Van Wilburst car, if it doesn't make a move, that it will be passed by RHG possibly.
Yeah, absolutely. both the 4 and the 8.
This is round 2, isn't it, between these two as well? So Panis Racing might almost just want to move aside here.
The two of them, very, very quick cars. And this is a lot for Fabien Leberge to deal with. Coming on to the back straight. I thought he was actually moving out the way there, but it wasn't quite the space. Now, how much of a slipstream does an LMP car give out? We're about to find out down the Ullman Straight. A double slipstream for the R8G car, third of our group. Doesn't seem to be massive effect, does it?
No. Are we going to see... no, it's not close enough to make a move. We're not going to see a repeat of what we saw at this corner in a different category earlier, and sensibly they come out as they were.
Maybe into turn 1. That was great momentum from Sinicic through the final turn through Sunset Bend. Has a great overlap into turn 1, claims the position, and now the secret will be for R8G to follow through, and they do.
Yeah, Panis Racing, they're not fighting that one too hard. Fantastic driving from Floyd Van Wilburst, and R8G were just in the right place at the right time there to go and collect the 8th place that was on a plate for them. Panis Racing now can just slot in behind these two and go with them. They're going to go chasing after Team Redline, the second of the Team Redline cars there in 6th place.
Perfect lesson on how to overtake, isn't it, through Sunset Bend. Had no extra momentum into the turn, but just set themselves up better as they now get onto the tail of the satellite Aston Martin with that damage and cleanly get through.
I tell you what, just as this battle now, you can see is just calming down slightly as Floyd Van Wilburst. It's very close. Oh, is that satellite going off into the grass there in the background, so. Wasn't it? You can see SF Velas Esports are under all sorts of pressure from BS Competition and BMW Team Redline as well. So another three-way battle going on at the head of the field in GTE. But Floyd Van Wilburst now will try and set after Team Redline and see if they can get after them.
We're going to see here Veloce in the 20th position.
Oh
dear, getting very excited on the throttle on their soft tyres and looping it around. Now the question is, are those new or are those used softs? Because that for me is a very either old soft tyres or cold soft tyres to cause that kind of a looping mistake. Sure, presumably Gillinson is still aboard that car. Isaac Gillinson was driving it before. No, he's not. So Sandy Mitchell is driving that car. So that's their pro driver.
Yeah, that's got to be a very worn, soft set of tyres, isn't it? I mean, they're probably better off now switching over to the other strategy here.
Yeah, usually if you change tyres, you change driver. So that would suggest, considering they've had a driver change, would suggest they've changed those tyres as well. There's a new softs.
What it is then, if they're going for the alternative strategy, they have to push very hard to make up the time, and maybe that's just the tyres that haven't really got up to their full temperature yet. Yeah,
because they were also up in the top 10, weren't they, before the pit stops, and they're now down in 20th position. Sandy did not lose a massive amount of time there, but ultimately, right, pit stops for the GTE category. SF Velas, the first car to pit, and we are not even an hour into this race. That's an early stop for Ferrari.
That's an incredibly early stop. That's about 6 laps sooner than what we expected. They need to get to the hour, at least 58 minutes. So that's a really early stop for SF Velas.
Goes on to the jacks as well. So
I don't know if they've had some sort of problem there, but very, very early.
Full service for the car that was second for so long in GTE. Still Sim Maranello leading the GTE category as we now look at the battle for 11th position.
Well, that releases BS Competition and BMW Team Redline into 3rd and 4th. They're still very close together, and Yassi Veloce are now trying to get a place back here from R8G, and they're going to go down the inside on what are going to be fresh soft tyres, and that will be easy as you like. So Yassi Veloce trying to make up some places. Are we going to see Kevin Siggy about to make his first proper move since dropping back at the start as well, I wonder? Right behind Ibrahim Khan in GTEs. Plenty of battles going on throughout the prototype field, this being just one of them. Gap between the two Porsches at the head of the field, still 6.5 seconds. Floyd Van Wilburst are 2.2 back from Team Redline after they made that move on Panis Racing, and they are still close company with R8G, the number 8 car as well. This is one of the other R8Gs. Here they are now on screen, the number 8 R8G just behind the Floyd Van Wilburst car. Team Redline 1.7 now ahead, so the gap is definitely coming down. And here we go. This is the battle for third place then in GTE. BMW Team Redline right behind BS Competition, and it must be fuel saving mode here for Kevin Siggy, because he hasn't really made any impact on this race since he has dropped back at the start.
Well, if you can only do 50 minutes in a Ferrari, and we are seeing Porsches, both Coanda cars, into the pits, then there is a real strategic element to the GTE field. We thought it was just 4 full stints, but actually, if they can only do 50 minutes, they need to stretch it. And maybe this is what we're seeing from BMW Team Redline. The reason why we haven't seen a big push and Kevin Siggy getting straight back to the head of the field. Ferrari have decided to go hard and fast, whereas BMW in cruisy mode.
Yep, you might be exactly right there. If we see them get to 33, 34 laps, then they'll be on track for those 4 stints. As for the others, then it might see an extra pit stop that they really don't need and can't afford. And that might put BMW Team Redline or BS Competition in the box seat to go and win this race. So this is going to be a fascinating one to watch as we progress now through the race. And I don't think we're going to see, with that knowledge now, that Kevin Siggy will probably be happy enough just to sit behind Ibrahim Khan and continue to save fuel up until the pit stop.
Well, let's have a look at the telemetry. That always gives us a good indication of whether there's any fuel saving. At the end of the straight, sorry, they'll come off the throttle.
There we go.
Yeah,
there is a little bit.
Not a massive amount.
No. But neither come into the pits though. So
what's their pace like?
Sim Maranello's still going though, out front, it has to be said. So that Ferrari is still going. Simpsa, they're still going.
So last lap for the Ferrari ahead of field, 1:59.3. BMW's doing exactly the same times, even though they might be fuel saving. SFLS have come back out onto circuit, down in 13th in class. We're about to see what they can do on their first lap out stops. There is our leader.
And they're extending their lead still as well. It's now over 7 seconds. It was 6.5. Fantastic first stint here for Sim Maranello.
Oh, this is not good news though for the LMP car that's trying to get past our 2 GTE competitors. Where is it? There he finally goes around the outside. But is that the Panis car getting a bit caught up there? There is Kevin Siggy's moustache.
D-Station are into the pits, and more racing knowledge. Presumably
Siggy here is in the Redline offices, because there's far too many seats there for him to have at home.
Yeah, I'd assume so. One for each stint.
Yeah, gets a bit sweaty. You can move on to the next one.
But D-Station in the Aston Martin come into the pits. SFLS have just done the fastest lap of the race as well, pushing very hard now.
Okay, so that's a 57.9. So that's 2 seconds faster than what the BMWs are doing right now. So they are going hard and fast, aren't they? It's clear. The BMWs potentially could do faster. They've obviously done 50 minutes, 55 minutes on their tyres, so they don't have the best compound to push hard on. And now we've got the lead of the race coming to pass them once more. Looks like Josh Rogers putting another lap on the 2 BMWs.
Yep. One more round they go.
Fascinating stuff. And now we're seeing also the Coanda cars in GTE starting to push as well, lighting up the timing screens on their new tyres, full of fuel, so heavy. But Charlie Collins in the 77, fastest man out on circuit right now.
And this is P1 Esport versus Marla. So 27 laps down for Sim Maranello. Still, really, we expect another 5 or 6 at least to go for them before they come in. And this is Marla versus P1 Esports. Two teams yet to come in as well, so with that they've been sneaking through the order. Marla in particular, has to be said, they were right at the back at one stage, but they now find themselves in 8th position.
Now, what I'm curious to see is whether BMW can stretch their fuel enough to get themselves to the full hour mark. There is a drive to the penalty for the ProDrive 95 car, causing a collision with 888. That was R8G, and here is the collision. Into sunset. I mean, it wasn't really a collision, more than just a
Bang.
bit of a weird one. But anyway, drive to penalty for them. Big penalty for that. No damage really would have been caused by the two cars, but anyway, that's a big penalty. And a bit of a gap now between the red line and BS Competition BMWs as the red line number 1 carves through in 3rd position. Yes, I want to see. The aim surely here is for the BMWs to get to the hour, and if they can get to the hour, then they do one less stop than everybody else in GTE that's doing, will need to do a splash and dash. Because they're losing 1.5 to 2 seconds per lap right now.
We're almost there, aren't we?
And the pit lane is not particularly long here at Sebring, so you're not going to lose a huge amount of time in the pits. The pit stops were for the GT category 1 minute and 20 seconds, but that was including a full service. So a splash and dash is 40 seconds, so you need 20 laps if you're doing 2 seconds a lap.
Simpson and ProDrive in as well.
I'm not sure that's possible, really. To fight 20 laps at 2 seconds a lap faster is what they need to do that one less pit stop. Sorry, one more pit stop.
Makes it an intriguing race.
Suddenly does. Again, Lewis's strategy, complete rubbish.
I'll let him explain himself in about 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, exactly.
When he comes in.
I'll bash him for the next 3 minutes and then scarf her. Number 8, 7th position, R8G here, running a little bit wide, catching a bump. Oh! And that from 7th position, Martin Chinchik. Now, Martin Chinchik was racing the Van Wall number 4. Where's the Van Wall number 4? Simoncic down in 14th position. What has happened to Simoncic? Simoncic changed tyres. So Simoncic is on a new set of tyres, down in 14th in the Floyd Van Wall Burst. He is the only LMP car that I can see, other than the Yas Heat car, that changed tyres at the stop. We know that Yas Heat's changed on that because they're on softs. Now, but he's on mediums. If that's the number 4, yes, it is number 4. So they've completely done a different thing here. Simoncic has changed from mediums to mediums, and he's put himself out of sync with everybody else.
They've been in twice.
No.
They've been in twice, haven't they? So did they get a...
they've had a drive-through penalty.
They've had a drive-through.
Yes, they have been in twice.
Yeah.
So why have they?
Their last stop was only 30 seconds.
Oh, there we go. Pushing us off the track. Number 8 has...
so that was for the incident coming down towards turn 10.
Yeah, okay.
So
they did get a drive-through penalty for that little squeeze that cost them a bit of time.
Yeah. BS Competition come in to the pits, meanwhile, and so do R8G in GTE. So as we are pretty much at the hour now, I'd say it's pretty much it's safe now for everyone to come in and be on track in GTE to make it to the end, or at least it should be.
So yeah, so the 1 minute and 40 time in the pits means that they haven't changed the tyres, but Simoncic's drive-through penalty cost him 32 seconds.
And there are BS Competition now leaving the pit lane.
They haven't made the hour quite, though, have they?
58 minutes with a start with a warm-up lap. I'd say it's okay.
Wow. They're going to have to work harder at it, because The 26 Ferrari is still out there with an 8-second lead. Siggy in second and Kasdorp in third, still to pit.
Well, let's take a look back at what happened in the first hour of the race then. 500 miles kicked off with the Team Redline and Porsche Coanda cars at the head of the field in the prototype. We had an instant Mexico Racing Team going into the back of Pescarolo, who went into the back then of the Rocket Simsport car. They lost their rear wing. Mexico Racing Team would receive a drive-through penalty for it. Rocket Simsport, with no rear wing, would find themselves spinning round before we even reached the first corner. Behind that then, in the GTE, Sim Maranello would lead the way with BMW Team Redline, who immediately came under pressure and dropped to 5th. That was when we saw Proton trying to get down the inside of Simsa, and we had Oracle Red Bull Racing trying to do similar things a little bit further back. This was a real feisty battle, which would see Red Bull Racing then going briefly off onto the grass. This was the Proton Coanda as the battle continued in that 88 car, going down the inside of the 111 P1 eSport car, with ProDrive getting past the pair of them as they start to make their way through the order. Fordzilla would drive onto the grass instead of onto the track and would be punished for it as they found themselves facing the wrong way. 888 would say, "What are you doing there?" and would go straight into them with nowhere else to go. Fordzilla would come into the pit lane with damage, and we would have a 888 car that would definitely be carrying a little bit of damage to it as well. ProDrive would then attempt to make a ambitious move into Sunset Bend, sold the dummy, got on the brakes hard, but unfortunately couldn't get the car stopped, and that almost saw them and the 888 car going straight into the barriers. The 88 said thank you very much and took 2 places and went up the order. Satellite were almost pushed into the pit lane there and found themselves going straight into the barriers, and that would see them having to go into the pit lane. A home race which just hasn't gone well for them at all so far. Yassine Faloche out the pit lane, unfortunately would have to spin on a fresh set of tyres straight away and would get going safely, but a lot of work for them to do in this one. This is R8G, who had a moment coming out of turn 1, but would be able to rescue the car and keep going again. And that has been what has been a pretty hectic first hour, but out front, not so much for Porsche Coanda. A great start to the race for them. 8.5 seconds clear of the number 20. Team Redline in third, then the AMG cars come after that. A little bit further down, we are in the pit stops in GTEs, so it is Mahler who currently lead, but we are seeing plenty of pit stops going on so far. Some made it to the hour. Sim Maranello were our leaders when it happened. BMW Team Redline, one of the teams in chase with BS competition. And as Ben Constanduras leaves for a break, coming in to start his 3-hour stint, yep. Lewis McGlade. Welcome, Lewis. What have you made of the first hour then?
Yeah, I mean, people are going to get very bored of my voice. I'm afraid.
No, well, they're going to be bored of mine in about, well,
they already are.
They already are, yeah. So it's already started.
It's been an interesting start. I mean, that race started in LMP was a little bit too much. Obviously, just misjudgments and whatnot can happen around here. You always want to get that jump down into the first corner. A few too many instants in the opening hour. We've seen a bit too much of it, but interesting strategy, which we're seeing. For the most part in LMP, everything's kind of running to the number that was expected. In GTE, though, obviously SFLS, after taking over that race, is because they've made an earlier pit stop. And curious to see how that one is going to play out. You can see the battle between the number 2 R8G Team Redline versus the number 8 R8Gs, which were very fast yesterday on the bit of the recovery drive.
Yes, they were. Team Redline, we are watching now. I have to ask you. Oh no. Don't worry, it's not going to be. What have you made of SFLS coming into the pits early? And they weren't the only ones to do it. Proton. What do we think is going on there? Is this just an aggressive strategy from them?
Yeah, they're going for 4 stops, 5 stints. Normally the GTEs, we're expecting them to make 4 stints. They're going to be in the pit lane 3 times throughout the race, is the expectation on the end of hour 1, hour 2, hour 3, which is after about 33 or 34 laps, basically, which should be more than possible. However, SFLS are attacking this in something completely different.
Seems a bit strange for a team that was running in the top two positions.
But then why were they running in the top two positions? Was it because of the speed? Because they would have had less fuel in the car.
That's why they were very aggressive at the start.
Exactly. It's kind of like it's a strategy which can work. It's a strategy which is very easy to say at this point is a silly idea. It's an aggressive idea, but this is an aggressive race, right? This really, really is. It's 4 hours, 500 miles. It is absolutely brutal with the bumps, with the way the race goes, with how brutal this track is generally, and you've got to race the track as much as your other competitors. So, yeah, it could work.
For a team that started third, it seemed a strange call, but they are the experts in the cars, and it makes, I'll tell you what, it makes for a very interesting race, doesn't it? We always love to see, oh, there we go. Is that Pescarolo side by side
Axel.
with, Axel. Haven't seen much of Axel in this race, but we will do now, and they make a move for 17th place. Just about saved the car, though.
My goodness.
Wow.
Yeah, coming up through
Le Mans.
up through Bishop, up towards Le Mans. I mean, that's it's a risky part of the track. It's a great overtaking opportunity if you're brave enough. But of course, anyone will remember the World Endurance Championship here earlier on in the year, they'll remember Lopez's crash going into Bishop. It's a risky corner. A bit of a lock up there coming down into Sunset from the 79 axle. That is so easy to do over those bumps. You're turning, you're resting it down on the brake pedal, and it can be sometimes a little bit too much. It's the battle for the race lead. If you're going to ask me about one car that's been looking very, very impressive today, I've got to say that 77 has been looking very, very fast indeed. Collins behind the wheel. They're on the aggressive strategy as well, aren't they?
Yes, both the Protons came in.
Yeah.
So these guys really should just work together now. I mean, they won't do themselves any favours fighting with each other. So we're out of sync, aren't we, in the order here? SF Velas and Proton are leading, but we expect them to be in the pits one more time. So at some stage, they're going to drop back and are going to be the ones chasing. And that will be towards the end of the race. It looks like the AMG cars have done well strategy-wise as well, particularly the Petronas 63 car. Really closed the gap to Team Redline and has kept that gap at 1.5 seconds ever since. So great performance from them so far, and on to fight for a podium.
Yeah, when we speak of recovery drives, realistically the 63 AMG Team Petronas Esports has been on a recovery drive for the season. Started out without being classified even in the first round after some issues during the race. Then they finished in 8th, and then of course they won the last round, looking to move their way up. But don't forget AMG Team Williams won in 5th position. They did win this race last year, which put them into championship contention, a championship which they did not win, and they missed out by the most painful of margins.
Remind us.
Half a point. That is, again, brutal. They took it very well, bless them. But they'll want to come back, they'll want to win, obviously.
Here we can see this is the battle for 5th place, RHG Redline, and ahead of that is AMG Williams. So we ride on board with 7th place, and RHG, the car that initially qualified on pole position here. Can it get some places? It's I'd say taking a patient approach to the race so far. The Porsches look very hard to beat today. 1 and 2 for them. You wouldn't expect that. They've only got one podium between them, which came with a 3rd place at round number 2 for the 23 car, which leads the way so far. None for the number 20, but that could be about to change. That said, that is ahead in the championship after a very consistent season in the top 5 in all 3 rounds so far. Here we watch the RHG car, though, the number 8. Ooh. After being very quick yesterday, it looks like it's getting a little bit closer to making a move here, but Team Redline does have the toe of the AMG Williams car ahead, and that seems to just be keeping RHG at bay so far. Yeah,
Brzezinski was way out wide going through Sunset and is struggling a little bit. Back to the battle between Collins and Stoltz. So at the front of the GTE field, as that was Williams on Arnage trying to slot the gaps one way. Or it might not have been Williams. It might have been potentially even the Alpine. It certainly was. I just saw blue and was like, boom. But no, completely wrong there. Battle for the race lead, though, now, in GTE.
Now, Sim Marinello are going quicker than the 2 leaders.
Which I don't know if they would have changed tyres on that stop or what they would have done. But obviously they would have done something slightly different in the pit. I believe they would have still taken tyres because they're not as far out ahead as I would expect. So I'm not 100% sure as to why they're struggling on pace right now.
Sim Maranello are the quicker team, 1:58. Marla are the quickest team last time round, 1:58.1. Brilliant lap from them.
Who's behind them?
D'Alessandro is in the car for them, who qualified for them yesterday.
Plenty fast enough driver on R52. Again, normally in open wheels, but still, you can wrestle around a GTE. They did get used to driving the LMP last year, didn't they?
Yes.
Before moving into the GTE category, which I think I've got to say is a wise call, because obviously Marla and this are run by BS Competition. For BS Competition to then have 2 cars in the GTE category rather than spreading themselves out between GTE and LMP, I think it's a very wise call.
Makes a bit more sense, doesn't it? Now, it looks like Panis Racing Team, unfortunately, are going to be in danger of losing another place here. They're coming under attack from Next View Van will Burst, and that is for 8th position. Panis Racing Team trying to hang on to a top 10 finish, or a top 10 place. We're far from the finish of this race. But Next View Van will Burst in the 444 right behind them. This is for the battle for the lead in GTE, but I don't really... Are we going to see a battle between these two, or are they going to work together? The 77 is going to go for a battle down the inside at Sunset Bend, and Proton Coanda take the lead in GTE. Right now it's over to SF Velas to try and respond, Lewis.
I mean, Casper Stoltz is so experienced in the world of sim racing. I think he's going to play this one very, very wise, and potentially won't come back on the attack. Again, not losing time, except the fact that, hey, Collins might actually be a little bit faster right now, and that is okay. Use the slipstream, let it pull you along away potentially from Sim Maranello, who are charging right now. I say I'm not sure what the right call is. I will say it now. Obviously, it's very early to say. We are 94 laps away from the end of this race. I don't think this is the right call.
No.
But I will say as well, I've spoken to a few teams today, and almost all of them are in full belief that we will see a full course yellow in this race, or a code 60, 80, whatever it is, in this current pit lane speed limit is. But we will see an intervention during the race.
Okay.
We've had one this season, of course, back in Monza, courtesy of the GR Vector car not being able to get out of gear.
Right.
But not turn off the pit limiter. Sorry. But I don't know. It is one way you could see it. If you get a crash around here, normally it'll be a stonker.
Team Redline trying to get past AMG Williams. Jakub Brzezinski in the car for Williams. Diogo Pinto, Marcel Shinchik in the car for RAG. All 3 of them. You can see absolutely nothing to choose between them there as they hammer the curb through turn number 4 out of 5 now. Coming around Big Bend down to the hairpin. In the tow is Team Redline, and AMG Williams feel the need. Thought they were going for the defensive there, but they are clearing ProDrive in that Aston Martin. Project One by Dua Esports. We saw the gains and losses in GTE. They've done very well out of that first round of pit stops. They have gained 8 places since the start of the race. Absolutely brilliant start to the race for them. So Project One by Dua Esports. They did take a slower stop though, 46 seconds in the pit lane spent for them.
Did Lerner start the car? Did Maurice Lerner start that car?
Project One by Dua Esports. No, he did not.
No, I did get told. I can't remember. I asked him the question because he's obviously
slow stop for them.
He's at Sim Expo today.
Oh, they're in the pit lane. Okay, there we go.
He's at Sim Expo today, and he did. I can't remember if he said that he was doing his stint after or before heading back. Well, I think it's after he's been to come back and then do a stint.
Well, they're in the pit lane, and so our team Fordzilla are in the pit lane as well.
Fordzilla.
Are we coming to the second round of stops now?
Fordzilla, we are approaching. We're 4 or 5 laps away from the second round of stops. I know you've explained it before, but I'm going to say it again. When it comes to the LMPs, the laps that we're looking at, we need them to do 2 23 lap stints and 4 22 lap stints across the entirety of the race. Here comes the move then around the outside. Marcel Chinchik's going for it.
RAG there trying to get round the outside of Team Redline, and Team Redline just covers it off as they come on the exit of the corner. The switchback not working for RAG. Team Redline read exactly what was going to happen and covered it off. RAG, a bit ambitious coming into turn 5, just showing the nose down the inside, but not quite able to get through. And all of this playing into the hands of Jakub Brzezinski in that AMG Williams car. He is streaked clear by well over a second of these two now.
There's Chinchik, you can see on your screen a little bit wide there from Pinto. Big oversteer there from Chinchik. I mean, he knows how to wrestle this car. I did commentate once where there was a higher category than LMP. Read into it what you know what the category was in a league, and he was in an LMP 2, obviously, and this is the LMP category, but same car, but in that being the second category of the race, and in the wet was actually challenging for the overall race lead in this car. That is how good he is in this. That was when he was racing for Varga Sim Racing, the nature of how that race went. Alas, in this scenario, I think they will be able to catch back up to AMG Team Williams. I don't think it will be a major drama right now, because I think that Brzezinski, I think he's struggling a bit. Maybe it's tyres. I mean, it's not the hardest tyre wear circuit track in the world, but you can overdo it quite easily around here. Typically, it's a little bit warm in Sebring.
I don't know if something happened to Alpine there, but it seems like they lost a place and a bit of time with it as well. They've now dropped down to 14th.
I'm struggling a bit this moment.
They're not quite the team that we saw at Spa, are they? That were the team that I think we talked about more than anyone else that time, that round. They were the ones playing the alternative strategy. They were on the attack all race, making so many overtakes. And Alpine are very quiet this weekend. Hopefully for them, they can, when we get to their home race at Le Mans, they can be back to their Spa 4.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, Roy McDuff did the first ever Le Mans Virtual. So we'll see him again in this one, making it 3 for 3.
This is Jas Heat getting down at the inside of... Let's have a look. That's a place made for Jas Heat. Is it Pescarolo? That's they've gone down the inside of. It is. So that's a change of 18th place for them. As we pick up now BMW Team Red Line behind BS Competition. These two have been together pretty much all race. I mean, what a start it was, Lewis, for BS Competition. They were all elbows out at the start and really did gain out of it. And now ahead of BMW Team Red Line. We didn't expect them to be the lead BMW at this stage of the race, but they're really holding their own over BMW Team Red Line. Yeah,
doing a really super job, the BS Competition team. Of course, Ibrahim Khan behind the wheel, Felix van Delft running the strategy behind the team. Not 100% sure if they're sticking to the standard game plan of 3 stops. And they're not really doing too much fuel mileage, but they do have the fuel-saving kings directly behind in Team Redline. So we'll have to wait and see. Out a little bit wide, and Redline with the up and under. I think that was Ibrahim Khan letting the red line. Not in. Do
you think so? I thought that was getting delayed on the exit.
I don't think
a car on the outside.
I don't think he was fighting that red line at all. I think, again...
You think that he was lifting off the throttle?
Potentially a little bit. You know, I've done my fair share of racing against Ibrahim Khan. He doesn't tend to lift out the throttle that much, but on that occasion certainly looked like it. I reckon he could have fought that one a little bit harder, at least, at the very least. But also right now, if you've got Redline behind you, is there need for fighting them now? Sit behind them, take their slipstream, use the time to save the fuel. I mean, Ibrahim Khan's plenty fast enough.
This is a case of Ibrahim Khan going, right, enough of saving your fuel. It's my turn to save my fuel.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. That's how I would see that one playing out at the moment. One thing is though, is that I mean, Sim Maranello are miles down the road right now, and if they're running that same 3-stop strategy, then yeah, they're already in a really bad spot as we go back to this 3-way fight. So Brzezinski has been caught once again by Diogo Pinto and of course Marcel Chinchik, and someone closing in the background. I do believe David Marocek is a million miles away, just 2.5 seconds off the rear end of this train.
Yeah, in that 444 car. And then we have Panis Racing, so the 444 is past Panis Racing. They are 2.5 seconds back, and Williams Esports are the next car chasing after Panis Racing. There we see R8G showing themselves in the mirrors of the Team Red Line car. Up to Sunset, they take a really wide line through there. Will that give them a good run on the exit. They've got some traffic to deal with. No, they've taken the wide line so that they can get back across the circuit and come into the pit lane. AMG Team Petronas in, Team Redline, both Team Redline cars in. The 8 R8G is in, the 444 is in as well. The cars that stayed out were the 2 Porsche Coanda cars and also the AMG Team Williams car. Panis Racing have stayed out as well, as have Williams Esports.
I'm not sure, I've never had to commentate his maths, I'm not sure on the maths. I think it might have been a stint that was slightly too short, if I'm honest, because Josh Rogers is on his 44th lap, which would mean that he did 22 in the first, and he's aiming to do 22, so I'd expect that Rogers will be in either this lap or the next lap, which then means that everyone else is kind of pitting maybe a lap early. We'll have to wait and see on that one. I'm not 100% sure, but again, I trust the team's maths more than mine, if I'm perfectly honest.
So do I.
I will say, by the way, if you fancy taking part in some of this racing, we do, obviously courtesy of our sponsors in Thrustmaster, there is a competition going on. If you're on the Traction YouTube or the Traction Twitch, if you put in !competition, you can read all the information as to how to enter into that competition. You might win yourself a Thrustmaster T128. So
yes.
Get yourselves into the world of sim racing. It will start you on your career path, and then maybe you can go through the Le Mans Virtual Cup and join the Le Mans Virtual Series as well as our race leader Josh Rogers up the pit lane.
Great pieces of kit to start with as well.
So
right?
good. So when it comes to starting gear, you know, there's always been that thing in sim racing as to what wheel did you start on, what wheel did you start on. And 9 times out of 10, at least at this point in sim racing, I'm not going to say what wheel it is because it is what it is. It's not on brand, but it's the same for most, right? And the T128 is effectively that wheel for the modern generation. It is the best place to have as a starting point realistically, and at least get that first taste of sim racing without having to spend $2.5 grand on a direct drive and going, oh wow, this isn't very good, is it? As you get battered off after another corner. The old classics of sim racing. Ups and downs.
Great insight as ever. Porsche Coanda 23 race leader came in. So did the 65 Panis, so did the 53. Now staying out, like last time, the 20 has stayed out for an extra lap.
I think an extra 2 potentially.
An extra 2?
Potentially, because they might do, because I've said before, they need to do 2 23 lap stints and 4 22 lap stints. So if I were them, I'd like get the 2 23 lap stints out ASAP.
Out the way now.
Whilst you're going through thick layers of traffic. Because when you're going through thick bits of traffic, you actually, if you play your cards right, you save fuel going through it. You're lifting off, you're coasting your way into it, coasting your way through it. So yeah, that's how I would treat it anyway.
Are either of these two teams saving fuel? And is Yuri Kazdorp taking advantage of being behind a Proton Coanda? Yes, just a little bit. We can see the green bar reducing there, the throttle. That was a sign that he was getting off the throttle before applying the brakes. And that Oracle Red Bull Racing makes its way. Okay, Lewis, I think we're going to see something happen to Team Redline here.
Yeah, you can see Pinto directly head on board with Marcel Chinching. Ooh, that was nasty. Obviously coming down into Cunningham, and it kind of snapped a little bit on the rear and really struggled to arrest that car and slow it down for the corner. So Diego Pinto struggling a little bit. Tyres worn. We're expecting the LMPs to be double. We were expecting the LMPs to be double stinting, so it kind of makes sense. Was that before pit stop or post pit stop though? That's the question. Because if that was on brand new tyres,
then their tyres are very hurt.
That's a big oopsie.
There's our number 20 in, and now we wait and see what the gap is when they come back out on the track in comparison to the number 23. And we have some driver changes now. Lauren Heinrich has jumped in the car of the 23 Porsche Coanda. So driver changes starting to go on up and down the order after 2 stints. And there we can see the number 5 Williams Esports car down off the jacks now. And I think we've just had some info there, Lewis.
Yeah,
tell us more.
The number 2, we are being told that obviously Diego Pinto's handed over to Luke Bennett, who locked up on the outlap.
Oh dear.
That was on the outlap. And bearing in mind you're expected to do an hour and 20 minutes on those tyres. Oopsie doopsie. I mean, LMP driver-wise, this is a perfect round, right? Because it's 1 hour and 20 minutes of stint. 1 hour and 20 minutes of driver in the car, right?
Yeah.
So you're in for a double stint, and then you hand over, and then your teammate does a double stint, and you hand over, and your teammate does a double stint. This is easy peasy.
Yeah.
You do not want to start your 1 hour and 20 minute stint around here, your only stint in this race, by completely obliterating the tyres 10 corners into the track. That's going to be
What's that a case of? He just stamped on the brakes far
cold
too
tyres, cold driver. A little bit. I know Luke Bennett's a quality driver. Anyone in Redline, of course, they've just picked up Luke Browning as well from Team Fortilla, of course, the GB3 champion of 2022.
I've never heard of it. I'm joking, of course.
That's harsh.
I'm joking.
Never heard of any of the stuff that you commentate on with Sky Sports' own Chris McCarthy.
He's a brilliant driver. He was up for the young driver of the year. We'll find that out tomorrow.
Yes,
if he's got that. So best of luck to him.
Super talent.
He'll win a test in a Formula 1 car, won't he, if he wins it. So best of luck to him.
Can't wait to see where his motorsport career is going to go, generally. But now we know where his sim racing career is going to go. It's straight over to Team Redline, one of the absolute best teams in sim racing. Of course, Team Fortilla are a great squad as well, but no disrespect if I had the choice between Team Fortilla and Redline. It depends if Fortilla are going to send me a t-shirt or not. But realistically... Oh, see you, Rocket. There's another one. They've been sent off by ARC Bratislava, and their luck is not with it today, is it?
Everyone's just piling into the back. They've got a target on the back of their car, haven't they? And ARC Bratislava have cashed in on that one as well. Oh, dear. That was not good news for Rocket Sim Sport at all. ARC Bratislava continue on without losing any time. They might do with some damage to that car. Rocket Sim Sport at least have the rear wing of the car attached this time.
Yeah, there is a lot of damage on the front end of the Rocket Sim Sports car. We're riding on board with ARC Bratislava. Now, bearing in mind, again, we only saw a very quick snippet of that incident, but bearing in mind that the car that hit off Rocket Sim Sport earlier did receive a penalty, I would suggest that ARC Bratislava might be in the same camp. That's a very injured car. Yeah. I genuinely feel bad for them. No bias inside the team. It's just they are not having a good round. They're running in 23rd, the penultimate position inside the LMP category, just one behind them. And yeah, it looks like their difficulties this round are going to grow. Well, Rocket Sim Sport will have to come into the pit lane now. Porsche Commander in the 23 did another good stint there with fuel, didn't they? 9.4 is now the gap. It went from around 6.5 seconds to 8 seconds. It's now gone from 8 seconds up to 9.1 seconds. So really going in the right direction. Yassi Veloce aren't making the progress we would have expected them to on this alternate strategy, are they? They are unfortunately struggling to make any progress in this race. And they are now trying to get past GR Vector Esport. Will they make a bit of progress here? No, they are catching BMW Team Redline as they make their way down through turn 3 and in towards 4 and 5. Lewis, talk us through this. Yeah, we're going to be looking at ARC Bratislava, who slapped the 88 straight off the track. Of course, Proton Coanda coming into Le Mans corner, and then this incident that we did see as we come back live. So Rocket straight out of the pit lane, which is absolutely fine, and then ARC Bratislava coming into that kink at turn 2, sending them straight off the road. Yeah, the first one I'm kind of looking at and being like, okay, it is their fault, that is naughty, but also it's kind of like, that's traffic around Sebring, you get those kind of things. That second one is pretty unacceptable. I think we'll see a trip. I think we're going to see that one's going to be definitely investigated, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them roll down pit lane. There we can see effects have been off. Pescarolo, this is the Alpine team, in the blue colours there, making their way down the inside. I think GR Vector have been off the road because that's how they lost position, of course, to Yazid Veloce. Alpine trying to make up a spot after losing out fair amounts today. They're running a slightly different strategy courtesy of things happening behind the scenes. Not quite as aggressive as they were doing last time. Lehman behind the wheel, though, who has a bit of an issue computer-wise, and hopefully getting a 23-lap stint in here and then getting straight out of the car. to avoid any of that potential computer issue jumping into the race and affecting the race. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. We will keep the Alpine car in the race, because that is, like I say, when you're having hardware problems, basically, and I have had this before in sim racing. I once did a 24-hour race where we were expecting computer issues for all 3 of our drivers, and you basically sat there being like, fingers crossed, hoping, praying. Like,
so that's it. There's nothing you can do about it. It's like having a car which you think we don't really know if the car's going to hang on, but we'll just send it out anyway and hope for the best.
Yeah, no, it's exactly like that. As Pascal have a bit of a slide there. You know, it's exactly like that. You are sat there. There's nothing more you can do. Like I say, you can. Whether it's the computer overheating, in this case, you could stick as many fans around it and turn them all on and just hope for the best, hope to get as much of that hot air out of the computer as possible. But there does come a threshold with computers where, particularly in the modern day, you know, they don't tend to like smoke up and fry up and all that kind of stuff. They'll just turn off. Right. There's a lot of safety things on the computer that will stop it from getting that far, and you're just hoping that doesn't happen, because it doesn't matter what you're in the middle of. If the computer's too hot, it will just turn off unless you disable all that, which I would highly recommend not doing.
Someone's gone off the road there. Who was that? That was a Ferrari, wasn't it? That was an SFLS, was it?
Might have been RHG potentially. I don't know. I certainly saw a little bit of blue in there. Could well have been.
Let's keep an eye on the background. As we come onto the Ullman Straight, we might be able to work out who that was exactly.
Smart move, I like that. We'll hope for a really big head-on shot. That's a call to the broadcast director to find something magical on that one. Sorry, Tom.
There we go.
No, because it's all out of focus. Sorry, I've become so critical.
Wow.
With this, and that's how I got sacked from Le Mans Virtual in January. Have a good one, lads.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's keep an eye on the lap times, shall we? That might tell us who has a slow lap next time they cross the line.
Well, speaking of RHG, at least in the LMP category anyway, they are on the attack.
Yes, it was SFLS.
SFLS?
Yeah, 203 last time round for them, 159 for Proton.
Here we are with Fordzilla versus RHG, going a little bit wide down into Cunningham. He brings it back on. Hard tyres being used from Gianmarco Fiducci, but
that's a strange one.
That is not helping them slow down in that occasion. They are pretty tricky when it comes to the brakes. Nikodem Wisniewski, though, has taken over the number 53 at the moment. We do expect driver swaps for the most part in that category.
Now,
so it makes sense.
No, Lewis, it's going to really hurt is SFLS, because now the gap between them and Sim Marinello is less than 2 seconds.
Yeah, they're not having a good race, to be perfectly honest. It looks like they are, and it does look on paper like they are, but right now it's just not fully going to plan. It's a bit of a shame. It does not mean they cannot get a good result. They've got great pace, cars running well around here, particularly on the Ullman Straight. Anyway, they're looking like they're in a good spot. I'm just, with issues like that, I'm not so sure. I think they probably got sent off, by the way, to Tower, but still.
Well, we've completed 50 laps, so let's go through the order then, where we sit in this race. Porsche Coanda are 1 and 2 overall. The 23 car, which was on the podium at the second round, 4 hours of Monza, leads the way by 8.7 seconds over the sister car, the number 20 car, with Tommy Uskard now in the car for them. Lauren Heinrich is in the number 23, a man who raced in the Porsche Super Cup this year, a Porsche driver, did a brilliant season as well. Tommy Uskard is in the number 20 car, 8.7 seconds back, 4th in the championship so far. Team Redline, our championship leaders, are then in 3rd. They're just under 4 seconds back from the second of the Porsches. AMG Team Petronas Esports are coming through the field nicely. They were winners last time out. They sit P4, P5. The winners here last year, AMG Team Williams Esports. Then our pole sitters from yesterday are next. That is RHG Esports. They're just 6/10 behind Williams. That's the battle you can see on your screen now. Then we have Luke Bennett, who has injured his tyres in the Team Redline car, the number 2 car. Next few Van will burst are next in the 444. Panis Racing are dropping back, unfortunately, in 9th place, and are being caught by the number 5 Williams Esports. The rest of the order: Brabham, Floyd Van Wilburstens, Axel Arnage, Yassik Veloce, Pescarolo, Alpine,
R8G after a penalty of 10 places on the grid. Then GR Vector Esport, Team Vordzilla, ARC Bratislava have just had that incident. Then GR Vector, Rocket Simsport, Mexico had a drive-through at the start of the race. As for GTE, Proton Coanda are leading the way in the 77 from the SF Velas, which did just go off the road. Those two are on a different strategy, though, to the leaders, Sim Marinello. Then they are being chased down by the two BMWs, Redline and BS Competition. The gap there, 7.5 seconds, so Sim Marinello in a good place at this stage of the race. Oracle Red Bull Racing coming through the field nicely. They could be in what could be 4th place at this stage. And Proton Coanda are next from D Station, who are going along nicely. Marla have done very well. They were once 16th. They're now 9th, which could become 7th later in the race. P1 Esport next, then Simsa, R8G. ProDrive not showing the form they did, which got them 2 second-place finishes. Dura Esports are next, then InSpeed. Satellite, their home race, has sadly been a bit of a disaster, and that's where we are with now just over 50 laps gone in this race. As for pit stops, we're about 10 or 15 away from LMPs, and we're about 20 minutes, just over 20 minutes away from seeing all the GTEs in. As for those 2 lead ones, when do we expect to see them in about 10 minutes time?
Yeah, should be very, very soon. But also, not only are we going to see all of the GTEs, and we'll see the LMPs coming in roughly at the same point. I mean, it's busy time in the pit lane halfway through this race.
Has that influenced the decision at all of SF, of the 2 guys who pitted early?
No, I don't think so. I think there are times when you should try and avoid going into the pit lane at the same time as everyone else. For example, you know, that first pit stop, if you're an LMP, that first pit stop at Le Mans, absolutely not a chance. You either go a lap longer or a lap less. Do not come in on the same lap as everyone else, because you have what will effectively at that point probably be about 30 LMPs all pitting 35 minutes into the race. That's only after like 8 laps. That one, 100%, avoid doing it the same as everyone else. In this, no, not really. It shouldn't be too bad. Everyone's spread out quite a bit. You should have your own little space in pit lane. Yes, the risks are high, but the risks are always kind of high coming into the pit lane. And the risks are high in this kind of race. So why would you compromise the entirety of your race just trying to avoid one potentially scary bit in the pit lane when you've got LMPs darting left, right and centre? Like I said, this race is not going to go well for everyone. A few people are going to have a bit of a mare, and you know, as they say, no one likes a soggy rap.
There it is.
There is Jack Keithley behind the wheel, action man himself.
But there it is behind.
Yeah,
the famous wallpaper.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's more the curtains. Again, action man curtains. I'm going to apologise on this broadcast, even though it's nothing to do with this broadcast. I did say that Jack Keithley was from Norfolk. He's from Ipswich, which is not in Norfolk. So I do apologise to both Jack Keithley and his dad. Sorry, mate. Oops.
Where is Donington?
We've just been told where is Donington. It's in Leicestershire. I don't care for anyone that says it's got a Derby postcode. It's not in Derbyshire. It's 100 metres away from the border.
Right.
It's a whopping 100 metres as well. What county are we in at the moment?
Let's see. This.
What county are we in at the moment?
I don't know.
We are just about.
We're in Florida. We're in Sebring.
Technically, we're in Silverstone, so it's fine. Ben will correct you on that one. No, we're in Northamptonshire just, but the Buckinghamshire border is not very far away.
I didn't realise I was having a geography lesson today.
I'm a nerd on this stuff. I'm preparing you for random bits of information you need to come into your head for that quiz later on. Grill the commentators, which.
How did you get on?
I got 44 out of 51.
You didn't have to tell me your actual answer.
I didn't.
You've ruined it for everyone.
No, I didn't. I definitely didn't get that score. But you have to tune into.
How was it though? So tell give us
no spoilers.
No, wait, but just give us a bit of a teaser so people know what because. People don't really. For those who don't know anything about it, I haven't seen the Instagram post
honestly,
yet. What is it? Where can they go and watch it?
For anyone watching, it's all it'll all be posted on the Le Mans Virtual Instagram, where we will all be asked. We get asked. Essentially, it's 5 questions that we'll get asked. There's a lot of points up for offer though, and if you want to see 3 people get extremely confused, it's the best place to go.
What is it this time?
We've got some slightly Christmas-themed questions, which is great.
Last time it was, I think the highlight, I know certainly for Ben, was Martin Haven not being able to guess some cars correctly.
I really like that cars quiz.
Did you like it?
I did. Mostly because
I was very terrified about that one, I have to be said.
I was terrified, and then we started doing it. I was okay.
We all just got absolutely embarrassed by John, really.
Mr. McCarthy,
Didn't we?
I will tell you now, if you were scared of that quiz, good luck in this one, mate.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's...
I think I'm going to get an early train after my stint.
It's harsh.
I think there is a train strike, so I might just have
Is
to
there
go.
a train strike again?
Maybe.
Oh no, he's just shaking his head at me. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It's fine.
Right, let's get back to the racing.
Yeah, we'll focus on this.
This is the battle for
racing.
5th place. AMG Williams versus RAG. Now, winners versus the people who qualified on pole. So, oh dear. And there's Mr. Ratcliffe, the man who came up with this idea and this quiz.
He's hanging out,
shaking his hand at me.
outside the commentary booth.
Ben Considurus would actually be doing it at the moment. And the fact we haven't seen him walk past scares me a little bit.
It's fine. It's fine.
Anyway.
I will say, when it comes to winners, speaking of winners in this, obviously,
Whoa, here we go.
AMG Team Williams, just completely changed topic.
Oh, right. I thought you were going to say I've won both of them so far.
No, I've won all 3. We've done all 3. I've won the competition. AMG Team Williams, they've, of course, won this race. And obviously, they won the initial Le Mans Virtual back in 2020 as well. They are strong in this category. They finished runner-up. And I will say, I was looking up earlier.
They had a celebration yesterday as well, didn't they?
Because obviously, Nikodem Wisniewski, driver in the car, birthday boy yesterday. Their season this year looks very similar to a season that we've seen before.
Go on.
Last season, they finished, the opening 3 races of the season, they finished in 5th, 3rd and 7th. This year, they have opened the season with 7th, 2nd and 6th, which is pretty close.
Yeah.
So, I'm not saying they're going to win this race, but they're going to win this race. I can definitely see them being on the podium. I think Porsche are in a very, very strong position.
Yeah. Let's find out. Porsche at the moment are 4th and 8th in the championship, but still a good chance for them to get involved in this one. If you get a good result, if you get a win, you get double the points of what we're scoring today. It's 25 for the win today because we're under a 6-hour race, but that doubles when we get to the 24-hour. So big points, 50 points up for grabs for the win. And that can really bring you into play. So you only need to be within that 50 points of the championship leader. And currently, there's several teams. All of the top 10 would currently be mathematically in contention of winning the championship in LMP and likewise in GTE. Here we see RAG, this battle continuing. It seems like they're being a bit patient. Pit stops are starting to take place now in GTE. P1 Esport are in, Proton are in, SF Velas are in as well. So these were the early stops that are taking place. We're going to go to the hour before we see the rest. So we're about 15 minutes away from seeing the rest of them come in.
Yeah, it'll be pretty much lap 66, 67 when we'll see it bang on halfway through this race. You can see those kind of exiting the pit lane now. A couple of switches. Pash Gergis jumping in behind the wheel of the Proton Commander Esports. We'll get you up to date with all the other switches within the category as well. But a few to the pit lane. Expect the others to come into the pit lane with GTEs in, yeah, I say 10 laps time roughly, and the LMPs will be in with them. For anyone, by the way, who's looking at LMP, for example, and thinking of going back to the point of double points, and thinking, that #1 car, they're looking concerningly strong when it comes to the championship. Well, I will remind you that last season, podium finishes, the #4 Floyd by Collesburst, of course, the van wall this season, they had 4 podium finishes, and the time they didn't finish on the podium was here. They finished 4th position. They didn't win the championship. They had more podiums than anyone else, and they didn't win the championship. Team Redline, basically what I'm saying there is Team Redline, despite having 3 consecutive podiums coming into this and potentially be in position for one a bit later on this afternoon, maybe they're not going to be fully in contention, as there is Sim Marinello. Can also confirm Max is behind the wheel of the #1. It's just not the Max you want. Sorry, it's Max Benecke. Clickbait. Anyway, moving on.
There we go.
I'm just terrible.
I know.
That was
What did that Chris do to you?
That was brutal.
Yeah, I know. Poor Max Benecke.
I like Max Benecke.
So, yeah.
He's done very
Brilliant
well
driver.
on R Factor 2, considering he's not an R Factor 2 driver. I thought he looked like he struggled in Bahrain for the first about 40 minutes and then really figured it out.
Right.
Very impressive.
Any other sort of drivers that have stuck out for you?
Everyone's better. No, I mean, to be honest, the list of drivers that have been impressive this season. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I know this is kind of at that point of, you know, you're going to primary school and giving a prize out for everyone. Everyone genuine on this grid is very, very impressive as a driver.
Well, that's the Le Mans Virtual Series for you. Here we go. This is a close battle, isn't it? GR Vector. We've got Fordzilla in here. Basically, some of the teams that have found themselves in the wars today. Oh, and it continues. Fordzilla round. Well, that time, that's the third time for them facing the wrong way in this race.
Well, Gianmarco Fiducci, he might well have qualified for the WTCR Esports Championship earlier on this week. Yes, it is a thing, don't worry. I don't think he'll be looking back on this with any fond memories, though, because that was a second spin into Cunningham. That time, though, it was courtesy of another car and a bit of a hip check. Look at how much damage these two have got to the front end, by the way. They have been seriously in the wars.
It's been a bit of a rough ride for them. Now we can see them heading down. R8G still right behind the AMG Williams. Rocket Simsport now make the move on GR Vector. P1 Esport are catching Marla as well. That's in the GTE category. That's going to be a battle for 5th place. Hakkinen, Turka Hakkinen in the car for P1 Esport. D'Alessandro in the car for Marla. Has that been a switch potentially, actually? Here we see it. Talk us through this, Lewis.
Yeah, Fiducci gets to the outside, tries to go around the outside. It's kind of hard to see it from that angle as to whether it's because the GR Vector's moving over to the left. It could have been that they locked the rears and basically hip-checked right on the rear end and just sent Gianmarco Fiducci around. You can see there, he's not looking particularly pleased, I've got to be said. I do know Gianmarco quite well, and I can tell you he's normally a very very happy-spirited man.
Well, I wouldn't be happy after a stint like that. That's it's been a bit of a rough ride for him, hasn't it?
He might actually hate Sebring after this. Which to be quite honest,
I wouldn't blame him for doing so.
To be quite honest, I'm going to throw someone under the bus here, because I think Sebring's a fantastic racetrack. But someone who doesn't like it was Colin Spork, who races obviously in the Alpine car, and was saying that he didn't really want to take part in this round, he didn't really get the hype of Sebring, to which I responded with, what are you talking about? It's a great track, absolutely
doesn't like
fantastic.
it, no? But then you always, there are drivers where you just get that circuit which you don't like. I mean, I had one when I raced, you know, which everyone loved, and I didn't like it. So
do you want to track that I don't really like that much? Well, I don't like is the wrong word. Bored of. Because in sim racing it is used.
There you go.
But there's a good validation, is that in sim racing it is used so much. There will be a point in about May where you will see it being raced every single week for about 5 or 6 consecutive weeks. And trust me, it can be the best track in the world and you get bored of it.
Yeah.
That's why I like tracks like Bathurst, because they don't come up very often.
I don't like that.
You don't like Bathurst?
No.
Oh, disagreements in the commentary booth. Tell us in chat, what's your favourite track in the motorsport world?
And you're looking at the chat, obviously.
And, well, no, Raggy will probably pass these on. John Ratcliffe as well. That are sat there doing a lot of the social stuff. They will tell me immediately after this. I did earn a nice cup of tea yesterday, Raggy, after we got over 200 likes on the YouTube stream, and also the Traction YouTube did just pass over 50,000 subscribers. So I've done that this weekend.
And SFLS, we're about to go for a move. Yes, thank you for all the support. Great to reach that number before we get to the 24-hour. Into the braking zone we go. SFLS trying to get on the attack here of Pro Drive. Been through the pit stops. SFLS now trying to make their way back through. We're yet to see the likes of ProDrive come in. So although SF Velas and Proton have been into the pits, ProDrive and several of the other teams have yet to come in. So SF Velas are one of very few teams out there to have done 2 stops in GTE. The lead car to have done 2 stops is Simsa.
I'm just trying
to see if, yes, so Simsa, one of the lead cars, but I'm just trying to figure out if that was actually an unscheduled one a bit early. But SF Velas, of course, them and Proton, who were the lead cars in that earlier, they are currently going neck and neck, 7.5 tenths between them, and we will see them cycle back through to where they were before once, we should see them roughly cycle back through to where they were before once everyone else comes in, although Sim Marinello's pace is incredibly strong. SF Velas just did a 157 in comparison to the 159 of Sim Marinello with those fresh tyres on.
Got to say, there's a few Spas in chat. There's a few Suzukas in there, as well as Nordschleifer, obviously.
Okay.
Road America was one of them, as well as Dan Carroll, who said Croft because it's his local circuit. He's at the May. So each to their own. I
like that track.
I liked Croft. I
like
don't.
it.
Yeah, you like it because you commentate.
Yeah. No, I mean I like it in sim racing as well.
It's a good track, of course. Recently released on the. This is not me trying to do a plug anyway, but it perfectly works into it. Recently released on rFactor 2, and anyone who's driven the old Croft that was on rFactor 2 goes, oh, it's pretty good. And then you drive that and you think it's amazing. Speaking of amazing, wow, that was side by side to Bishop.
Oh, here we go. There we can see RHG round the outside there of the AMG Williams car, and AMG Williams Force Wide. What did you make of that one, Lewis?
Again, I'd need to see it again. It's whether the Williams, I know, some part of that people don't really like talking about, whether they were alongside or not. It almost looked as if there might have been the intention for Yuri Toma to repass, and I think he is going to let him through. Yeah. I would say at this point in the race, that's the safest thing to do, to at least let them through and then just start the battle again without bringing in race control. I think it might have been a little too much to push Wisniewski over. The little bit of a wiggle from there to Yuri Toman was more of like a cheers, mate.
Thank you. Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, I'll talk you through this one. They come out of tower. So Wisniewski, Wisniewski get out a little bit wide in that Williams car. Toman gets alongside coming up towards Bishop. It's so narrow up through this point. Goes all the way around the outside. They're fully side by side coming up into the braking zone of 14. And you can see there, Toman is in way too deep. That's what pushes Wisniewski off the racetrack. So I think that redress, I agree 100%, should have been redressed. Was redressed. Respect to Yuri Toman to instantly put the hands up and just be like, right, no, I'm going to let that one go and get back on with it.
Sensible driving. And we will see them go again for another battle, no doubt, as they approach back to where they were before. There we can see them in the traffic as well. D-station the car just ahead of them. And the AMG Williams car goes round, and RHG following through. So they'll go for another move now. SF Velas still right behind Proton. In speed are in the pit lane. Out front, Lauren Heinrich has a lead of 9 seconds still, as you can see to the left of screen. And we're going to be very close to pit stops, about 4 or 5 laps away. Here we can see SF Velas right behind Proton. P1 Esports also getting very close to Marla as well. But let's focus on this battle for now, because SF Velas and Proton right together. And SF Velas, are they going to make a lunge to the inside? No, they are certainly making themselves present there, though. Proton for now hang on to what is 9th place, but these two can't afford to lose a lot of time, because they need to be cycling back through to the front of the field. They can't be battling with each other if they're going to play this strategy, and they will both know that.
Got to say, by the way, when it comes to how long this race is tracking in time, because I know some of you will want to work out what you're doing for the rest of this Saturday afternoon. Obviously, I think quite a few people are watching football. That's fine. The race length it's expected to be around 4 hours. I like doing a distance race every now and then. I think it spices it up a little bit more, makes the strategy a little bit more interesting sometimes. But yeah, we are tracking towards 4 hours. Last year, it was just over 4 hours. I think it's about 4 hours, 7 minutes potentially. This race is tracking to be a few minutes faster, but not too much. It'll be slightly past the 4 hour mark at this point, I do believe. We're approaching the halfway point of the race, and we're just approaching 2 hours down as well. As SFL's massive move down the inside of the 77, and there, boom, the 51 comes back through to take over that position. Of course, Stoltz behind the wheel still, but he didn't start the race, did he? No, because he would have already breached the.
No, that's the wrong car.
The 51.
It was the
Christian Mikel.
Christian Mikel started.
Yeah, I was going to say, because he would already be breaching the stint time. He's going to be quite close to breaching. Oh no, they won't, because they're doing short stints. Never mind. The maximum driver time is 2 hours. Sorry, I sometimes do that because I genuinely like work things out as I'm doing it. I'm like, no, that's a silly point. Don't say it. And I've already started saying it. So anyway, moving on.
I love the insight there. Commentary insight. There you go.
Commentary's easy until you have vocal diarrhea, and then just yes. Here we go.
And so it continues. Right, we are very close now to pit stops in GTE. We're going to see the rest of the guys come in. Sim Maranello will be leading the field in GTE, and these guys, well, they're about 2 laps away, and we'll see them in. Porsche Co-Ander in the 20, I've got to say, are really getting on the attack now. They've took about a second out of the 23, leading the way. The RAG car still staring at the back of Nikodem Wisniewski, but can't get through. Brabham trying to break into the top 10. Therefore, oh, wow. Well, these guys are becoming very friendly. A little bit further down the field. Panis, is that them getting caught up in this as well?
Yeah, they're obviously
trying to lap through, aren't they?
They're in 9th spot at the moment, trying to get past
what on earth happened there?
They're not being let through, which I know race control will not like at all. And they, like I say, they've been off the road. That has cost them a position to Williams Esports. Jack Keithley's come through, Quinton Violate, and Jan von der Heide's come through.
Yeah.
If honestly, there's blue flags there, and when they're in class, outside of class, between an LMP and a GTE, the blue flags are more of a warning. In class, though, you've got to move. And so, for me, for ARC Bratislava, obviously still for Team Fordzilla and for GR Vector, but particularly ARC Bratislava is the first car there. I don't want to speak on behalf of race control, but if I were in Quinton Violate's boots, I'd be like, no, that's a straight up report.
Well, we have a look at ARC Bratislava, and Fordzilla are going to dive into the pit lane, and here we see Williams Esports, who are one of the beneficiaries out of that, and that's put them into 9th place, and Brabham are now into the top 10. 10th place for von der Heide and Panis Racing, once in 7th, now in 11th, but still in contention for a very good result in this race. It's far from over for them. Are we going to see Malguera come in for Sim Maranello shortly? BS Competition have done a whereabouts are they? They're a few seconds back, in fact, from red line. Thought for a second that they were right with them, but interval gaps, isn't it? So they're a few seconds back, unfortunately, but they've done a good job to keep themselves solidly in 3rd place. Oracle Red Bull Racing up in 4th place in GTE. Look at this is busy, isn't it?
Like I say, this is not good. Brabham Esports then get down the inside of the 44. Panis almost coming through also. I will say in this group, the number 86 GR Vector were just given a reprimand for ignoring blue flags, at least is what I can see on my screen. So they have been told of a little bit by race control. Wonder what happened with the 44 that has now just let through the Panis car, but potentially a day late and $1 short, really.
Yep. Now SFLS were under attack there, weren't they? Or about to make a move as they're trying to climb through the order. It's about to go past the 888 car. Obviously on fresher tyres, the 888 lining up a pit stop. There go Brabham as well, getting past or lapping GR Vector. There is SFLS trying to get past the 888 as well. So climbing through, they're on a different strategy, remember, as there we can see going down the inside there. That is LMP cars squeezing past SFLS. We're trying to get this move done, but it's going to be I have to wait for a second whilst they have this traffic coming through this.
Jan van der Heide has been into the pit lane for Brabham Esports. It'll be this lap, potentially the next, where we expect to see a majority of this contingent come into the pit lane. LMPs and GTEs pretty tight there on the exit as Bennett was getting around the outside of Casper Stolz, bit of smoke being kicked up in the background on the exit of the hairpin. This is going to be a tight little fight. The 51 need to get through. I'd still expect the 888 will be into the pit lane fairly soon. Big question though on the R8G, is that red or orange on the R8G? Just a random question.
Orange? No.
Thank you. I said orange. It's definitely an orange. It's not red.
Who said it's red?
To be fair, apparently quite a few people.
Maybe it's the way the sun falls on it.
I was told. But when you look at that, when you look at the SFLS,
that's red.
That is red.
That's orange.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I'm going to shake your hand on that one. Nice.
There we go. That's the first time I think we've.
Excellent. It's Rosso Corsa red. It's orange, mate. It is 100%. It's 100% orange.
I think we almost needed a picture of that moment.
Oh dear. Either way, like the absolute red Ferrari is trying to get past the R8G anyway.
Absolutely brilliant. There we see the fighting away with each other. And we are going to see these pit stops very shortly. Right, Juri Toman is in for R8G. Next few Van will burst is in. It's been a quieter hour to the race, isn't it? But this is more, would you say this is the hour where they're just seeing it through to build up to attack the end of the race, would you say, Lewis?
Yeah, I think this hour and the next hour probably will be a little calmer. As well, I say that there is a solid send from Casper Stolz. He wants to get past Risto Capit straight away. These two have raced quite a bit, but that was going to be a proper send for the SFLS Esports Ferrari.
Here we go, SFLS. They're going to have to look to the outside, and you never usually see a move around the outside here, but they're going to give it a go anyway, and the R8G is going to squeeze them onto the grass, and Proton now see a gap on the inside, and Proton, being squeezed onto the curb there and flashing the headlights. SFLS were not happy with that one at all with R8G.
No, feisty racing between the pair of these, in a little bit too deep into Cunningham, so misses the real majority of the exit, the apex there, and loses out on the exit to that 888 car as they fly up towards Tower. Great corner when you get it right, awful corner when you get it wrong. That looks more right in forms of the 888, but I think the Panis coming through here might actually assist. The 51 going into Bishop, it's super tight through there, you've got to be careful.
Oh, that was very close for Panis Racing, wasn't it? Just about getting through in the end. I think after what happened earlier, they do not want to lose any more time in traffic. Now, here we go. 3 in a line as we go down the Allman Straight. We've got R8G leading SFLS. Sim Marinello are in. BMW Team Redliner in. Most of the leaders in. P1 Esport, who are doing very well so far in this race, have stayed out in the Porsche for one more tour of the circuit, and coming into the pits, certainly at the head of that queue, is the R8G car, and it looks like now, as we expected, cycling back through will be the number 51 SFLS and the Proton car as well, so they will return back to the front, but remember, they are going to have to do an extra pit stop come the end of the race. So that is your second hour complete. Let's look back at where it all started. First of all, it started with drama before we even crossed the start-finish line. Mexico misjudging the start completely, going into the back of Pescarolo, which sent them into the back of the Rocket Sim Sport car. Rocket Sim Sport losing their rear wing, Mexico receiving a drive-through penalty as a punishment for it. It was feisty racing going on between the likes of Simsa, R8G and Red Bull. Red Bull being shown to the grass there as we came up towards Bishop. Fordzilla drove themselves to that part of the circuit trying to get past traffic, and then unfortunately R8G would have nowhere else to go but into the side of them. Fordzilla would have to come into the pit lane. R8G would be able to continue but would carry a slight bit of damage to that car. ProDrive tried to make a move on that R8G car who were carrying that little bit of damage. Couldn't get the car stopped though as they braked in towards Sunset. Just about managed to stop it with a bit of assistance from RHG before they reached the barriers. Satellite then were shown into the barriers before they reached the start-finish straight, and that pretty much sums up their race, that last 3 seconds. It's all been a bit of a disaster for them so far. Now we look back at RHG, who went a little bit too wide through the first corner and had to roll across the grass before rejoining behind this Team Redline car, where Luke Bennett got it all wrong coming out of the pit lane on the first lap and completely ruined his tyres. Proton were then shown to the edge of the circuit by ARC Bratislava, who went and then did a little bit more damage to Rocket Simsport just to make their day even worse, and completely wiped them out and sent them off going down towards turn number 3. A little bit further back, this was Pescarolo and Alpine we ride on board with, getting past some traffic. It's been traffic has been a big part of this race. Fordzilla we can see here going to the outside of GR Vector, and that was the second time we saw them facing the wrong way in this race. It's been a real disappointment for them so far. Side by side, brilliant racing between RHG and Williams. Sadly, RHG though got it a little bit too wrong going into the braking zone, and would let AMG Williams back through coming down the Allman Straight. And they would continue what has been a brilliant battle. Likewise between SF Velas and Proton Coanda as well. Those two have had a great fight, and on the alternate strategy they are now at the head of the field in GTE, whilst the rest have just returned back out from the pit lane. In LMP, Porsche Coanda lead the way, whilst pit stops are just going on there as well, so the order will be a little bit mixed up, as will be the gaps, but they lead ahead of the number 23, which will get back through to the front with 20 currently in the pit lane. Then it's Redline, the 2 AMG cars, the RHG, and then we have next through. Then you can see SF Velas is leading from Proton, but only 4 seconds back ProDrive, who have stayed out of the pits a little bit longer. Then it is Sim Maranello, 5 seconds ahead of BMW Team Redline. Project One by Dua yet to pit, and then BS Competition after that. And that is your second hour, and as many of the drivers double stint, we're going to do the same here.
Triple for you.
I know.
Triple for me, but I just don't want to spend that third hour with you.
I know. Oh, we just shook hands as well.
I know.
Back to where we started.
Things were positive for a second.
Oh, well, that feels more like it, though, doesn't it? I was almost getting uncomfortable in this chair for a second.
I will say, this one was very warm when I sat into it, so,
I don't really know what that meant, but you can ask Ben all about that, and I will happily listen in.
I'll just say that Ben's a very warm person.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sure.
Each their own on that one. Project One versus BS Competition. This one for 6th spot in the race. Like I say, a couple of switches in all that, a few driver changes as well. I don't even know where to begin with it. There have been so many driver swaps over
Yeah, I mean, there has been, hasn't there? We'll just go through them as. Oh, your friend Colin Spork is out there.
Certainly is.
I thought he didn't want to do this.
No, he didn't want to until this
He's
round.
out there for Alpine Esports.
Yeah, no, he is. He got forced to, basically. They took his hand, and he's doing a triple stint as well. Because he's doing. So this stint for Alpine, just to clarify, this stint is on the old tyres as well. So it's a second stint for the tyres as BS Competition get through. So Colin Spork is doing a second stint on these tyres, and then from the layman's old ones, so that's fun. And then we'll do a double stint afterwards, because as much as he doesn't like this circuit, it's actually pretty quick round here. Which is uncommon, by the way, because most drivers tend to like circuits they're quick at and hate circuits they're bad at. It's just how it goes.
Well, we've got Terzi out there in the Sim Maranello car. Van Buren is out in the BMW Team Redline car, raced in the Porsche Super Cup now. Of course, fantastic career in esports for him. Terzic in the BMW Team BS Competition. We've got Dennis Jordan out there for Red Bull Racing. There's been, as you said, plenty of changes up and down the order. Smoliar's jumped in for the IG car, which has a lot of work to do. And there is the BS Competition car. We can see now on screen Terzic 9.3 back from Van Buren. Now Proton Coanda and ProDrive are in the pits, so we will see them drop back down the order whilst they serve that pit stop. So we've seen pretty much all the LMPs do their third stop, and we will see them do one. How many more are we expecting them to do?
LMPs?
We're going to see them 4 times.
Twice more.
Twice more.
Twice more into the pit lane for LMPs, once more for GTEs. Now, we might see some doing more than that, as there you can see the 77 Pashgergis in the pit lane. We might see some doing more, some doing, well, actually, you won't see anyone doing less. If you can get to the end on no stops from here in GTE,
then you've done very well.
Then honestly, mate, actually, no. If you have done that, I'd like to see your logs. If I'm perfectly honest.
Then you'll just win Le Mans. You might as well just say.
Well, if you do the entirety of Le Mans one tank, then very possible. But no, obviously. We're expecting 2 in LMP, 1 in GTE.
Yep.
I think there might be a few teams that will actually be doing potentially 2 in GTE. That one that we've just seen go past, of course, the 51 of Casper Stoltz. As I do believe we'll be doing 2 more stops from this point.
Right.
I don't believe that's the right call. Okay. I think the closer we're getting, the further we're getting into the race, the closer we're getting towards the end, obviously deeply into the second half, the more I am convinced that I don't believe that is the right call.
For the
51, for that extra stop. They've gone they've gone aggressive. Same as what we said about Alpine.
The gap is bigger this time, though.
It's only 13 seconds, though. It needs to be much bigger than that. Like I said,
what does it need to be?
If you really want to be safe, probably closer to a minute.
Wow.
Yeah. Always the goal in endurance racing.
Because it takes a good 30 or 40 seconds to just get through, doesn't it? So
it'll be about 25 rounds. Yeah. I think, like I say, always the goal in endurance racing, whether it is endurance sprint like this, where it's 4 hours, or if it's actually proper endurance racing. Do not come in the pit lane unless you absolutely have to. Spend as much time out on the racetrack, because that's where you're making up the time. Avoid the pit lane at all costs. There is a move to the inside and another lock-up.
For Team Redline.
That's Bennett
That's
again.
Bennett, yeah, well, I'll tell you what, that was Luke Bennett pulling out of an overtake, because that was certainly him at first going for it, and then going, actually, this is going to end in a complete disaster. I'm going to T-bone Yuri Toman here, and sensibly backed out of the move.
Which we saw yesterday, didn't we, in the Le Mans Virtual Cup? We saw a couple of those where they looked down the inside and then went, well, naturally no, and what it did is it caused a crash. Sometimes if you go for a move and then you back out of it, sometimes the backing out of it can actually cause the crash. Yeah. Whereas if you just commit and go for it, as much as you might get told by the other team various forms of profanity, which isn't nice, but it's not a nice move to do, but 9 times out of 10, you're better off to just commit to it.
Yeah.
And then accept it. Yeah, just be like, yeah, so what? Who won? Well, potentially at this point, neither of these two. But alas, they are giving it a good go.
Yeah, we right on board there with Luke Bennett. Making his way now in the slipstream. It was a fantastic end to the Le Mans Virtual Cup race yesterday, wasn't it? I saw Mia Rose being chased down at the end. It was a close battle at the end, though, wasn't it?
Super well-deserved victory as well for Mia Rose. Varkonyi, of course, coming in second place, and then the 3-time race winner of Sean Arnold, who partnered up with Fordzilla. Those two, Varkonyi and Arnold, we will see in Le Mans Virtual in January, courtesy of being first and second in the Le Mans Virtual Cup. Can't wait to see that. But honestly, if you are a team in the Le Mans Virtual Series right now and you're sat there thinking, could probably do with an extra driver, I'm sure, yeah, there's a long list, but go and take a look at some of the drivers and teams from the Le Mans Virtual Cup.
Watch back the footage.
I mean, again, Mia Rose, definitely a driver I'd like to see on the grid based on the performance of that race.
The only other driver to win, apart from
Sean Arnold.
Apart from Sean Arnold,
because even Varkonyi could.
Yeah,
he loves.
Came very close.
Loves being runner-up though.
Yeah,
which could be good for the Le Mans Virtual 2023, because maybe you'll finish runner-up if you've got Varkonyi.
Yes, that's very true.
Oh, right, that's another second-place finish.
Yeah.
Poor guy. What would you take? Would you take a championship? A championship with no wins,
right,
or a win in a race?
Championship with no wins, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, yeah, because there's more money for it. But,
Yeah, absolutely.
There are parts of me where I'm kind of like, oh, I've had it where I've won a championship and I've only had, well, the lowest was 2 wins.
I'm interested to know what the chat would say. Oh, wow, that was a big slide for Redline there. Luke Bennett's been very aggressive on the tyres today.
It's a hard track. It's not a hard track to keep tyres alive and stable, but it is a hard track to keep them kind of in check because of all the bumps. As you're sliding, you're kind of kicking it out. Here comes Fordzilla down the inside of the number 44. They're not Lewis Hamilton fans, but they are ARC Bratislava, and the 44 drops back now to 21st position outside.
It's the number they run, isn't it? So ARC Bratislava, the team that runs in the World Endurance Championship, and Fordzilla go through and take that place.
I've just got to say, and I know this is the orange topic again, I'm really sorry, but
go on.
If R8G is red, then that has to be red as well. But that's
orange.
That is definitely orange.
And so is Proton.
Sorry, I don't need to keep going on about
so
this.
So is Proton. You're not going crazy. Don't worry.
No,
I'm completely. I mean, unless we both are, but I'm with you on that.
I feel whilst I have the microphone and whilst we have the voice, we have to just tell everyone, because I know what happens.
This is the statement you want to make, basically.
This is the hill that I'm going to die on. That, and what else? There was 2 things I came up with yesterday. Is the hills I've done. One of them is what is classified as a sandwich in motorsport, which is if you have okay. So if you have in this case, right, if the number 20 was behind the number 1, so it was Porsche, Redline, Porsche. What is it? Everyone's like, oh, it's a Porsche sandwich. I'm like, no, it's not a white bread sandwich.
It's a red line.
It's a red line sandwich with Porsche bread. That's a hill that I'll die on. So there's one. I had to get it in the podcast.
I've never heard that one before, actually.
Well, now you have. And you will, much more so.
That's racing.
We'll see Max Benecke behind the wheel at the moment. A slightly different Max will take over after this stint, though. Jumping in for the second consecutive round, Mr. Verstappen.
And we've had a change as well. AMG Team Petronas and AMG Williams were other way round, but they've now swapped back to 4th and 5th, 63 ahead of the 53. There they are.
And these two, as much as they both have AMG team written on them, one Petronas, one Williams.
Here we go.
They're not teammates.
I was going to say,
just to clarify,
looked like that was going to be a move from the 53. And the GR Vector car's in, so Max Verstappen in. So what lap, Lewis, is this stop going to happen and we're going to see Max jump in the car?
Oh, no idea. No, it'll be in, I think about 15 laps. Maybe slightly less. I think it might be like 13 laps. Between 13 and 15.
We're expecting lap 88 to 90.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see him in.
So not long.
And then we get to see Verstappen out again, and hopefully he won't get into contact with R8G. Anyway, to the outside of turn 1, the Williams Esports will go, trying to get around. I mean, a lovely move, but it's going to get bought every single day of the week. That satellite was coming over. So, I mean, good effort, but unfortunately, great move, the wrong timing. Through no fault of his own.
I thought you were going to be able to use your sandwich line there. We had a satellite sandwich, but didn't quite happen. The AMG cars didn't go either side of the satellite car.
But as they're not actually teammates, would that make it a white bread top and brown bread bottom?
They're AMG.
With satellite.
Go away.
Yeah. It's different bread though, top and bottom. One's AMG Petronas, one's AMG Williams.
Team Redline are in 3rd place. We're watching them now. 8.5 back from the 20 Porsche Go-Ander. I'll tell you what, the second of the Team Redline cars, are we going to see them catching the 8 R8G here? Are those tyres too damaged as well?
No, I think, yes, we will see them catch the 8, but I think not only that, I think we'll see them catch Wisniewski and Carroll as well. Those stats, the 63 and the 53, are absolutely being caught as they're going for the move again.
Look, there we go, side by side, the AMG 63, the Petronas car, down the inside there of the Williams car, and they now make their way through the left-hander, and there you can see them absolutely side by side as they hit the brakes down towards T10. Oh no, contact there, and the AMG Williams car has gone round. They're going to have to get themselves going again, and the AMG Williams car is going to lose a lot of time there. There you can see the number 2 Team Redline car has indeed now caught them and passed them due to the fact that they've been facing the wrong way. What a shame.
And that was not teammate on teammate contacts. That's why kind of you preempt that. You know, the rules never hit your teammate. Don't hit your brand mate though as well. That's not ideal. I got to say, I think Wisniewski might have just pinched Graham Carroll a little bit too much, to the point where it's like,
right,
you're almost asking to be spun around in that scenario. And I think Wisniewski just potentially pushed it a touch too far.
We'll have to have a look at that one again, maybe. Let's have a... Oh, there we see.
Wow.
Team Redline are really flying, aren't they? It was a good spot there. Lewis are absolutely carving their way through the order now. And here we can see it is RHG side by side here with AMG Team Petronas in the fight for 4th place, and AMG Team Petronas down the inside there, and that's going to be a change for 4th place. And Team Redline, we jump on board with them now as they hammer the curbs, trying to make their way through. The Marla car is the GT car at the head of this field. They're now all going to pull to the left-hand side and file their way through, but Team Redline are about to surely try and get a move done here. They're going to have to go down the outside. Are they going to get squeezed a little bit there by RHG?
Lock up again from Yuri Toman. He's gone straight on and made a little bit more contact with that red line. I've got to say, Toman, I think, is the fastest of these 3 right now, but the attempt to move around the outside of T1, he just had a bit of a slide there. There's a look straight. I was going to say he's going to dive it down into Cunningham as Bennett sent it in. A little bit of contact side to side though, and it's okay as they head round the double apex left-hander towards Tower.
There we go. Is he going to be able to get the move done into here? Not quite. And the Team Redline car for now has to stay behind. Well, Team Redline, good little race this between these guys. It's not doing their tyres any good. It's not doing the gaps to the cars ahead any good, but it's certainly
it's
good
doing us
to watch.
some good.
It's doing us some good. Same with us talking about sandwiches. So down the Allman Straight they go, and down towards Sunset Bend. Team Redline, we jump on board with Luke Bennett now. Is he going to go for a bit of an overtake? He's certainly getting a lot of slipstream there, and RHG run wide, and that opens the door for Luke Bennett, but I don't think he's going to have enough on the exit here to be alongside. Not quite yet, Lewis.
Yeah, that was I mean, Yuri Toman, I think that's his standard line. Watch out, see if Bennett does anything into T1. Looks slightly, backs out of it wisely enough. T1's not... It's easier to make a move around the outside of turn 1 than the inside. It looks more impressive going around the outside as well, so there's that as a bit of a bonus. But the inside, you tend to get pinched towards that wall. You're never on the ideal line. I'd always rather go around the outside around the first corner rather than the inside. Bennett once again, better drive off the corner, going around Gurney Bend's got the outside for the hairpin as they'll get onto the brakes. We'll see if Bennett can go ever so slightly better than Toman didn't on the previous lap. Is much deeper on the brakes. See if Toman goes out a little bit wide. This time, the drive off the corner, more contact between the two as Yuri Toman's just trying to get a straight line off of the hairpin. Bennett into the side. The two of them still remain in their current positions.
Toman looked like he was trying to give him room there, but in the end, side-by-side contact, and Luke Bennett almost going off the circuit there. You can see just in conversation now is Yuri Toman as he makes his way through Tower. Brilliant battle this to watch. I think we're going to see a replay coming up shortly of the how this initially all kicked off, Lewis.
Yeah, we'll see what happened between Graham Carroll and Wisniewski. So Carroll on that defensive line, Wisniewski to the outside. This will obviously go for a few corners. You can see that outside run being taken from Wisniewski. Very close off the corner. Great racing between a pair of these. But obviously as we head through Fangio up towards Cunningham, this is where the drama really happened. But the question is, was there the pinch? So
he hit the curb.
See, I don't know if it was Wisniewski pushing Carroll up onto the curb and then Carroll losing it, or whether it was just Carroll going onto the curb of his own volition. I don't know. Looking at that one again, I really don't know which way I would go. Thankfully, as I say, from race control, they can look at all the unrealistic angles that we can't see on the broadcast because they look ridiculous. But they can go into Swingman, they can see it from up top, from the side on this locked off, completely impossible camera, see it in slow motion, however you want to make it stick, and then come to a fair decision through that, which I think is always the right outcome. Seeing it from that angle, I don't know which way I'd go.
That's a hard one. Yeah, I won't force a decision out of you there. But it was a case of hit the curb, but then, as you said, did he get squeezed onto the curb? So,
yeah,
we'll leave it to the stewards on that one.
My guy.
Oh no! Again.
Who
now
was
that was Sim Marinello going into the back of another car.
Yeah,
That was a prototype as well.
Was it Sam 9 Axel? I think it was. Yeah, it was Sam 9 Axel. That went for a bit of a spin there. We were riding on board with them, and they went for a spin. Yeah. Oh.
Wow.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. We're seeing.
What happened to the Karma third out?
I know. I think we're seeing, as much as this is not an endurance race, realistically, it's 4 hours. It's just on the cusp of being classified as an endurance race. I was actually having a chat with John Hindhoff recently about what is the lowest amount of time for an endurance race. And he was actually saying, he said that even Formula 1 these days is an endurance race.
Really?
Yeah, he did actually. And he gave some good reasons as to why. It wasn't just because of the length of the race. It was about the style of the race. He said that an endurance race is more about the style of a race rather than the actual. And it's more about the tyre conservation and the fuel management and stuff. Those are all aspects of endurance racing. And then I said, no, 4 hours.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate. I think 4 hours. I 100% understood where he was coming from though, because he wasn't talking about it as an endurance, as a time concept. It's more of a style of race. It's very interesting, but alas, in this occasion, as much as it is an endurance race, I think everyone's getting somewhat tired. Let's see what happens with Axel. So in a bit too deep. Yeah, what you've done, what's happened there is they've gone in a bit deep. They've tried leaving the corner, and Tower's a pretty quick corner on the exit, and effectively they're slowing down the Sim Marinello car. We're like, come on, get on with it, get on with it, get on with it. And yeah, I mean, yeah, each their own on that one. RHG and Arnage, very nice stuff. That's a hard section to go side by side through, and that was brilliantly done between the 18 and the 100. Ozil Dirham, who did qualifying yesterday, making his way past Zetak, who is jumping in this round. Of course, has done rounds before for ARC Bratislava, but jumping in this round for Arnage competition, who I'm still waiting. I said before about t-shirts and whatnot. I'm still waiting for my Arnage competition.
Let's get him a t-shirt.
No, sorry, no, they are. They're actually dealing with it, unlike other teams. No fingers being pointed. But yes, either way.
Here we go.
Well, here are the RHGs running in their position. Of course, I think they've done a great job. 5th position to recover from that drop down the order. The 18 is on the left. That's the one that we just saw making that move in Arnage competition. Yep. And then the 8, the one that is in 5th position, is on the right-hand side of your screen. Again, great recovery drives.
Yeah.
Less so on the 18. They've done all right. They've kind of held fairly around the position they were. But that's all sort of doing very good. But the 8, super job. Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman thus far to have worked back up inside the top 5. That 10th place group penalty, which they did hold their hands up and took graciously, and now they're looking again brilliant.
I think Oracle Red Bull Racing have done a good job in this as well. 5th place in GTE. Of course, you've got the SF Velas team, who have increased that gap to Sim Marinello. Has gone up to just shy of 16 seconds now. And of course, we're about 20 minutes away from their pit stop, 30 minutes from everyone else's in GTE. We're less than 10 laps before we're going to see Max Verstappen jump in the number 1 car, which sits 3rd overall for Team Redline. Porsche Redline, AMG Petronas. How close is it in that battle for 4th still? It really is kicking off, isn't it? Yeah. AMG Team Petronas, RHG Team Redline, then next along.
I will not count out Williams from that as well.
Yes, Nikodem Wisniewski, good spot. He is next along as well. Then Michi Hoyer is after that. It's a pretty congested part of the field, isn't it? You've got Jack Keithley, Jon van der Heide for Brabham, and then we've got Panis Racing next. And Floyd Van Wilburst. It stretches all the way back to 12th place.
Yeah, it's like I say, we tend to see this towards the middle of the top 10. We do see those slightly more congested packs. What we're seeing here, though, on our screen is the battle for 21st. We've got Borja Milan for Rocky Simsports, and then the 2 GR Vector cars, 86 and the 101. not having great rounds here, any one of these three, and so they are just going to battle it out. I said it at Spa over another battle, and I'll say it over this one, a little bit over the wooden spoon between these three, but they are doing very well, at least putting on a show and having a little bit of an enjoyment. And I said it earlier on in the race, no one likes a soggy wrap, but they have certainly had that in this race. Meanwhile, D-Station
change for
and
sixth.
Proton Commander get past.
Yeah, change for 6th place there. D-Station going up the order, and D-Station having a solid run so far in this one. This has been a good couple of rounds for them. They have had a good season overall. D-Station much improved from what they had last season. They are going in the right direction. P7 for them at Spa, which was their best ever result in the Le Mans Virtual Series, and they have just got themselves up a place. Could they improve on that result even further today? Well, they're on track to do so far. There's still a way to go in this race, though, as we now go back to this battle that we were talking about. This is your battle for 4th place overall, being led by AMG, Petronas, R8G and Team Redline. And then let's keep an eye for AMG Williams. Watch out for them. Maybe as we come around onto the start-finish straight, we will see them just in the back of picture as we come through turn number 1. You'll be able to see there they are.
They're lapping very much on the same kind of pace, slightly faster on the last lap, but you're talking half a tenth to a tenth of a second. It's really nothing major that they're closing in, but they are closing in a little bit. I'd be concerned they might have overdone their tyres, obviously, with the spin earlier, but I don't think it'd be too major.
SF Velas are into the pits, so our leaders in GTE as well have come in. Now that is, of course, that's the earliest they've probably stopped, isn't it, in terms of the hour?
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's going to get shorter and shorter, but
I mean, again, they're running something slightly aggressive. So they're basically splitting the final stint 25-25 rather than going for 33-33. So it kind of is roughly about where they were pitting, but doing something, again, super aggressive. Not sure it's going to work out today, but it doesn't mean that they aren't going to get any points. That's the important thing, is regardless of the strategy that you've done, when you've started doing that aggressive strategy, you've got to commit to it. As much as we can say in the commentary booth, oh, it's the wrong call, it's the wrong call. Every team will go, it's the wrong call, it's the wrong call. You might even go, it's the wrong call, it's the wrong call. Believe in the strategy, do it as hard as you can, and just see what comes of it. There's nothing you could do past that. Well, you can't just go in a 4-hour race. If it was a 24, you might be able to get halfway through that, do 2 hours of that, and then go, right, this strategy ain't working, lads. Let's swap this up. Whereas in this, it's kind of like tough. It's 4 hours. It's a 4 hours. You can't switch strategy mid-race. It's kind of what I like about this.
Yeah.
That any strategy you have, you begin at the start of the race, and you just don't have a choice. You just go with it.
That was the great thing with Alpine last time, wasn't it? It was, but then with that though,
it didn't work, but I respected that they tried it.
Yeah,
that's the important thing. Again, with the 51, they could have.
In the end, they still finished 10th place, Alpine, so it was still a decent result.
Well, like I say, with the 51 this round, they could have turned up. They could have done the same strategy as everyone else, and they could have finished 5th, 6th, whatever. Yeah. Right now, I know they qualified 3rd, but race pace is a slightly different thing. Maybe they didn't feel they had it running that kind of slightly more conservative strategy. Meanwhile, they've come along and they've gone, no, do you know what, actually, we don't really want to set up a 5th and 6th. Let's try points. Let's try something different where, we might actually get a podium. We might get a win if we play our cards right. Let's give it a go. We know how chaotic this race is going to be, so I do respect that attempt. So navigating a little bit of traffic, this battle for 4th. Oh my goodness me! The 29 in the middle of the road. 1, 2, 3 into it, whilst that fantastic battle for 4th was going on. More contact as other cars are coming through. 3 wide off the corner as GR Vector gets sent off by Redline and R8G. Wow, well, this third hour that I was saying was going to be so calm, and that was total rubbish. Drama.
Yep, that was a parked Pescarolo car, it looked like, in the middle of the road. Was it? It was just parked in the middle of the road, was it? And unfortunately, cars with just absolutely nowhere to go. Oh dear. That was a real shame to see. BMW Team Redline were caught up in that as well. I don't know how much, if they picked up damage in that. We'll have to take another look at it and really investigate exactly what happened. But that's a real shame in that battle for 4th place. We can see the damage it's now going to do next time everyone crosses the line. R8G, 155 for them. 155 for Team Redline as well. So a lot of time lost for those guys. Almost 10 seconds lost for the number 8 R8G. Almost 10 seconds lost as well for Team Redline. So huge, huge damage done to their race. And we now have, let's go through it then. So Porsche Coanda, Team Redline, AMG Team Petronas seemed to get through slightly unscathed. They did lose 3 seconds, as did the Williams eSports car, but then 10 seconds lost for both R8G and the 8 Team Redline. And then next after that was Nextview Van Wallburst. Looking a little bit further back, who are the big losers there? SF Velas Esports have been through pit lane, just trying to see who got caught up in that. Slow lap times coming in from the 888 R8G, so they were caught up in it, unfortunately, but we'll get a replay and see exactly how it happened and what's happened there.
I'm just going to say a couple of things, by the way. Number one, 2 drive-through penalties have been dished out to the 86 for ignoring blue flags. One of them was for pretty severe ignoring a blue flag, and the second one was for extra reprimand. They already had a reprimand earlier. I did bring it up on the broadcast. So number 10 and P1 Esports. Yeah, very close. Side by side, and that's Pescarolo going down the inside. Make their way through. They're in a battle here, I think, with Yas Heat Veloce. A little bit further down. D-Station return from the pit lane. Coming into the pit lane is the SEM 9 Axel car. Well, we just seem to have calmed down now slightly. We're getting very close to pit stops, but there we can see the Axel car pulling its way to the garage with some damage to the car as well. It's what a shame. Of course, the GR Vector car, which is also in the pits, ended up in the barriers after all of that as well, whilst they were trying to get going again. So 3 cars all crammed into one part of the track, and GR Vector was spat out into the barriers, and they now find themselves back in the pit lane. Also wanted to say of another few things, by the way, very, very quickly whilst I can. 3 warnings have been given out in the recent past as well. Number 1 was to the 51, that of course being the SF Velas Esports cars for contact between themselves and Proton Coanda, the number 77. Also, the number 8 received a warning for contact between the 8 of the 2, 8 being R8G in the LMP category, 2 being the second of the red line contingent. And another one was the warning for that incident we saw between the 63 and the 53, and the warning was for the 53 for not giving enough room for pinching a little bit too much. So the the 53 being the Williams eSports. No, the 53 is the 53 is the Williams eSports. Yeah. Yeah, so they were adjudicated as being at fault there for closing the door and causing a collision. Whilst we wait to have a look back on what happened, we're watching the battle for 5th place as one of those AMG cars, the Petronas car, comes back through some traffic. Mahler here are trying to chase down 5th place in GTE. We've got some cars in the pit lane that are being repaired after that incident. One of them being the car that ended up in the barriers in GR Vector eSport. Unfortunately, they have lost a huge amount of time after that. Simsa Esports are now in the pit lane as well, as we start to approach more pit stops. We are going to see the prototypes in very shortly, but Simsa are into the pit lane for another stop. Yeah, it is approaching that time. Like again, for the traditional strategy, we're still probably a touch. Well, no, we are not. There's no probably about it. We are still early. For GTEs, we will expect them to come in roughly with 100 laps to go will be the absolute earliest. Normally 101, 102 laps to go is when we expect to see them in the pit lane. So pretty much like 20 minutes time, basically bang on the hour. And then the LMPs, next pit stop will be coming up fairly soon. Like we've said before, we're talking around now to like lap 90, 92, 93 is when we're expecting the LMPs to come in, and then their final stop will be about 111 to 112 on the lap count. That'll be when the majority of the last stops will actually happen.
There we see the number 101 car, one of the GR Vector cars. You can see the Marla car versus the P1 eSport car. Team Redline are still right on the back of R8G, by the way, after all that drama. We're going to see this incident, though. We're going to peel away from GR Vector. Right, Lewis, here we go. Let's find out exactly what happened. I think it was Mexico, not Pescarolo.
Yeah, it was Mexico who lost grip on the rear end. There wasn't too much. Accelerating to try and get off the racetrack as everyone, again, terrible timing, everyone was just coming through. And rightfully so after that point, holding the brakes, staying in position. Once you've spun, they're spun at a very awkward point. They're just slightly round the corner where they are sort of unsighted ever so slightly. They've accelerated as they're coming through. I mean, they probably should have stayed stationary at that point, but I don't blame them. I mean, yeah, it's rough. But
R8G and Team Redline looked like the worst to come out of that, didn't they? Because they had to come to a complete stop. AMG Petronas seemed to just sneak through a gap on the inside. AMG Team Williams were able to find a slight gap as well, albeit on the other side, but R8G and Redline were slammed on the anchors, went straight into that Mexico Racing Team car, and unfortunately came to a complete standstill. And we had the other R8G car, the GT car, which also found itself going into the side of it as well. The GR Vector car was caught up in it as well, and unsurprisingly, we're going to have a drive-through penalty for Mexico Racing Team, and that'll be for causing a collision with the number 63 AMG Petronas car, which was happened just after the spin. That was the first car they hit. Yeah, just to clarify, it's not the spin that's been mistakes like that happen. That's fine. It's the fact they accelerated into the Petronas car, which again, it is understandable. You want to get off the track and get back going again and stop, but it's an unsafe. I know it's not a rejoin because you're not rejoining the racetrack, but it is an unsafe car movement anyway. So it's what it is. AMG Petronas then into the pit lanes, or switch back up to the racing that's going on at the moment. AMG Petronas into the pit lane. Tight battle still for fifth though. R8G Team Redline and Van will burst in that 444 car. If there's one thing that I'm most surprised about, it's between the two Vanwalls, how the 444 is the lead Vanwall today. That's because of, I think that's mainly because of the drive-through, isn't it? The 4 got a drive-through earlier in the race, and that lost it a lot of penalties. Lost a lot of time. There we go. There is Max Verstappen at the ready to get into the number 1 car, which currently sits 3rd place, just under 10 seconds behind the Porsches. Can the 2-time Formula 1 world champion, which broke the record for the most wins in a season, which he did this year, can he go out and do that? What about Romain Grosjean? We're going to see them take to the track at the same time. An ex-Formula 1 driver, now an IndyCar racer. Will we see Romain Grosjean be able to get R8G back up the order, see what he can do? Going to be very exciting. Of course, a team which has taken a 10-place grid drop hasn't made as huge an impact as the number 8 car. He's going to be jumping in the 18 car. There is the 1 car. It now comes down off the jacks. The tyres being changed. Max Verstappen will be ready to drive that down pit road. Also in the pit lane, AMG Team Williams, the number 8 R8G, Team Redline, the number 2. The 444 is in as well. The Porsches have stayed out, as has the Williams, which is in sync with what we had earlier as well.
The first time I saw Max Verstappen in the pit, in sim racing, at least on R-Factor 2, actually was around Sebring of all places. So yeah, it's someone that he knows quite well and has done a lot of racing in Sebring. You kind of think, oh well, he only knows the it's the F1 tracks.
Here he goes.
No, he knows a lot more than the F1 tracks, and he's certainly well familiar with the Sebring International Raceway. Needs a mega stint to go and catch Porsche Commander. I know everyone's sat there thinking, well, it's Max Verstappen, isn't it? I mean, he's quick, but I am talking like this has to be one of the best stints that I've ever seen from anyone ever in sim racing to go and catch the 20 and the 23, who look almost unstoppable today, to Porsche. They've come here with a mission.
Well, he's a man that's looked unstoppable in his own championship this year on track. And is he going to be able to carry that form over now into esports and into the Le Mans Virtual Series? Let's see what he can do. Certainly looked very quick when he jumped in the car at Spa. Obviously didn't go well throughout the whole stint, but he will have quickly put that behind him. He knows exactly how to do those things, and Max Verstappen now will begin the chase. Once the Porsche cars come in, he'll begin that chase and be after. Here we go. This is the R8G then, the number 18. We can see Romain Grosjean is in the car for them. They got some work to do if they want a top 10, which is where you're going to really take some points. Only half a point if you're outside the top 10. But Romain Grosjean will be hoping he can do all he can now to try and carry them a little bit up the order.
And he did struggle a little bit at Spa, did Romain Grosjean, but he is big into his sim racing. I mean, you can see that in the fact that he has 3 cars on this grid. You might think, if you haven't seen the sim racing scene generally, you might think maybe R8G is just a Le Mans virtual only thing, as Romain Grosjean just wanted a little bit in it. No, R8G is one of the biggest outfits in sim racing at the moment. They are right up there at the front of a whole majority of championships. They've got partnerships left, right and centre. They are a team to keep an eye on, and here on RF2 they are extremely fast, having won some of the biggest championships on the platform, of course, 2 times in the GT Pro Series a couple of years ago, with of course Andy Yoski taking the victories in that, beating out Kevin Siggy, by the way. He's a fantastic driver, and then just a whole host of other championships left, right and centre, recently wrapping up a couple of other crowns. Again, a very, very strong team. It's why I'm shocked by their recovery, and I'm also not shocked by their recovery, because if the team that's going to do it, it's going to be them. Lauren Heinrich then comes into the pit lane in that number 23, our race leader. The 5, Jack Keithley, Quentin Violate in the 65, of course the Panis Racing team. The 100 Arnage competition car, Dennis Zetak, Colin Spork also in the pit lane for Alpine, Balash Remenick for Yazheat Veloce after issues earlier on today. There is Luke Browning, of course, behind the wheel, jumping in. I think it's the first time I've seen him, certainly, in a team Redline car. You can see got his racing helmet behind him, GD3 champion of this current year, recently signing to join the team Redline outfit. And again, brilliant move, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, fantastic talent in the feeder series world, and as we said, nominated for the Young Driver of the Year. Best of luck to him. We'll find out that result tomorrow and see if he can win that test in a Formula 1 car with Aston Martin, as the car comes back down off the jacks here for Rocket Sim Sport. I think they'll want to see the checkered flag, really. Now they've have had a bit of a bad day at the office, haven't they? There we can see the number 8 R8G. Still right behind the number 2 Team Redline car. The Porsche Commander is the last car. The number 20 is the last one, really, to come in. Right, what's the gap between the 23 and the 1? Mac Backham is in the 23 now for the Porsche Commander. 39 seconds is... We'll wait and see if that's going to come down a little bit. Was there a slow... Still 18 seconds. That's still quite a big gap, isn't it?
It's not ideal, I'll say that for free, but yeah, it's not awful. Well, again, there's still plenty of time left in this race, but like I say, I think it's probably a little bit too big. We'll see once it's all settled down.
We need to see what the gap is to this car, though, don't we? Because this is the car that they're closer to, that they were closer to. So a bit of confusion there. Apologies. So let's see what the gap is to the 20. Right, Panis Racing are being passed there by Floyd Van Wilburst for 11th place. The dark green Floyd Van Wilburst car goes by, and into 11th place Jesper Pedersen, who has raced with the team since the start of the Le Mans Virtual Series, goes by and into 11th. Panis Racing clearing some traffic outside of turn number 1. We wait to see the number 20 car return to the track and see exactly where it will be in relation to the likes of Max Verstappen. He is 16 seconds ahead of James Baldwin, Luke Brown in, Artur Rougier is in for RHG, Josh Skelton in for Next Few Van will burst. Then we have Arne Schoenverlate in the number 62 Brabham. Sami Matti Trogan is next along for Williams Esport, and Raffaele Marciello, someone who got all the way up to Formula 2. What a top 10 that is. Yeah. Absolutely. And Ayunchan Juven is in the number 20 as well.
Whoa, big move to the
Factory
inside.
Porsche driver, of course. So what a top 10 that is. Job van Uitert in the 65, Roman Grosjean out there in the 18. It really is full of talent. We've got Enger out there in the 44, ARC Bratislava as well. Angus Fender in the 22. Here we go, a little bit side by side.
That was scary at T1, going out a little bit wide. I mean, it was a great move going into the final corner from the Yazheat Veloce car to take over 16th spot, but very risky into the first.
Now the gap is 7.7 seconds between Ayunchan Juven, who is in the number 20 Porsche Coanda, and Max Verstappen.
Speaking of awards, by the way, someone who might be up for Sim Racer of the Year award. Of course, he's one of the nominated people that everyone's voted for in the Autosport Awards, as well as elsewhere in sim racing. Another small award. But James Baldwin's up there. He's won a lot this year when it comes to over in SRO Esports, of course, the FIA Motorsport Games, as well as the previous round of the Le Mans Virtual Series, the 63, taking that victory. James Baldwin, again, super talent. Another one, like I say, to look at that list, as you say, absolutely right. Inside that top 10, you think, oh, yeah, okay, that's a top 10. If ever I saw one. Again, if it's a top 10 of sim racing and real world drivers that are both like good. To be fair, for most of them, they're both good at both.
Yeah, yeah, they are. Yeah, I mean, Raffaele Marciello was a fantastic single-seater racer and has done similar things now in GTs as well. Josh Skelton was a very talented kart racer on the world stage and is now doing great stuff in GTs and is showing that pace in the in the esports world as well. Artur Rougier, another very quick karter on the world stage, and is now doing stuff on the esports scene as well. Luke Brown, and as you said, we've got GB3 champion. We've got James Baldwin, who raced in British GT after becoming the world's fastest gamer. We've got the 2 times Formula 1 world champion. We've got Ayunchan Juven, very quick Porsche driver, and then Matt Backham out there leading the way. Okay, now Juven is settled down. The gap has stabilised between he and Max Verstappen at around 7 seconds, and we've had a change further back. Williams Esports have gone up to 8th place. Sami Matti Trogan has gone ahead of Josh Skelton.
I've got to say, as much as we've seen of course, Luke Browning, our GD3 champion. I know it's obviously from my neck of the woods, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I know he's watching. But Nick Taylor, GB4 champion, fantastic sim racer. Would like to see him out on the grid in this as well. Don't know where they'd end up, but I guess
he should have done the Cup.
Should have. I told him, but he was too busy, as you do. Living that racing life as. Going down a lap once more on the AMG Petronas Esports car that's running in 4th. That's Axel.
I'd like to see him do it too, though.
He's a good lad.
Make a very good driver for the series. Definitely after watching him in GB4 this year, and we can see the number 21 Axel car making its way down the Ullman Straight and towards the final corner.
I want to know what your opinion is of the race length of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Of course, we've got to keep the 24, right? It was discussion last season. It's probably not one they want as an open discussion upstairs, but well, it's a live mic, so tough.
Oh no!
If we're doing 4 rounds, do you think all 4 of them should have different race lengths? Like essentially what we have now, we've got a 4, 6, 8, and a 500 miles. I know the 500 miles is a 4-hour race, but still. Or
it's a different kind of race.
Do you think that they should all be like 4-hour races? Because let's be honest, with a 4-hour race, the bad ones are short, and the good ones you want more. Or do you think
different lengths?
I think different lengths, and that's some people don't like
That's
it.
how they do it on the world stage, isn't it? On the World Endurance Championship.
Also, I will still maintain the best race of the season so far was the 8 hours of Bahrain.
Yeah,
which
that
was
was
absolutely stunning.
No, but this Le Mans Virtual Series is a championship which you can't. We have to test these teams differently each time. You know, an 8-hour race is much different to a 500 miles of Sebring, and that is the different challenge. They have to rip up their strategy books and rewrite them again.
Yeah.
So, and they have to do that every single time. If we gave them the same length every time, it would be quite a straightforward race.
My only issue with 500 miles is that it is a 4-hour race. So it's the same as what we've run over, which is where I'm kind of like, I wonder if we could do something else different. What if this became the 1,000 miles of Sebring, and then this is the 8-hour race that we do, and then the 8-hour race we change to be like, I don't know, 5 or something. An odd-numbered hour, as much as it looks weird on branding and whatnot, a 3 or a 5-hour race, they do look a bit odd, but they are the most unpredictable because they do not conform to standard strategy, and it's what makes them so good. Especially if it's like what I was expecting with this. I thought it was going to be about 3.5 hours, which is just terribly awkward for all the drivers, and I like that. Make it awkward.
Well, with your live mic, I think we might be staying on board with Max Verstappen a little while. Now, I'm going to ask you to talk us through a few corners of Sebring here as we make our way down to the hairpin.
Certainly do. Hairpin, of course, coming up towards the Fangio chicane. Great little corners. When you use a lot of the dirt and the runoff, you can kind of see it being kicked up by a couple of the cars up ahead. Nice and easy bit. Great to get past traffic coming through Fangio up towards Cunningham. Before this is genuinely my favourite bit of this entire track. When you go through Cunningham, obviously a little bit more awkward with the 77 Proton Commander there. Going around Collier, this double apex left-hander before we hook it right and go into Tower Corner. Such a difficult corner, this one, but you watch this, just watch the brake, breathing off nice and early, you're letting the car roll through Tower, back onto the throttle nice and early, and this run up towards Bishop. Not a hard, complicated section this when you're running by yourself. When you've got 2-3 cars around you, it can become a little bit trickier as we head up towards the Le Mans bend and out onto the Almond Straight. It is a fantastic track, so anyone who doesn't agree, tough. With the commentator, we get to say.
And this is going to be the final corner now coming up to Sunset Bend, one of the most popular corners.
It really is. So fun, so tricky. You said before about 1,000 different lines around the corner. It's absolutely right. There's some big bumps. If you take the wrong line, it will bite, and you will go into that barrier on the outside, on the inside, you just go for a spin. It's a corner which you should never, ever underestimate. And then T1 as well. We'll just keep our eye on that one. Throw it in. Beautiful corner when you get it right, and there's, like I said, great overtaking opportunity. More importantly, it's a good overtaking opportunity around the outside, which is like every time you get a corner where you're like, no, it's better to make a move around the outside, you're like, oh yeah, okay, I like this corner.
Fantastic stuff. Great to have that insight. Great to ride on board with Max Verstappen, and great to have the insight from yourself there, Lewis, as well, as we watch Max Verstappen now. He's dropped back a little bit with that traffic, so that'll play back into his hands eventually when Juven comes across a similar problem. Artur Rougier is catching Luke Browning. Jesper Pedersen has just passed Raffaele Marcello as well. So we've got battles going on. Brabham are doing very well in this race. They're up P7. Scoombillet is going really well. They're only 3 seconds back from the number 8 RHG. This has been a really strong race for the Brabham team. They got P8 in the first race of the season, and they've just gone up into P6. What's happened to RHG in the 8?
Yeah, I think
they've just dropped a couple of places.
I think Rougier's had a bit of a problem here in that 8. Artur Rougier's dropping down the order,
isn't he? So something has happened to the number 8.
I think it's been settled, because I don't think he's dropping any further back, is Rougier, so staying ahead of
he lost 15 seconds through the first sector. There he is.
Great. Yeah, the car's not moving right. You can tell there's a lot of damage on the front end, and that car is not moving right. You can see it going into Tower, the way it was wobbling. Unfortunately, I think the 8, you can see it's kind of crabbing ever so slightly. This is going to be scary. Yeah, no.
That's a real shame after all the hard work they put in to recover from that grid place drop of 10 places. Arthur Rougier, unfortunately, has had some sort of issue. We're going to take a look at it in just a second. But here we go, Lewis. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, see what happens to Rougier. We're on board with a number 8.
Oh, no.
Ah. Now, that comes across as someone that was looking at something data.
Lapsing concept.
Yeah, like I said, when you've got all this data on your screen, sometimes a little bit too much, you don't focus on what you're doing. Probably looking, maybe you could switch fuel modes, brake bias, anything like that. Arthur Rougier is staying out, and you can see that car is going to be impossible to drive. And the thing is, it's probably going to get worse as the tyres wear. You can see how much it's sliding through T1, through T3 there. Don't get me started on American corner numbers. That was the other hill that I'll die on, is American corner numbers. Turn 1 is turn 1, and then turn 2 is actually turn 3 around here, because of course it is, wouldn't it be? But yeah, you can see that car is not having a good time with it.
Now, we are getting close. Here we can see the Marla car. Some of the standouts for me, got to be Marla. P1 Esport are doing absolutely brilliant in this race as well. P1 Esport and Marla have done superb jobs. P1 coming up from P9. Marla started on the back row of the grid in 15th place. They now run in P6. What a superb performance it has been from Marla. They've played the long game, and it's paying off for them so far. There is still some way to go in this, but D'Alessandro is chasing down P1 Esport now. Out front, Porsche Coanda 10 seconds apart. Max Verstappen is dropping back a little bit from those two. And then we have the likes of AMG Team Petronas next along. And that is now almost coming up to 100 laps completed, Lewis.
Yeah, fantastic race. It has been. Began in the bright sunshine with a bit of an incident on the race start, a cluster coming into the initial start on that start-finish straight before we even got down into the first corners. A couple of cars being bitten already. The race down to the first corner would happen, and of course in the GTE category, a little bit of side-by-side, a little bit of feisty fisticuffs, but everything was absolutely fine. Fordzilla getting into a little bit of a calamitous affair with some of the GTEs up and over the curbs going into Bishop, being spun round into the path of the number 8 R8G, and the big spin coming out on board with the Triple 8 rather. A little bit of contact there. Not too bad though. The Triple 8 got away with it. The Fordzilla did not, as ProDrive Fire were battling it out with that Ferrari a bit further down in the GTE standings. A bit too deep on the brakes. The 95 went and out towards the barrier. Thankfully, both of them being saved on that occasion. Bit of contact between GR Vector and Satellite that sent them straight out into the barrier, unfortunately, ending some decent pace that they had and giving the 64 a lot more issues in the race. The number 8 had a little bit of a wide moment going through the first corner. Marcel Chinchik behind the wheel. By the time he handed over though to his teammate Yuri Toman, things were looking pretty solid for the team. The 44 ARC Bratislava getting into the 88 and then getting into the 22 as well. Straight out of the pit lane, Rocket Simsports went, and the number 44 causing this incident straight into the rear end of that 22, sending them straight out down the escape road at turn 3 and out towards the barrier. Traffic navigation was a big part of the day, and Fordzilla were doing quite well on it until this moment. A bit of a hip check between them and the 101 GR Vector car that sent them sideways going into Cunningham. Then brilliant battle between the 51, of course, the SF Velas car against the Proton Commander. It was on the edge of their seat between them. They were battling over the race lead and then off strategy with everyone down the order. The two AMG cars between Williams and Petronas were switching over a little bit before this incident, as Graham Carroll was to the inside of Nikodem Wisniewski. A little bit of a pinch from Wisniewski, who received a warning for it, and a spin for him, unfortunately dropping them off the back of the train, wearing out the tyres ever so slightly, and meaning there's a lot more work to be done. The number 2 versus the number 8, brilliant battle between these two. We saw time and time again, couple of little taps between the two, including that one sending Bennett out a little bit wide and Yuri Toman hanging on to the position before we saw this Mexico Racing team unfortunately ahead of literally the entire field that were battling over that 4th position. AMG Petronas managed to just get through. R8G and Redline did not, however, and a couple of squeezes as they were all trying to work their way past the penalty issue. Mexico Racing Team getting a drive-through penalty for that incident. Unfortunately, a lot of people footing the bill on that one. The number 1, Max Verstappen, against Romain Grosjean, the battle of two heavyweights of the motorsport world, and of course a switch. It was all for track position rather than race position, though, as Romain Grosjean was put a lap down by the two-time Formula 1 world champion. He was behind the wheel and absolutely flying to try and catch. This happened fairly recently. Rougier behind the wheel, a lapse in concentration for the number 8, sent out into the barrier with a massive spin and some very heavy damage on the number 8 R8G machine that had worked its way up after the 10th-place grid penalty to well inside the top 10. They've been into the pit lane recently, meaning they are not going to be inside the top 10. A top 10 that is dominated by Porsche Commander with a 1-2 at the moment, 9 and a bit seconds between the two of them, and 9 and a bit seconds clear of Max Verstappen. James Bowler behind the wheel with the 63 before we get to Team Redline, and Luke Browning in 5th position. Moving down the order, a few that might be surprising down, of course, R8G that have been pushed down with that number 8 after returning to the pit lane. Alpine Esports and Team Ford's a little bit further down than where they would expect to be before we can see our race leaders in the GTE category. Sim Maranello have been dominant all day, 4.7 seconds clear of BMW Team Redline. They're trying to find their way to close back in. Satellite at the bottom, unfortunately, with a rough day, but they are still going. All of our runners remain out on circuit. McCarthy's been off. He's got to go and get grilled. Someone who certainly has been fairly recently had a bit of grilling of the commentator kind. Hope you found it all right. Ben Constantine is back in the commentary booth. Hello.
33 laps to remaining.
Yeah.
Not long. But great to have Porsche Commander 1-2 right now, being chased down by Max Verstappen. The 63 in 4th position. The 53 was battling with it, wasn't he? Nikita Wisniewski. And that is a spin by that car all on his own. Rafael Marcello now aboard the machine. Plenty of experience on R-Factor 2. Rafael Marcello, who's also been participating on ACC thanks to his involvement in GT3 racing.
And he also won Le Mans Virtual 2020.
And the first Le Mans Virtual winner, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, not having a great time of it here. Simpson versus Proton Commander. It's the 88 Proton Commander, though. A little bit further down the order, the two of them battling over 12th position, just outside of the top 10. Simpson just about hanging on to it. I think that Simpson looks actually really good in this live, I'll say.
Yeah, is it going to get dark by the end? It looks like it might.
I think it might, yeah. I wasn't expecting it to. But when you go and look at those highlights, you think, wow, it was bright earlier on as the 71 comes into the pit lane for what will be their final stop of the race. We're in that window where it is the last stop for the GTEs, and that's why you can see pretty much all of them are in the pit lane.
Yeah, it looks as a bit concerning for some of them in the early running who had to pit at 50 minutes and at 45 minutes, but it has now kind of shaken out so that most of them are within that 1 hour window, so they can go to the end without having to worry too much about fuel saving. SF Velas is one of those cars which is out of sequence.
Same with ProDrive Fire as well. Those two will be having to make another pit stop in this race, which will relinquish the lead back over to ProDrive Fire, you would expect. As we can see the 66 coming through there, as you saw all of them in the pit lane. Very, very busy on pit lane between those GTs because everyone's coming in. It's quite a long stop as well, so hopefully safe releases and all that.
It will be interesting to know the gap between SF Velas and Sim Maranello once this stop is done. 34 seconds it is. Now, I reckon if you need to go into the pits and do a bit of a splash and dash, it's going to be about 40 seconds. So depending on how long SF Velas and ProDrive can go for, they obviously have to do an extra stop. But actually, it's not all lost for those guys if they can get a little bit of an advantage in this last stint.
Bajska Visser behind the wheel of the Mahler Racing team. Seen her do a fair few races in sim racing, including the Le Mans Virtual Series. So looking great behind the Mahler Racing team. They've struggled a little bit today. Of course, Mohamed Patel, Michele Di Alessandro behind the wheel of the car, but alas, Bajska Visser taking it to the checker flag. I've said before with the SFLS strategy, I don't agree with it, and I'm not sure it's going to work. And then, again, you're absolutely right. The kind of the closer we get into it, the more it's like, if they do take a splash, if they don't take tyres, I mean, you really shouldn't take tyres if you are doing slightly shorter than that. I'd just risk it for a chocolate biscuit and see what happens.
Drive-through penalty is 32 seconds. So if you, I think you've got to stop and start again. But how long do you need to stop for?
I think they need to stop for like they're going to have to put probably about 20 laps of fuel.
Depends how far they get.
That's true, but I think based on where they did stop last time, which was pretty much about 20 laps ago, actually, even if they put in a full tank there and they do the full 33, they're going to probably have to put in, it's only 10-15 laps from this point, so they're going to have to put in at a bare minimum 15, probably close to 20 laps of fuel. And I think the fuel fill rate in the GTs, I'm pretty sure it's about 3 litres a second. And I think a lap around here is probably not far off about 3 litres. Something in, it's
so 3 seconds a lap. It's a big stop.
You're talking 15-20 seconds at stationary minimum.
Yeah.
At which point, like I was, when Chris asked earlier, like, how far do they have to be ahead? I said about a minute is where I would be. Because even if they were to do that and they were to come out as the leader and they weren't to take tyres, they would just do it as a fuel stop. They're going to be on more worn tyres comparatively to those they're fighting with, which is where you need a little bit extra space. I'm not sure it will work, but again, as I was saying earlier, I respect the fact that they've tried something and they've not just gone, wow, everyone else is going to do a 3-stop strategy, so we'll just do the same thing. I was like, no, do you know what? Why not? Give something a go.
And also, Sim Maranello are going to be pushing so hard in the 26 car because they've got the championship leader in GTE, Enzo Benito, in the 71 chasing them down, and only 3.3 seconds separating the two of them. So they can't cruise to victory and get caught out. They are going to have to push so hard. The only saving grace for SFLS will be if they start squabbling Sim Maranello and BMW, but in doing so, slow their pace down.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if there's anything that might come of it. We'll focus a little bit on the LMP category because Mac Backham here on our screen at the moment leading the way. I know there's a lot of people that'll be like, well, Max Verstappen's in for a super stint at the moment. I said earlier, I think he's have to do one of the most incredible stints I've ever seen in sim racing. And I've seen a lot of stints in sim racing, trust me. He is running roughly the same pace as our race leader, so that gap ain't moving from 19.2 seconds. So, like I said, for me at the moment, I don't know if you agree, Ben, but this is Porsche's to lose.
Oh yeah,
they are in the driving seat big time.
But let's not ruin the anticipation of the last 30 laps. I think there's a definite possibility that Max could get himself up into second and split those two Porsche Commander cars. The more favoured in the championship is the number 20. That is sitting in 4th in the championship. The leader of our race right now sits in 8th in the championship with almost half the points. Yeah. So Porsche Commander will actually want to switch those two around for the sake of the championship, because it's very unlikely that the 23 can win the championship from as far down as 8th position, even if there are double points available for Le Mans.
Yeah, I do agree. I think,
but you can't manipulate it when they've got Verstappen chasing you.
Exactly. I was like, if they were 30 seconds clear, then they can manipulate it to their heart's content. The fact that there is only 10 seconds back to that Team Redline car, if there is a track to not mess about with on those kind of things, Sebring is right up there, because, like you say, you'll try and manipulate, you'll try and bring it more into your favour, and the track will bite you, courtesy of lap traffic or anything. There's so many reasons why this track, but it's why we love coming racing here, because this is a great example of the race definitely isn't done until it's done. You know, somewhere like Monza, it's like, well, you know, it's Monza, isn't it? Whereas here, nah. A lapse of concentration we saw from Arthur Rougier. Right.
That was mad.
That was mad. I've not seen that at this kind of level in a long time.
And Arthur Rougier is no slouch or stranger to sim racing. He's incredibly fast, and I don't really understand how. The only thing I can think of, and it would be amazing to see, whether he was reaching down for a cup of water, or have been distracted by somebody, or, you know, an animal. It's not been the first time like a cat has jumped on your lap, for instance.
So much.
It just seems weird to drive off the circuit and hit a bridge.
I think, like I say, my record, I agree, either messing about with something or looking onto another screen for like I say, I said maybe he was looking at data or whatever, or was trying to fiddle about on the wheel. You know, these cars have got brake bias and, you know, fuel maps and whatnot. It's not a crazy amount you can change whilst moving. I think it's literally those two, but still might have been fiddling about with some of that. Maybe even fiddling about with stuff for the pit stop to make sure the right driver was selected, even though they've already on their driver's slot. You know what I mean?
I think I'd do that on the Ullman straight, though.
100%. But because of how the gurney bend is, some people they're sort of like, it's fine, it's nothing. So I'll just do it on here.
Yeah.
It's straight, isn't it? don't underestimate it. There is a wall that you get very, very close to that people don't even realise how close you get to it. Arthur Rouget definitely realises now how close you get to it.
So many of these teams, so many of these pro drivers using this opportunity as a warm-up to the Le Mans 24 Hours coming up in the middle of January. And with the result that we have right now, the field will close up for our double points final round, as the Alpine there, which we haven't seen too much of, is that making up a position? It is a battle down at 16th position here between Sem9 Axel and Alpine Esports.
Yeah, they didn't qualify particularly well yesterday after some issues, and yeah, they've not had the greatest day here, but Collins Book still trying to do something for the team. Rory McDuff started it. Of course, Lehman did the middle stint, their pro driver who had a bit of PC issues. Tom Larty not doing this round, who was the one I expected to do it because Collins Book didn't like Sebring for some reason. But alas, down the order in 16th. They're a team that definitely expects to be fighting inside the top 10. They've got the pace to be, but sometimes you can have the pace, but if you don't have the luck, you don't have the I don't really know what else. You know.
If you don't have the luck, then you don't have the luck.
Right. It just doesn't come together, and it just hasn't come together. I think I don't like saying luck sometimes because it's like, is it luck all the time? I think sometimes luck is that thing in motorsport and sim racing where people go, well, you know, we just had some bad luck. And I was like, are you sure you just had some bad luck, or did you make some mistakes?
Yes, exactly. It's not all, but I think luck does exist as a concept.
Big time. So, I mean, two major things in sim racing that people don't really tell you when you start learning. Luck is a major factor, and things aren't fair.
Life isn't fair.
Exactly.
That's a great lesson to be taught age 0.
Yeah, too right.
Have
you told baby Lola that yet?
Absolutely. Whether it be in the world of virtual racing or real racing or just life. It's generally not fair. Grosjean here is looking at potentially trying to get himself to 14th position. That's what we were watching just a few moments ago. He's in the RHE 18 car, which is now the better car with Arthur Rouget's big old hefty crunch earlier on. What a bad day for RHE. I mean, it started off so well yesterday with their pace in qualifying, obviously then put into the middle of the pack after their discretions last round, and it really hasn't kind of worked out. The Grosjean-Beche car was never really expected to do great guns anyway, but you would have hoped that the 8 would have been a lot higher than it has become.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you go back 15 laps, the 8's done an amazing job to recover up the order. But 8 laps, 15 laps ago, whatever, it's still 30, 40 short of the end, and so there's no point in leading at that point, or getting in position inside the top 5, whatever. You want to be in position in a few laps' time. Has been confirmed, Dan Wren, one of the people who's not here because he went off to Sim Expo, however he does have his brother out doing cameras for us, bringing some of the shots that you're seeing on screen. Rory says it confirms it is going to be dark.
Yeah,
100% it will be dark when we see that checkered flag being flown, and you can really tell right now because instantly it's dipping below the horizon and it's going quick. Looks good though.
I'm surprised, therefore, that we've got so many real-world drivers in for these final stints. Chang Guven, all right, fine. There's plenty of them that also have incredible pedigree in terms of the sim world, Guven being one. But you've got Guven, Verstappen, Baldwin, Luke Browning. That is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Semi-Matti Trogan somehow is still classed as a real-world driver. And then Skelton, Marcello, Van Uitert. And we can continue. Grosjean, Rouget, Benyaya. Thomas Eng is in the ARC Bratislava. I didn't actually check his age, but Thomas Eng driving for ARC Bratislava. GT have gone a different way. There's only Dennis Lind, the real-world driver, Butska Visser in their field. And it's getting tight now, Lewis. Yes. BMW Team Redline, 1.6 back from Sim Maranello for what we think is the lead of the race.
I believe that is the actual race. There's 51 at the moment. SFLS Esports, they are off strategy. We are awaiting a stop for the 51, but you're absolutely right. 2nd and 3rd, what will come, we believe, will come the race lead. Lorenzo Risi, Enzo Benito, very, very close. I've got to say, Dennis Lynn, got to give him a shout out. love myself a little bit of Dennis Lind. Of course, British GT champion last year and all-round superstar in the world of sim racing and motorsport. And I've got to say, Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, I don't know if they're awaiting another pit stop. I don't believe so. I think they've accounted for the same level of stop. From what I'm seeing, they've done the same level of stop as everyone else in the category. I think they have done an amazing job to recover in a Porsche which has been unfavoured around Sebring as such. It's not a circuit which was ever thought to run well for them, and from the Red Bull, from the Porsche point of view, and they've done absolutely brilliant. Now, as we can see, with it being night, headlights have to be on. That will be forced in-game, by the way, for anyone at home not knowing. That will be, there'll be a pop-up. If you don't turn it on, the game will automatically disqualify you at this point. You have to have them on. And if not, if the game doesn't automatically disqualify you for whatever reason, Eduardo Freitas will.
Yeah, but it didn't give Graham Carroll a penalty for knocking off his teammate.
Oh, well, the AMG aren't teammates, and it was ish. It was deduced to be a squeeze for Nikodem Wisniewski. I think they saw it from up above and whatnot, and went that way. But I believe it was classified as a squeeze. We ride on board with Enzo Benito, car ahead. Again, we believe this is going to be the battle for the race lead in that GTE category. It's very tight indeed. You can see that throttle input. Benito's feeling confident, feeling pacey, feeling in control in a circuit which, whilst we've said it's not really a Porsche track, it's really been more Ferrari focused, what we saw in qualifying. And as we ride on board with BMW, I know you can't really hear it for whatever reason, but the BMW is firing on all cylinders at the moment to try and catch that Sim Maranello car.
Are you sure it's not an electric?
Yeah. we are getting it, so obviously we can hear the curbs and whatnot, but there is no engine noise coming from this.
That's really weird.
This BMW. It's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. It's
and you can hear the
LMPs.
other car going past.
I can hear the LMPs going through. I have had that problem when driving,
because there is, I mean, there's two volume settings, isn't there? You can
a lot of volume settings.
Yeah, you have the volume of the curb strikes and a different volume setting for the engine noise.
Yeah, you've got one for your engine noise, one for opponent engine noise. You can really put it into a position where you're comfortable, because I've had it before where I've done some racing and you're trying to hear. You do a lot more driving on audio than people kind of think. Like, you know, every gear shift, even curb use and stuff, a lot of it you go on audio, right? And to be able to adjust that to be just right is very, very important. And the last thing that you want, and I have had this before, where I'm driving and all I can hear is the car that's right behind me. It was at a point in the race where I was almost tempted just to pull over and be like, no, I'm done with this. I've had enough. This is, because it's annoying. It's so annoying. You can't concentrate.
I said this earlier on the race, early on the weekend, I should say. If I was to choose a sim racing team of three of these drivers, this is the team I would choose. But Van Buren, Benito, Siggy. What a lineup.
Superstar team. I mean, Redline have got some quality drivers, but hot dang.
Oh, SF into the pits. So they still have to fuel, as you quite rightly said, for 23 laps. So this is not going to work out for Velas right now. What they will have is, if they do tyres, could potentially do a full stint.
Tyres have been done.
Tyres being done. Yeah. So they're going to be dropping down here to behind the BS BMW, I'd have thought, and maybe even to the Oracle Red Bull. Let's see. But they're going to have a fresh set of boots, fresher.
They could potentially, it depends on where they come out in comparison to that BS car. I mean, they might be in fourth, which would be great. They might be able to challenge for a podium.
Genuinely. Yeah, no, exactly. They could push back up. Let's have a look.
Yeah, potentially.
Still with the P beside their name, still waiting for them to come in, and Simsa doing the same thing. So they have to worry about Simsa. Oracle Red Bull would be the next one to worry about as we turn our attention back to the LMP category.
Christian Michael, by the way, getting back in behind the wheel of SF Velas. Of course, we saw the longest stint being done from Casper Stolz. I'm not sure if Spheres must have been in recently. I had the inkling that Christian Michael might have done the initial part of the race. So Jordan Visser's just got in, that's why, because we've added that stint, so he's going to tick off his timer now as Bahrain Esports were out wide. I just want to speak very quickly of timing, of driver timing, because I didn't notice on the form that we've got here for the protest sheet that I believe that it's that the 888 might have exceeded the 2-hour maximum limit that Risto Capital was in. But that'll be investigated post-race, so tough.
Here is SF Velas then. The 51 has found itself right under the rear wing of the 111 machine, so they have dropped behind P1 Esport into 6th position in class, but they have fresher tyres than Mikael Jensen ahead. But the gaps are big, so they really took a long time in the pit stop. Trying to go around the outside. Have they got the space to then have the inside line for the next corner? They've got the leader second position just behind, and there's no way through here. And this is a big problem, actually, moreover, for Aychan Guven, who finally has the ability to get past, but will have lost a chunk of time there as the two GT cars were squabbling. And you don't want to be losing time when Max Verstappen's freezing down your neck.
Yeah, also look at how close it was between the top two. This is for 5th and 6th, so Jordi Veers getting past Marcus Jensen, but I did see that BMW Team Redline versus Sim Marinello was separated by a whopping 0.3 of a second, less than that even now. Enzo Benito all over the rear end, the battle for the race lead in GTE coming up to 20 laps to go.
Little bit of fuel saving going into the braking zone there, not in straight onto the brake after fading off the accelerator. So there still is a need for some of these drivers to not drive at the absolute limit, and that's where we're going to see SF Velas chomping away at the gaps to the cars ahead, because these guys have all got to stretch to a full hour, whereas SF Velas just have to go straight on. So all is not lost for them. To get themselves up onto the podium would be tough. They've got 20 seconds to Oracle Red Bull, but that also means that when we see an attack from the BMW, it's not quite as aggressive as we might usually see. There goes Thomas Enger around the outside of the BMW. Enger's 46 years old now.
Really?
Yeah.
Goodness me.
I said he was 50 earlier on, so I do apologise.
That's brutal, yeah. You just sort of, I don't think we'll be too happy with the eco, so it's almost as unhappy as Jack Keighley was when I saw him from Norfolk. Probably not quite. That was sacrilege. Either way, tight battle. I agree with you. I actually don't think that BMW Team Redline are going to do too much straight away. I think there's a little bit of fuel game going on here. I think Redline will just want to sit here and be patient, and they are confident. See some LMPs coming into the pit lane. So the last stops in the LMP category coming in. Enger in. We had Merguli in, of course, one of the drivers that took part in the Le Mans Virtual Cup. Romain Grosjean into the pit lane. I did see Alessandro Ottaviani in recently. Oh my goodness, what's happening there? A bit of a squeeze there with the Team Redline car, who's not in its box. Which Redline car is that?
That's the number 2, because Verstappen's already come out.
Yeah, what? That squeeze? Okay, so there is a thing about the fast lane taking priority and all that, but that was very naughty.
Well, it was a good little battle, wasn't there, between Floyd Van Wall and Nextview Van Wall and the second of the Team Redline cars. It's going to be a slow stop for Luke Browning.
Yeah, very slow. I mean, he had to do, like I say, he had to reverse it about 8 times to try and get it out from behind the ARC Bratislava car. So that number 2 car's lost a lot of time. And the ARC Bratislava, I don't know, like I say, it'll be race control will be investigating that one, I have no doubt. Just squeezed him straight towards the wall. Back on board then with Enzo Benito right at the front of the GTE category, and not very much time between them. I don't feel that BS Competition and Ferris Stanley will be able to close. I think they will close in, and at the moment, the rate, if they are going to stay this close, it's about a second a lap faster that Ferris Stanley's going. But I do get the feeling that these two have a bit more pace in it.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
What they're showing.
I mean, Enzo Benito is in pouncing position there, isn't he? Could easily send it down the inside if he wanted a last lap gasp, but we still have 20 laps remaining of this race, and therefore it's a better, tighter line through the first part of Sunset, but the Ferrari tends to apex later to get a better drive off the corner. That's what it needs and indeed Enzo not with enough space. And look at the gap that's created on the exit.
Great drive off from Sim Marinello. You can see how much more of the circuit Enzo Benito's confident using. Bit of a slide there. This could be an opportunity. Enzo Benito might go for it. You can see Sim Marinello feeling the need to defend. And the thing is, when you feel the need to defend, Enzo Benito, any chance of him sat behind waiting for the slipstream is going to go. Coming up towards turn 5, he was almost going for it to try and get past Lorenzo Arisi. Still, Arisi off the corner quite nicely. The head round gurney bend and the straight line speed of the Ferrari will be more than enough at the moment to keep the BMW team red line at bay, but they are beginning to fight.
So much pressure on Lorenzo's shoulders with red line behind. Let's not forget that Sim Marinello have not even stood on the podium so far this season. 4th, their best result in the short race at Monza, roughly the same distance as we are racing today. But they only sit down in 7th position. This is the incident we saw with Thomas Eng going into the pits and squeezing Luke Browning. Luke Browning's coming out of the pits, Eng's coming into the pits there, and a very fast 5-point turn from Luke Browning to get himself back out onto circuit. However, he's now 32 back from James Baldwin.
The fact that he had already stopped does genuinely change it just a touch, because it's kind of like, well, yeah, but you had already stopped, which means you were released out into the side of another car, which you would almost classify as an unsafe release then. So it's like, right, okay, that does change it ever so slightly. So race control might take a slightly dimmer view on the number 2. That said, whether you give them a penalty for it, I don't know, don't really think they've already paid their price when it comes to it. But
I didn't actually compromise ARC very much,
exactly. Like ARC Bratislava probably
didn't know they were there.
Yeah, exactly. It's the number 2 that was cost all of the time. It's a bit slow there out on the exit of Sunset from the number 71. Sun definitely has set, by the way. You can see how dark it's got on track as the number 20 comes into the pit lane. Of course, a lot of the other contingent inside the LMP category have already stopped. This is just them ticking off theirs. And it'll be a slightly shorter stop for the 20 than even the 23, than the rest of the LMP contingent.
Also, just that graphic flipping up for a second. Sim Marinello on the medium tyre, everyone else on the soft. So that is going to be affecting their performance throughout this stint, with the soft tyre working better at the start of the stint, but potentially the medium being better at the end when the soft has run out of its grip.
Yeah, you can see that the yellow sidewall tyres have... Oh, Brabham's been off. Who else is... Oh, don't rejoin straight into the next view. I was going to say by Collison, that was last year. The Van Wall burst. I think it was the next view Van Wall burst anyway. But yes, Brabham having a bit of an issue there. Like I say, I don't know. Which one's the right call? We've got 4 tyres in. Yeah, blue is wet, obviously. White is soft. Yellow is medium, and then green is hard. So you can see those tyre walls being like that. And I'm not sure what's the right call, to be honest.
Well, cooler conditions in the dark as well. Horrible bump hit there by the Brabham that sent them into a spin, and they did well actually. Oh,
okay.
Oh, they've taken out the 444 Van Wall car.
And they nearly made contact with it again here. So
mirror check aboard the 444, that's 7th in the championship. They haven't had a good day, have they, Van Wall? Generally.
Yeah, well, Dendy there behind the wheel of the 62, making a Le Mans Virtual Series debut. Both running in decent spots, actually, the 62 and the 444. Devon Marocek, like you say, behind the wheel, as we'll see Pescarolo and Yassine Veloce switching the spots there. So there is 1 made up from Isaac Gillison on Martin Moguli. Like you say, you're having a bit of a spin, fair enough. Kind of got the whole station. I don't think, based on what we saw earlier, I don't think race control will look too kindly on that from the Brabham.
No, absolutely not. You've got to be... I mean, you are committed to a line through there, but you've just got to be very, very careful. Enzo Benito, once again, giving his Italian counterpart some real hassle here. Trying to find a way. Drive to penalty for unsafe release.
The number 2, that's the red line. Yeah. That's for Luke Browning.
They're already serving it. Look, coming into the pit lane right now and back out. So it has been done.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I know they were the one that paid the higher price for it, but it was an unsafe release. It's black and white on that one. If you were released into the path or side by side with another car, just because it's sim racing and no one's life is in danger, it doesn't matter. It's still within the rules.
It's put them behind Simoncic in the number 4. That's its 6th position now for Floyd Van Wilburst, behind the 5 Williams Esports. Semi Matitroda aboard that. There's 39 seconds between Williams and AMG Petronas, who's 4th, with James Baldwin just 4.7 seconds back from Max Verstappen. All the hype about Max closing down the 2 Porsches, we didn't really consider our winners from last time out. James Baldwin here could be creating a fight for the last podium spot.
Yeah, and like I say, absolutely flying up the order. You've got, I was going to say one of the best in the world of motorsport versus one of the best in sim racing, but let's be honest, they're both pretty handy in the world of sim racing. So,
and let's be honest, if you put Baldwin in a Formula 1 car, maybe he wouldn't be Max Verstappen tomorrow, but he could have the possibility.
He's pretty quick.
He's one of the people that just deserves a big pile of cash delivered on his front door, and to show the world what he can do. In the 24 hours of Spa, with half an hour of practice, he was 10th fastest in his qualifying session against people, about 65 other cars that had done the season.
Yeah, like I say, incredible performance, especially like, you know, again, like with all the experience. I know he's done a season in British GT, but still 2
years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say
counts for nothing.
Exactly, I was going to say, when it comes to relative experience, when it comes to just GT racing generally, or just racing in across the board, that's 2 years is a lifetime. And yeah, to kind of jump in and just be going straight out, to have the bravery to attack Spa as well, right? Of all tracks, there are not many that you can attack that hard in Spa because of places like Eau Rouge and Radion and whatever. In sim racing, you can do it 1,000 times and it's like, oh, I've crashed, whatever, just hit escape. In motorsport, you've got to build up to it, you've got to build that confidence. You've only got half an hour to do it. Yeah. Well, that is like 10, 15, 10 laps basically. So yeah, good luck. It's tough, real tough. That's the difference between the world of motorsport and the world of sim racing. I was chatting to Dennis Lind about this when he did Bathurst a few years ago, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we had about 10 laps before we did qualifying." And I was like, "Bathurst?" He was like, "Yeah, that's pretty normal for motorsport." And I'm like, "I'd want at least." I'm like, "Nah, give me 200, mate, and I might be all right."
That does make a huge difference. And remember, also, you don't have to pay an entry fee to get into a virtual circuit. You don't have to pay for tyres. You can go testing every day, all night, however long you want. There's never a red flag. And if you crash, you just press reset and you can have a brand new car again. You can't do any of that in the real world. And so these virtual races are so well prepared in comparison. Although I was told just now that Max Verstappen didn't have a pedal set until yesterday. So his preparation has been limited by the fact that he didn't have any hardware.
Well, I mean, this is where you need to go down the Summer Pageant route and have 2 sets of hardware, just in case one fails, so that you can unplug it, throw one out of the way, throw the second one in, plug that in, and away we go, lads, into the next portion of the race. So
legendary scenes from the world of Le Mans Virtual.
Drive-through penalty for the 62. Brad Meese was causing a collision with the 444 Van Wall. I don't think anyone's particularly shocked. Another look at that incident. Obviously, they're running in 8th position. I mean, it's an awful bump. Had they held position here, it probably wasn't a penalty, but the fact they drove forward into the line, same as what we saw earlier, there was nothing that Van Wall could do. Yeah, I mean, you can't really argue with that one too much.
No, not really. If you spin, keep your foot on the brake. That's what they tell you in the arrive and drive karting places of the world.
A stationary car is predictable, a moving car isn't. So, like I say, you've got to treat it like that. And Will Dendy just misjudging it ever so slightly when it comes to that one.
15 laps remaining. 15 laps for Enzo Benito to find a way past this Ferrari. How much is he taking out of his tyres? Is he saving fuel to be able to turn that wick up a little bit? He knows that the BMW doesn't have the straight line speed that the Ferrari does, and therefore the Ferrari getting a little bit squirrely with the back marker getting past him there. And 15 laps equates to about 50 kilometres.
Yes.
10% of our race still remaining.
Whoa! Okay, he was looking for it there. I mean, Le Mans corner is not really one for it, especially when the Ferrari's got slightly better straight line speed than your BMW. But here we go. It's roughly, based on where we are, it's around 20 minutes left in this race, roughly. Something in that vein, slightly longer than 20 minutes, but 20, 25 minutes, somewhere in that vein. So we should be done slightly shy of the hour. which means it would be ever so slightly faster than last year. I think, like I said, I think it's 4 hours 7 minutes last year, so we're aiming to go faster than that to prove that we're better than those.
Why have we gone faster than last year? Tyres are different?
Tyres are slightly different, yeah. Also, I think track temperature might be ever so slightly different than last year. Might be slightly cooler generally this year than it was last year, which just affects race pace. The thing is,
Sniff.
Is he going for it? There he is.
Side by side for the lead of the race. Down the inside goes Enzo Benito to move the 71 ahead of the Ferrari that's led from the very beginning. There's back markers involved, there's LMP cars involved. The Ferrari's going to try and fight back, moves onto the racing line. Benito is on the defensive inside line here into the braking zone, so there's no way really to go around the outside, but there's still plenty of opportunities if an LMP car fires its way down the inside of this little battle that we have for the lead of the race with less than 50 kilometres remaining. Again, looks to the inside. Remember, the Ferrari is fast at top-end speed and again draws alongside into the braking zone, but Enzo's got it covered.
Yeah, that was really nicely done from Enzo Benito, but I can tell you, if Lorenzo Risi can keep up going onto the Ullman Straight, this is where it's very, very important. We had the overlapped qualifying lap from the top three, and you could see at this point, Kevin Siggy behind the wheel of 71, looking really, really good at this point, actually pulling clear of the two Ferraris. Once they got through this sector, though, those Ferraris are absolute bullets in a straight line comparatively to that BMW, and so we'll have to wait and see if the Sim Maranello car can have something to do. But that bit of lap traffic, that Porsche, I think it's just separated them enough. Weirdly enough, a Porsche Commander car might have actually just helped Team Redline there in their charge and their pursuit for victory. We'll have to wait and see. The Sim Maranello have been fantastic this weekend, and as you quite rightly pointed out, on slightly different tyres. Running the medium tyres mean they should come in potentially a little bit better 5-10 laps into the stint.
The medium tyre might be better at the very end of this race, but they still need to keep in touch. And Enzo Benito checking out here in the BMW that took pole position and took victory last time out at Spa-Francorchamps, leads our championship by over 11.5 points, and now is checking out as well. The gap growing in their championship as Oracle Red Bull Racing having a pretty miserable day, although up to 4th position in class now with Dennis Lynn, 19 seconds off Stanley in 3rd position for BS competition.
And this will be a big moment for the 71, by the way, because this will be their 5th victory in the Le Mans Virtual Series. How incredible is that? They had 3 last year, looking for their 2nd one already of the year. Considering we don't have many races in this every single year, it shows how strong they are.
Well, there's got a pretty amazing line.
Pretty stunk. I mean, like I say, if you cross the line and you get beaten by a lineup and then you look at it and you think, nah, it's all right. As the years have gone on, I had a championship a few years ago, this was back in 2015, 2016, and we got beat by Nikodem Wisniewski, Kuba Brzezinski and Pash Gergis. And as the years have gone on, I've got less disappointed in that victory. I'm like, I got beat by them though. So it's like, no, it's all right.
Who's the 4th driver in that car as well?
Oh,
Van Buren, Enzo, Siggy. Can't remember who the 4th.
No, me neither. And with old age, my knowledge goes. So, we'll have to wait and see. The number 20, though, they've done something. They've gone a little bit longer than the 23 than their teammates. And now they're starting to catch a 23. You were talking about the 23 potentially. If you were Porsche Commander, you might think the 20's ahead. Would you switch them? Would you let them back? I think just let them fight, because I actually don't think the 23 is far enough behind to count them out of the championship. The back-to-back victory of here in Le Mans, I just don't see it. I don't see it. Knowing last year,
21 plays 40, 19 points different, leading in the championship, 66 points. So another 26 points ahead of the leading Porsche Commander car. With just 3.5 seconds between the top two and 20 seconds now to Verstappen in the red line 1-1, absolutely I'm switching them. You're still going to get a 1-2, and you might still have somebody in the championship. 20 points is basically 2nd position in this race.
But would you do that at Le Mans? Would you switch them at Le Mans?
Well, yeah, if that's the question of 50k or not. Absolutely.
No, there is that. There is absolutely that. I just don't think that I could take a Le Mans victory, and that's where I'm thinking is that if you're switching them here, you have to be ready to switch them at Le Mans as well.
What did he say earlier? As I was sat in this chair, the first thing the wise old owl said was, "Life isn't fair."
Life is not fair. Yeah, absolutely. Again, you've got to do it for the team. You've got to represent for the team. And to be fair, Commander are very, very good at that between them. The same as Red Line to a degree. They will sacrifice something for the other if it is, again, for the betterment of the team. So I can see them switching, but I also cannot. And now I'm just going to cheat the system and message them.
No, because they're not going to tell you the truth. Have you not learned after 5 rounds of this that when you ask about strategy and about tyres, they are never going to tell you the truth?
To be fair, Zach Campbell was very good with me earlier, so...
I think the key thing here is Max Verstappen's gap has grown so much to Ayhancan Guven. Guven is really flying. Here we now look at James Baldwin in the 63, and he is now within 3 seconds of Verstappen. 2.7 the gap, consistently taking 4 tenths of a second out of Verstappen. We might see the Petronas Mercedes up into 3rd position in this race, and that would mean that they would likely move ahead of their Williams run counterparts in the championship up to 5th.
Yeah, like I say, the 63's having an incredible run of form the last couple of rounds. That victory last round, it's really given them that boost. The shame for the first round, again, see some issues slightly out of their control, but then some issues that were slightly in their control, and alas, they were not classified in the Bahrain race, the 8 hours of Bahrain that started out the season. They've had to work very, very hard from that point, and they are really finding their form. And
it's another one of those lineups you just go, wow.
When that lineup was announced, James Baldwin and Graham Carroll moving from their respective teams over to Mercedes, the Mercedes-AMG Team Petronas eSports stable. I looked at that. That's what I genuinely, I can't say it on air what I said when I saw that lineup, but yes, there was some profanity because I was shocked by how strong that car was. They are an incredibly strong outfit,
and that's a lineup that's remained unchanged throughout the season so far. So they've still got to add a 4th driver.
They did announce. This is the thing, is that I think because James Baldwin counts as a pro, does he?
Yeah.
Who? Graham Carroll doesn't, Bonner House doesn't, Jana Wapner. So they do have to get someone else in.
Has Otmir driven with them in here?
I don't think in this round, in this season. But I would have expected Otmir to have done some, but no. Otmir did, of course, do the R52 Formula Pro series and struggled a little bit with that, but he has laughed about how much he struggled.
Well, F1 is done in a couple of weeks' time, so he could still come in and do Le Mans Virtual and have a couple of weeks of practice.
Which I'd love to see. But I think the team, they'd have to prioritise results. If you had Jana Wapner versus, you need to get a pro driver in. So you need another pro driver, which would
you need 2 pro and 2 sim.
Exactly. So you've got James Baldwin, there's a pro. Then you need to get another pro in, which then if you've got Jana Wapner in as well, then you have to remove Bonner House or Graham Carroll from the car.
Yeah, okay.
Which maybe.
I remember we're going to have some special entries just for Le Mans, so there might even be a second car coming from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
What have we got here then? Ooh, oh dear, that's the 20 machine that's trying to chase down the lead. Helping RHG off the circuit there. Does that change things?
I will say RHG's line was incredibly defensive there against the Porsche Coadra. Again, I'd need to see it again, but I know it's up to the lapping car to make the move safely, but the car that is being lapped still can't exactly try and be like, well, I'm going to make it really difficult for you, because it's like, well, you're going to get pushed off the road. I think that Triple Eight might have been squeezing a touch, but I don't know. Again, race control will look over that one, and thankfully I'm not there.
I do hope that there's not a penalty coming their way. The gap's grown though with that contact and slow lap from Guven to 3.5 seconds over Backham. Baldwin, though, who we're watching, continues to lap in 46s and continues to chip away at Verstappen's lead. We have 9 laps remaining. It feels as though potentially we might not have enough laps here. Let's see what's happened. And we're on board with the Pescarolo. Late. Whoa. Never going to
BS
stop. Oh, did get it stopped.
Yeah, BS competition, I think, certainly got a bit of a whack in there, but I think that's where it's awkward through traffic, right? So the Pescarelli car's committed to a move, then the Arnage has committed to slightly defending front, but also trying to get past BS competition, and then that poor BMW's just sat there being like, oh, cheers, lads. Thanks. Nice one. It's good chat. Ferris Stanley, who has done a couple of rounds of the Le Mans Virtual Series in the LMP category, will probably know how it goes on that side. We'll understand both sides of it.
Check this out. Jordi Sveers in the SF Velas Esports Ferrari, just 2.1 seconds now behind Dennis Lind. That gap, I'm pretty sure I said, was 19. So
Ex-team manager as well.
That could be a change. And significant for our championship as well. That could be a change for 4th position. They're not going to be able to go any further up the standings, but that's GTE, something to watch out for, which is led by Enzo Benito. Team Redline now leading by 2.4 seconds over Sim Maranello. It's ebbing and flowing, but ultimately it does feel as though the Ferrari hasn't got the potential to take the victory. Ferris Stanley and BMW team BS competition in 3rd. A good day for the BMW Works squads.
Yeah, again, BS competition doing quite well. 3rd spot. I think they might have hoped for a little bit more pace to go and catch Lorenzo Arisu, who seems to be struggling just a touch at the moment, but it's not the case. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, Jordi Sveers, Dennis Lind, that is absolutely going to be a fight soon. I say ex-team manager for like 2 years ago, but Jordi Sveers did race for Singularity, which was run by Dennis Lind.
Verstappen getting caught out by RHG, a bit of a swapper on for James Baldwin, but as they come towards the finishing line to complete 1-2-5, the gap is less than a second. James Baldwin will ride on board with Max Verstappen. Yes, that Max Verstappen is just ahead. And we might see a change here for 3rd position. The #1 Team Redline car leads our championship, but might have some points taken away by that man. Looking cool and collected, James Baldwin in his rig at home in the UK. Verstappen at home in Monte Carlo. Different worlds between these two, but they're sharing the same track. They share the same love for sim racing, there is no doubt.
Did you see the 20, by the way, got a warning for that contact with RE?
Okay, good.
So
good.
That's sorted. In fact, that one's dealt with and moved on.
Let's focus on this though, because this is a huge moment. 8 laps remaining. Mercedes versus Redline. How many times has Max Verstappen battled with a Mercedes on circuit? By a Brit in a Mercedes.
Yeah, the thing is with this, of course, for Verstappen, for the title, for the #1, they finished on the podium in every single one of the rounds thus far. A 3rd, a 1st and a 2nd, looking for their 4th consecutive podium this season. And of course, if you include Le Mans Virtual last year, technically a 5th consecutive podium, because technically it's the 1, 2, 3 that's moved over into the 1. Very, very strong that they've been this season. But this was the round where, of course, last season was by Colles, Burst Esports. They had a podium in every single round of the season except this one. Could that actually happen again this year? We'll have to wait and see. Verstappen's feeling the pressure. Saw a big kick of oversteer once again going through Sunset. Baldwin much closer again this lap. This moves surely an almost inevitability, but Verstappen's going to fight it hard.
We know what he's like in defending and attacking in the real world in Formula 1. He's even more aggressive in sim racing. He always has been. Puts him on fine lines and fine margins. Baldwin will know this. I'm sure there are people in his ear saying, just keep calm, judge this correctly. You need to make sure this is a clean move. For AMG team Petronas Esports, it's vital. There's a bit of traffic. There's a BMW in the way for Verstappen. No concern on either of the men's faces on our right-hand side. We've still got a decent amount of time to go. Red Bull colours adorn the red line car through the Max Verstappen the Verstappen.com livery that car now runs. Notice that there's no Red Bull on Max Verstappen today. He is driving for Redline.
Yeah. Big pusher of that camp as well. He doesn't just sit behind the scenes and appears every now and then. He does help run things. He does, again, random races. Brandon's all over the car these days. He is a big part of the Team Redline camp and a big supporter of them. And it's why they are part of the reasons why they are so strong. They've done such hard work behind the scenes to get a whole heap of big drivers in the world of motorsport. But that is wide again. Bit of lap traffic ahead in the P1 esports car. This is it. This could be it for Baldwin. Could get to the outside of T1. James Baldwin looks to the outside, has the overlap into turn 1. It's very, very bumpy. It's very, very fast. There's no way through, but he tries to the cutback. Side by side on the exit towards turn 2. Verstappen's up on the grass. Verstappen is wide, and Verstappen has let James Baldwin through. Ultimately, there was no defence. There is a little bit of disappointment across Max Verstappen's face. But a beautiful switchback from James Baldwin. Is that a smile I see? I saw a whew, as Baldwin worked his way through. Beautiful move, absolutely beautiful. The cutback was textbook, and didn't get stuck behind Verstappen for too long. Didn't go and start struggling for pace, struggling in that fight. One clean move back round the outside, made a nice job of it, didn't overthink it, played the cards right. The 63 takes over the podium spot, and it looks like those consecutive podiums could be coming to a close. Baldwin took this car to victory last time out at the 6 hours of Spa, really elevating them up the championship after a DNF in Bahrain and an 8th position only in Monza. The investment from AMG Mercedes, really very new, in fact, in the world of sim racing. He might not be at home. He might actually just be down the road from where we are here at Brackley, at the Mercedes factory. Baldwin's at home. Right. I'm pretty sure Bonnerhouse, Jana Watme when he was, I think Graham Carroll might be at home as well. But Bonnerhouse and Jana Watme, when they race for the Mercedes, they are absolutely just down the road in Brackley. I don't think, though, it's set up to have like Baldwin and whatnot in, but hopefully one day. I mean, that'd be great, because I want to do that. I want to go down there for Le Mans, just a little chat.
Well, for the Le Mans Virtue, we'd almost want them to be in the same place, wouldn't you? Just, I know the world has gone Zoom mad, of course, since the lockdowns and the ability to work remotely, but there's still nothing like being together.
No, absolutely. Whilst that battle was going on, by the way, I think Dennis Lind might have had a touch of a problem in the Oracle Red Bull Racing esports team, because he is now 9 seconds behind the SFLS car that we saw coming through there. So SFLS up now into 4th position, and Dennis Lind dropping back into 5th. In that number 99 Oracle Red Bull. I mean, I've got to say, for Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, I still maintain I think 5th is actually a good result for them.
Well, let's have a look then at what was going on whilst we were watching Max. Ooh, big old switch for Sem9 Axel. Rejoins slowly and gets caught by the Pescarolo.
Yeah,
goes off on track again.
Car's broken, big time there.
Now, we were talking about Dennis Lind. This is what's happened. SFLS, Joris Veers has caught him to the outside, switched back to the inside. Oh, no. Now, how do you judge that one?
Yeah, I've got to say,
I've moved on the braking?
I don't know. It's Jordi switching back there to get to the inside of Dennis. It's a risky move. And I said before, you don't really want to go down the inside of the first corner because it's a big pinch point. And
someone smoke
classify. I don't think it was smoke. I think so. That's what happens when you kick up dirt in this when it's dark.
Okay.
It just looks like that. So I don't think it's snakes.
No engine gone pop.
No, we should be okay on that one. But yeah, I don't know how that one. I'd need to see that one time and time again, up, down, left, and right to judge it, because it is a bit of a tricky one. When you're going back down the inside that aggressively, you are kind of asking for trouble. But then, of course, it was the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports car that paid the price. What was on now?
Yeah, so Dennis Lind dropping down 9 seconds back. Sveers 26 back from Stanley. Didn't really have a slow lap though. Got himself up into 4th position. So, in a way, if you're race control, you might as well just go, do you know what, let's leave it. This is a real struggle here. Is this the 20 or the 23 trying to get past in traffic?
20, second place.
So the traffic's not falling very well for Aychan Guvin. He's dropped down to 4.6 seconds back now from Matt Backham. So the 23 car continues to lead, and it looks more and more likely, like my prediction, is less likely to happen. because on the last lap he took 0.4 of a second out of Bakum, but on this lap is going to drop almost another 2 seconds being caught behind these two Porsches squabbling.
I did message Zach Campbell, who gave me the answer I think we were expecting. The convo is just being had right now. We'll see. It's to be decided. Which I'm like, that does not answer my question.
How very Christian Horner of him.
Sorry, I'll give Zach Campbell a bit of a pass because he
3 laps remaining though.
he's given some decent info for this one. So
Gap is growing, nearly 5 seconds now. If you're going to do it, you don't have to worry too much about Baldwin. It's 23 back, but you need to slow down Matt Bakum because over 5 seconds is quite a big chunk to try and give away in 3 laps. R8G have just come into the pit lane of the 18. Oswald Deerim has just come in. I'm pretty sure there was a close battle between Alpine and Arnage. Colin Sport getting ahead and clearing off from Janus Brackshot. Meanwhile, we'll see this battle for 11th. Takkanen trying to get past Florian Haase. Project One have struggled a little bit with this round. They've been slightly all over the place. Obviously dealing with stuff in Sim Expo have been Dur Esports. But this side by side over the hairpin, big slide there from Florian Haase, and boom, the 88 makes its way through the Proton Coanda. And that is a pretty tasty move, courtesy of a little bit of a slide off of the hairpin, and that 88 moves up into 11th. Not a good day for Dur Esports, who started the year so strongly with what should have been far better. Should have been a podium, shouldn't it? Ended up being a 9th in class. That has been their best result all year so far up to this point, and they are 12th in class once more. I thought Porsche would get better here at Sebring, and obviously Oracle up in 5th position, the best of the Porsches. Coanda in their GTE campaign just not starring really like you would come to expect from effectively a worked Porsche team.
Yeah, like I say, at the moment, sometimes you have those ups, sometimes you have those downs over a season like this, like we've seen with Project One by Dur. You've got to accept it sometimes, especially when it comes to experience on the platform, experience in the category. I mean, I'm amazed with how Porsche Coanda have actually worked their way up. I know they've had a couple of issues, but how much pace they've found in this in the LMP category, one that they're slightly more unfamiliar with. When you're unfamiliar with a certain category, a car, a platform, whatever, it will always take time to get to grips with it. You can't always just turn it on. You know, not everyone's Enzo Benito. But right now, you've just got to tick off the laps, tick off the rounds, build the experience, and then focus on potentially throwing everything in to that 24-hour Le Mans Virtual in around 6 weeks' time. It's halfway through January. 14th and 15th of January, we'll get the 3rd running of the Le Mans Virtual, and I've got to say, we've been a part of it for both of the runnings. It'll be all 3, obviously, in January.
They have confirmed you.
Huh? No, well, I mean, I've almost been sacked, I think. But it depends if I win this quiz or not, I think. We'll have to wait and see. I'm desperate to get out and find out what we've done.
If you want to see the results of this dreadful quiz that we had to do, you can go onto the social media pages of Le Mans Virtual and see how awful we are at answering questions about, well, silly questions. They're not really even serious questions.
No.
You had serious questions before. You had, like, proper motorsport questions. These were silly.
Yeah, it's fine. Well,
I'm highly disappointed, not in my performance, but in the question.
I see. That's a smart move.
I've recommended the firing of the question master,
John Ratcliffe. Yeah, he should be gone. Yeah, no. Come up with better questions, John. Goodness.
But meanwhile, we are not far away from saying the checkered flag here at Sebring. We are indeed, and there is still no news from Coanda. 4.6 seconds the gap the last time of asking between Bakum and Ayachan Guven. It has been as little as half that, and even Verstappen getting close to Baldwin. 1.6 seconds now the gap between the two of them. So obviously Baldwin getting caught in a little bit of traffic on that last lap. All is not lost, all is not done.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, a lot of teams will want this checkered flag to come as quick as possible. Unfortunately, it's not timed, it's just on distance, so you're just hoping that these final 2 laps pass and then they can all move their attention over into Le Mans. I am being told that the number 51 has been given a drive-through for causing a collision against the Oracle Red Bull. There they are. Boom. It's just appeared at the top of the screen. That was for that dive down the inside. It was adjudicated as being on the fault of Jordi Zviers. We only saw it that one time. We'll see it again here, as you'll see. Jordi Zviers, he goes from one side, he then goes back down the other, and it's kind of it is a bit of a half. I think it's because he brushes over a little bit there before he's actually fully got to the inside. So a misjudgment has been called from Jordi Zviers. Dennis Lin's been sent off, and that car will have to return into the pit lane this lap, because we're about to head onto the last lap.
Does mean Zviers is going to drop behind Lin, but more importantly, probably drop another 2 or 3 positions there. So it's not just a case of a little loss of one position. Here on board with Matt Backham. In the 23, the car that was on the pole position, that has been faultless throughout our 4-hour encounter, the car that DNF'd at the start of the year and only sits 8th in our championship with 21 points versus the 66 that Redline have at the lead. And for the moment, the gap is 3.8, so a big chunk of time lost on the last lap. We are, though, on the final lap. And if Coanda are going to do anything about swapping positions, it's going to be quite a brutal thing to do.
Yeah,
he's going to have to park up and have a picnic, basically.
I don't think they will. I think they're just going to leave them as they are. We will see a full final lap from Enzo Benito with excellent disco lights going off in the background. Love those. Thankfully, it's behind him, so it's not distracting. But he gets essentially pretty much a victory lap. He's got 4 seconds clear. He can really just cruise and enjoy this one.
They've had to work for it, though, because that Ferrari ultimately has been pretty strong. And there was a load of fuel saving going on from the BMWs, especially early doors, and even in this last stint took time to really work out how to get past Sim Marinello. Ultimately building the gap to just over 4 seconds, only 1.6 between them and the second of the BMWs. As we follow back our LMP leader. 3 seconds now. It's closing dramatically. I have to say, that gap is coming down and down and down, but it doesn't matter. Through the final turn is the 23 Porsche Coanda machine, and they've done it. They've taken victory in the Le Mans Virtual Series here at the 500 miles of Sebring. The gap 2.7 seconds, and almost better than that. They've done the double. Porsche Coanda 1-2, with Archie Guven bringing the 20 car over the line for second. And we now await James Baldwin for third position. There is Enzo Benito on the inset. He's still got half a lap to do to complete the GTE field. Here he is now. And we do have Baldwin over the line in third, so Petronas Esports will take third position. Redline will only manage fourth position, with Verstappen finishing the car 1.8 seconds back. And now here is GTE. It's been a fantastic year for this BMW machine, with a third position and a pole at Bahrain for the 8 hours, and a win and a pole last time out at Spa. It's an incredible lineup from Redline to support BMW, and now towards the line, Enzo Benito has done it. Wins with a great move on the last stint for BMW. Benito, Rudy Van Buren and Kevin Ziggy are the GTE winners for the second time on the trot, and that builds that advantage over a poor day for Oracle Red Bull Racing and SF Velas and ProDrive Fire. They really will have such an advantage going to Le Mans in 6 weeks' time.
And SF Velas, who had to come in for that drive-through penalty, came up behind P1 Esports. They actually end up losing out because of that contact. But yes, it's been a great race. It's been Porsche Commander domination, of course, here in Florida. They've been absolutely fantastic. I've got to say, a great battle between these two. Almost, I don't know what I'd classify as move of the race, but I think that one from Baldwin on Verstappen is right up there. I think he did absolutely superb. What a race!
Yeah, what a race. I guess let's talk about the disappointments. There are a couple of teams out there I think will be very disappointed. Floyd Van Wilburst coming into this second in the championship, finishing the day down in 6th position with a drive-through penalty with various melodies. Be disappointed not to be up higher and keeping the pressure on Redline.
Yeah, this was the track where, of course, they did struggle a bit last year. I said before about the podium streak, which, of course, Team Redline were on until this round. Floyd Van Moor, as it was by Colles Burst, back there last season. They finished in 4th position in this race. It was the one that broke that podium streak. They're kind of struggling a little bit around here again for whatever reason. I think it's courtesy of it being a completely crazy race. It's one of those ones that just throws up the most ridiculous styles of racing. We saw that again in that 3rd hour. Just drama, drama, drama. It is what it is. You've got to take a 6th position, which I think is a great recovery drive for them after the issues, and just go, right, on to Le Mans.
The other one we should point out, having a bad day, having a bad weekend, R8G.
Yep.
And how much of that is brought from the last round, from Spa, and how much was that just being a difficult day at Sebring?
I think part of it, I think most of it is just a difficult day at Sebring. They had that 10th-place grid penalty, sure, but I think the number 8 did really, really well to overcome it. That mistake from Rougier is easily done, like, say, slight distraction, whatever it was, whether it's, like, say, someone else coming in the room or trying to adjust fuel, trying to fiddle about with the wheels, anything like that. A slight lapse in concentration, and bang, the whole result was basically just gone. Those are rough, but I still think RAG had really, really good pace, especially in the hands of Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman. Absolutely superb. It'll be a race to throw away, sure, but again, take those positives, bank those positives, and use them next one, because you're going to need every grain of positivity when it comes to that 24-hour. What for some teams could be a bit of a slog.
Looking at GTE, Oracle Red Bull Racing, 2nd in our championship coming here.
I think did all right.
Yeah, you're happy with that?
Honestly, the Porsche is not the car for Sebring, and you have to accept that in GTE. It's not an ideal one, but I think they did an incredible job to even get 4th position in the race, a super performance, especially after not a great qualifying.
Well, that's the disappointments of our round, but there have been plenty of positives out there and fantastic racing. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Yes, indeed. Highlights then from the Sebring 500-mile race. Bit of an incident coming down into the race starters. Mexico Racing Team just into the rear end of the train, struggling to get going. Fordzilla had a bit of an issue, Pinto behind the wheel, and a big spin up and over the curbs as R8G would come through and clobber the 966. They'd managed to get back going again, but a little bit of damage on both cars, more so on the Fordzilla than on the R8G. Apparently, the Ferrari is a bit of a tank. ProDrive fire around the outside of R8G, the battle coming down into Sunset. They go back and up and under, but unfortunately, contact between the two would send them towards the barrier, but thankfully, not into it. Both of them avoiding on that occasion. Contact between ARC Bratislava and the Rocket Simsports car with an odd move. Bratislava trying to get around the outside, but misjudging it completely into the rear end of the 22, sending them off down the escape road. A little bit more as the 966 would try and get around the 86 GR Vector car. A slight hip check for Gianmarco Viducci would send him for a bit of a spin. Speaking of those, a great battle that was going on between the two AMG cars coming up towards Cunningham once again, and it was Nikodem Wisniewski behind the wheel of the Williams 53 going around the outside of the 63, squeezing a little bit and then being spun around by Graham Carroll. As Mexico Racing Team into that same corner would have a spin by themselves. Just ahead though, unfortunately, the battle for 4th position. 7-9 Flash Axel would come through just about, and then everyone else clobbering their way through. R8G just having to avoid action in that GTE. And unfortunately, this issue for Arthur Rougier heading into the final hour into the bridge, and a big bit of contact. Bratislava squeezing Luke Browning into the barrier. It was adjudicated as an unsafe release from the number 2 that we're on board with, though, after they were leaving the pit lane into the side of the ARC Bratislava car. They have to come back into the pit lane for a drive-through for that one. This spin for Will Dendy behind the wheel of the Brabham Esports car sideways, and then, of course, coming through being the Van Wall burst straight into the side of the number 62 down the back end of the top 10. The battle for the lead, though, in GTE was absolutely enthralling. Sim Marinello out a little bit wide, and the 71 would come through to take over that race lead. A brilliant move just to come through from Enzo Benito. But this has got to be up there as move of the race. James Baldwin with the cut back down the inside of the first corner. Battle between himself and Max Verstappen. This is the battle for 3rd position, and it was a super move from Baldwin out wide from Verstappen before contact between Jordi Sviers and Dennis Lind would send Lind for a bit of a spin, and Sviers back down the pit lane for a drive-through. A victory and a dominant one for Porsche Coanda, the 23 leading the 20 across the line, and a fantastic win here in Sebring. And of course, in the GTE category, Enzo Benito would bring the number 71 across the line for yet another win in the Sebring International Raceway. 2 consecutive years, and the 71's on top again. Brilliant, brilliant stuff, Ben. And a brilliant race indeed. The standings, fantastic one.
A 1-2 for Porsche Coanda with a 24-second advantage over the winners last time out, AMG Penalties Esports. Team Redline only managing 4th position with Max Verstappen finishing that car, and then rounding out the top 10, Sammy Matty Trogan for Williams, Floyd Van Wool, the 2nd Redline car, and Williams Esports. This is the cars that had more issues, and the winner in GTE, BMW Team Redline, BMW Team BS Competition in 3rd position with Sim Maranello holding on to 2nd, Oracle 4th, and a late penalty for SF Velas, dropping them down the order and into 6th position. And this is how the championship looks then, going into the Le Mans Virtual for the 3rd time. Redline with an 18-point advantage over the number 4 Floyd Van Wool, with the 2 Porsche Coanda cars now 3rd and 4th, and Petronas in 5th position. The big loser, R8G, dropping down the order. That's the LMP category championship. And in the GTE teams, it's BMW Team Redline with a huge advantage now over Oracle Red Bull Racing. Much closer, those 2 Ferraris, SF Velas and Sim Maranello, 3rd and 4th, and then the best of the Aston Martins in 5th position. R8G only 8th after a difficult day. Well, it is a famous day for Porsche, for Coanda, with a 1-2 at the head of the LMP category. It's pretty hard to beat Team Redline. It's even more hard to do it with 2 cars. Let's go down to the Coanda offices, the home of all the boys and girls making such a huge effort, and manage to chat and catch up with some of those drivers who are there. Maybe they have gone off for a party because they can, you know, just jump out and grab a beer. There's plenty of them. And what I love, and we were talking about being in the same place at the same time, for them, a lot of them are racing in the same room.
Yeah, with the Porsche Coanda team itself, also, you know, Coanda has a slightly larger outfit that's all over the place, and you can actually see them behind. I think they might. They're terrifying, and I'm very scared being Sarah. I feel like I don't even want to say it. I'm just terrified of them. Anyway, carry on.
There you go. I absolutely love the fact you can all be together. I hope you guys can hear me. It's great that you've got the technology for this. Josh, you got the qualifying done. Good to see you, mate. And that first stint. What was going on? I want to ask you about the lap of the race, the fastest lap of the race. You were like 7/10 faster than anybody else. Where was that push from?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's been a while, but yeah, no, it was just the first stint, you know, obviously right at the beginning, trying to make a gap. So I you know, turned up the fuel mix a little bit, tried to go a little bit faster. To be honest, I'm surprised that the time stayed there, seeing how the track was evolving throughout the race. But yeah, awesome job by everyone here, as well as Lauren. Obviously, he unfortunately can't be with us today, but he did an awesome job throughout the race as well. So full credit to everyone in the team and the amount of effort that went into this. And yeah, I'm thankful that we were able to get the result out of it.
Let's ask Matt about that final stint. Were you worried, Matt, that if Ai-Chan got too close, that suddenly team orders would come in, because the gap got smaller and smaller and smaller, and we know how good the Turk is?
Are you sure? No, I'm kidding. Nah, I mean, for sure, it wasn't ideal that the gap was closing down, but I think I always had enough of a buffer that I could take it a bit easier with traffic, and especially, I think maybe like 10 laps before the end, he suddenly lost like a second or something. So yeah, at that point, the worry was a little bit gone, because the gap was too big unless something really crazy happened. So for sure, like the first 10 laps of the second stint, he was definitely closing in, but yeah, after that, everything I think was relatively well under control.
So we've got 5 drivers, because we've got 2 from the winning car, but we've also got you guys from the second position car. Great to be able to have a chat with you lot. Firstly, Mitch, what are you doing in the house? You're actually there with the rest of them.
Yeah, it's that time for the series to kick off, so we're here and we're grinding away and super happy with the result. I think it all paid off, us being here, working together day in and day out. Yeah, very satisfying result for, just a good weekend for sure.
The whole point here, Tommy, is that you guys are together and you're able to work so hard together. Is there an element of pleasure, even though you guys lost out to your teammates, that ultimately you've worked as a full global unit here?
Yeah, definitely. Becoming a 1-2, that's what we aim for. We're all working together as one team, so it doesn't really matter which car wins in the end, although you always want to win yourself. The most important thing is getting a 1-2, and we did that today, so we'll be celebrating, even if it was the other way around. So.
Do you agree, Archan, or would you rather have managed to catch him at the end there? You were pushing so hard.
Yeah, I was pushing hard, but at the end, 1-2, this is exactly what we want. It doesn't matter which car was P1. So yeah, I just try to catch and make a good show. Yeah, at the end, I think last stint I take a little bit risk everywhere, but yeah, it was close. I think we are like 3 seconds, 2 seconds down at the end. So yeah, I really enjoy working with the guys. I think we make really good preparation whole the season. We're always missing something, but I think this weekend exactly we put right things together, and yeah, luckily we did it just before Le Mans. So yeah, hopefully we carry our experience and Le Mans, the big one, will be better.
Just finishing off with you, Josh, it's been a tough year in Le Mans Virtual initially, starting off struggling, but the momentum is now with you at perfect time going into the big one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously our full focus now is for the big one in Le Mans in January. We've come into this year in a new category, in a series obviously that we've competed in before, but it's still so different. And obviously we've progressed and we've learnt so much from Bahrain to now, even though really it wasn't so long ago. Massive thank you obviously to everyone here and everyone who's at home at the moment as well. As part of Porsche Coanda, we've really come in together. We've dug deep, and we've worked on any mistake that we've made. And it's obviously fantastic to be able to, finish off the regular season with the 1-2 here. But we'll focus now, like you say, onto Le Mans. But I'm just so grateful to be part of this team and this incredible group of people. And let's hopefully keep the success and keep the momentum rolling.
Well, congratulations, guys. Have an absolutely fantastic festive period. I hope you get a little bit of rest and it's not all in the rigs. And we'll see you in January for the big one.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Coanda 1-2. And almost the whole team there in front of us. I love that. I love that.
What a nice bunch. No Lauren Heinrich, but fair enough. Like I say, to get 5 of them. Sneaky 5-man interview there. Normally we only interview one, they say 1 or 2. But yeah, getting all 5 on, that's very good play from Commander.
And the other thing I really like about sim racing is that they can now, they've turned the rigs off, they can go and crack open a beer. They don't have to worry about packing the truck up or putting cars or driving home. They can just actually properly enjoy it.
Yeah, and celebrate the victory, a well-deserved victory as well. And like I say, not just a win, but having it as a 1-2, it means there's no negatives in the Porsche Commander camp. They're all happy. That's how you want to have it. That's how you all get to go celebrate together with your mates. Great time.
It's great to be able to chat to our drivers so freely and get their feelings after not too grueling a 4-hour encounter there at Sebring. Let's now have a chat with our GTE category winner, who is there. Oh, it's the face of Rudy Van Buren. It's been a while, Rudy. How are we? I'm not sure if you guys are hearing him out there.
We're not sure. Sorry to Rudy Van Buren, who I'm sure has given a very good answer there.
He's got an amazing blue eyes.
Is this better?
There
Yay!
we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's all rushed last moment.
It's like you're a newbie, Rudy.
Old. Yes, getting old. So much real-life racing, luckily. Very fortunate position, but now back on the virtual track, which is also a lot of fun to be with the Team Redline guys again and preparing for races like this.
Preparing for the Le Mans 24 hours, which, of course, I'm sure for you, Rudy, is an ambition in the real world as well as it is in the virtual. Just how much does the two now compare in terms of preparation and in terms of excitement for you?
Well, I think the preparation is more on the virtual side with the amount of time we put in up front as a driver side, let's say that way. In real life, obviously, the teams have all the hard work. Here is the drivers putting in stints after stints after stints. So I'm quite sure it will take a few days after this, but then we'll get cracking on them all.
So where do you drive from? Because I can see this doesn't look necessarily like an average setup at home. You know, that's a nice rig. It says gaming zone above your head. So this is obviously not your bedroom.
No, I have an office. It's when you're turning older, you need to make a split decision between real life and, let's say, the virtual world. And to cut that off, I have an office where I have a desktop where I work. I have a sim, and then I can split it easily. And when I'm home, I'm actually home.
So that rig behind you is what you were just racing in?
Yes, literally, I just jumped out here.
Nice.
Yeah. All good.
A nice piece of kit. You guys did such a good job. Must be such a great pleasure driving with Kevin and Enzo, such legends of the sim racing world.
Yeah, for me, this was the easy job. They carried my ass in this race. Sorry for the language, but I just had to be consistent and tick the boxes, and then Enzo could finish the job. So hats off to them.
Awesome stuff. We look forward to seeing you for the Le Mans 24 Hours, and have a happy Christmas.
Same to you guys. Thank you.
Always nice to talk to Rudy Van Buren. He's such a nice guy, isn't he? So many of these guys are such nice guys. And it's always nice when they're smiling and happy.
They are when they're talking to you. When they're talking to the competitors in the sim racing world, sometimes they can be a bit ruthless and whatever.
I'm a smiley face.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, most sim racers don't. Each their own. No, Rudy's a good lad. I've raced with him quite a few times, even like years ago in sim racing, before he did World Fastest Gamer and whatnot, and then blew up for the sensation that he is these days. Again, always been an absolutely super talent, and always been a very, very nice guy as well.
Yeah, started his days in karting, got too big for karts, couldn't go karting any longer, struggled, got himself into the sim world, now in the Porsche Super Cup. That's what this world of sim racing can now do to you. It really is such an incredible world. Unfortunately, though, that pretty much is one of the last proper sim race events of the year in terms of actual racing. We started our year with Le Mans Virtual, the second edition. We finished our year with the regular Le Mans Virtual season being done and dusted. But we do have one more race of this championship year coming up next year. The big one. Chris McCarthy will be with us. Lewis McGlade will be with us. Martin Haven will be with us. And I'll be here to enjoy another massive event in the world of sim racing on the 14th and 15th of January. Until then, have a very happy Christmas, and we'll see you then.
We are ready to get our race underway. The green flag waves at Sebring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so only 7 wide into turn 1. And there's a big moment and contact. Out wide, he's going to try and get the cutback straight up the inside.